continue right out the gate? It's actually part of the agenda, approval of the agenda. Everybody got real quiet. That's great. Good evening. City Council is now in session. Please stand for the invocation by Councilperson Butler Barlow, which will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Creator and sustainer of all that is or will ever be, accept our thanks for this day and all of its blessings and challenges. We ask that you guide and direct this City Council in all of our actions. Grant that each of us may fulfill our responsibility to our city, to our Commonwealth, and to our country. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The Freedom of Information Act certification is required at this time. Madam Clerk, please present the resolution for consideration.
A resolution certifying the closed meeting of April the 19th, 2023 pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3712. Now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Suffolk hereby certifies that to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements of Virginia law, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the City Council of the City of Suffolk in the closed meeting.
Motion be in order. What's the pleasure of council? Councilman Fawcett.
Approved, Mayor.
Got a motion for approval. Councilman Fawcett. Councilman Williams.
Mayor.
Second from Councilman Williams. Is there any discussion of the motion? Hearing none, council members prepare to vote. Please cast your vote. Madam Clerk, please record the vote.
The motion is approved by a vote of 8-0.
Approval of the minutes from the September 21st, 2022 work session and regular session will be the next item for consideration, and the motion would be in order. Councilman Fawcett. A motion from Councilman Fawcett approved. Councilman Johnson.
Second.
A second from Councilman Johnson. Is there any discussion of the motion? Hearing none, council members prepare to vote. Please cast your vote. Madam Clerk, please record the vote.
Motion is approved by a vote of 8-0.
We do have several special presentations this evening. The first is a proclamation in recognition of Suffolk Crime Victims' Rights Week, which will be followed by a proclamation in recognition of National Library Week. Mr. Manager, please provide an overview.
Yes, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. Our first proclamation is recognition of Suffolk Crime Victims' Rights Week, which extends from April 23rd to April 29th and is observed throughout the Commonwealth and the nation. At this time, I'd like to call representatives from the Commonwealth Attorney's Office, Mr. Vaughn Breedlove, and I believe part of his staff with him, to receive the proclamation.
Madam Clerk, please read the proclamation.
Whereas, since the passage of the Victims of Crime Act of 1984, and through the dedicated work of advocates, lawmakers, and victim service providers, there is a growing array of services and resources available to victims and their loved ones. And whereas identifying, reaching, and serving all victims of crime is essential, especially to those from groups who often have less access to restorative services and fewer avenues to pursue justice. And whereas National Crime Victims' Rights Week provides an opportunity to ensure that accessible and appropriate services are offered to all victims of crime. And whereas the Suffolk Commonwealth's Attorney's Office Victim Witness Program is dedicated to supporting victims and survivors in the aftermath of crime. Now therefore, I, Michael D. Dooman, Mayor of the City of Suffolk, Virginia, do hereby proclaim the week of April 23rd, 2023 through April 29th, 2023 as National Crime Victims' Rights Week, in witness whereof I've hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Suffolk to be affixed this 19th day of April in the year of our Lord, 2023.
Thank you. Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, I want to thank you all first and foremost for the proclamation. And you may have noticed that I am not Commonwealth's Attorney Narendra Ples. But what I've been tasked with, Ms. Ples was sorry that she could not be here tonight. She wanted me to extend her regrets that she couldn't be here. She had a scheduled conflict tonight. But I am here on behalf of the office. I'm Chief Deputy Commonwealth's Attorney Vaughn Breedlove, and I am here to receive the proclamation and also to provide some comments about our victim witness program and victims in general. While I'm speaking, some members of my staff, and we received permission from Officer Jackson to do this, they're going to pass out some packages for you all that represent the Crime Victims' Rights Week. There's a flyer in the package that has the dates, it has the location, which will be at Lake Mead Park, 201 Holly Lawn Parkway, Suffolk, Virginia. This is going to be our second annual Crime Victims' Rights Week kickoff event, and everyone is welcome to come. It is free to the public, and we hope to see you there, and we're sure you will have a good time if you come. So when I was asked to come and speak, I'll make my remarks brief. I'd like to start off with looking up words that we always use, and sometimes we don't necessarily associate the meaning to the word. So when I thought about victims, I looked up victims, and so what is a victim of a crime? A victim of a crime is a person who has suffered harm such as physical or mental injury, emotional suffering, mental loss, or damage to property or rights as consequences of a crime. Some of the responses that we receive from victims of a crime are that crimes often cause them to suffer a broad range of psychological and social injuries that persist long after the actual physical wounds may have subsided. Crime victims have intense feelings of anger, fear, isolation, and low self-esteem. Helplessness and depression are common reactions to crime. The Suffolk Commonwealth's Attorney's Office supports and promotes that victims have rights, and that is the inspiration for the Victim Rights Week that we are receiving the proclamation for. Some of the basic rights that victims have that have suffered the unfortunate event of being involved in crimes include the rights to be heard, the right to appropriate services, the right to full and timely restitution as provided by law, the right to proceedings to be free from unreasonable delay, the right to be treated with fairness and respect for the victim's dignity and privacy, the right to be informed timely about proceedings that are pending, about occurrences that may be touching upon the particular case. Some of the goals of the Suffolk Commonwealth's Attorney's Office include supporting the victims' rights, and the movement is centered around the following: guaranteeing that victim participation in criminal proceedings is present, securing financial benefits and services for the victims, and appropriately addressing the actions of perpetrators. So our Victim Witness Division, which is headed by Director Katie Gardner, who is to my left, and we also have assistant victim witness members present today. We have Ms. Sharon Smith, we have Ms. Michelle Hearn, and we have Ms. Angie Owen. We're dedicated to ensure that the victims who are involved in crime receive a just process. We're dedicated to increasing the number of contacts with the victims from the Suffolk Commonwealth's Attorney's Office. And I know this because I hear our members calling victims and speaking with victims on the phone. I see our members of the office bringing victims into the office and talking with them. We also go to victims' homes in the city of Suffolk to discuss crimes that have occurred with them if the circumstances are such that they don't have a telephone or they cannot come out to our particular office. So in conclusion, and then I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Gardner, Director, she has a few comments. In conclusion, the Suffolk Commonwealth's Attorney's Office has served and is serving and will continue to serve victims of crime through multiple means such as in-office meetings, phone contact, home visits, just to name a few, and to continue to elevate survivor voices, engage victims, and affect change. And that so happens to be the inspiration of the theme of the 2023 Victim Witness Rights Week. The theme is Survivor Voices, elevate, engage, and affect change. With that, I thank you, and I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Gardner.
Good evening. My name is Katie Gardner, and I'm the director of the Victim Witness Program at the Commonwealth Attorney's Office here in the city of Suffolk. We are here this evening to accept the proclamation honoring Crime Victims' Rights Week here in Suffolk. The term victim isn't just a label placed upon someone when they've had a crime committed against them. It comes with legal protections and rights, and our Victim Witness Program and Commonwealth Attorney's Office work tirelessly to safeguard those rights. We strive to elevate the voices of victims, of survivors, to ensure they are seen and heard at each stage of the criminal justice process. Trying to heal from the trauma that comes with being victimized, or in some cases processing the grief of losing a loved one, makes navigating an already unfamiliar and confusing process that much more daunting. In appreciation of this, it is our goal to assist victims of crime with compassion, kindness, patience, and understanding. I'm honored to work with a team of women who make it their mission to provide meaningful services and support to each and every individual survivor they meet. It is also my pleasure to work for a Commonwealth attorney who gives us the support to be a resource for victims in our community. National Crime Victims' Rights Week allows us all the opportunity not only to honor and remember victims of crime, but to recommit to serving survivors and empowering them to have the confidence that they will be heard, believed, and supported. Thank you all. Thank you.
Congratulations. Mr. Manager, please provide an overview of our next item.
Yes, our second proclamation is in recognition of National Library Week, which extends also from April 23rd through April 29th and is observed throughout the Commonwealth and the nation. At this time, I'd like to call Library Director Clint Rudy and members of the Library Advisory Board to the podium to receive the proclamation.
Madam Clerk, will you please read the proclamation?
Whereas libraries provide opportunities for everyone to pursue their passions and engage in lifelong learning, and whereas libraries strive to develop and maintain programs and collections that are as diverse as the populations they serve and ensure equal access for all, and whereas libraries adapt to their ever-changing needs of their communities, continually expanding their collections, services, and partnerships. And whereas libraries play a critical role in the economic vitality of communities by providing internet and technology access, literacy skills, and support for job seekers, small businesses, and entrepreneurs. And whereas libraries are the cornerstones of democracy, promoting the free exchange of information and ideas. And whereas libraries, librarians, and library workers are joining supporters and advocates across the nation to celebrate National Library Week. Now therefore, I, Michael D. Duman, Mayor of the City of Suffolk, Virginia, do hereby proclaim the week of April 23rd, 2023 through April 29th, 2023 as National Library Week. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Suffolk to be affixed this 19th day of April in the year of our Lord, 2023.
So Mayor, Vice Mayor, Mr. Manager, thank you again for recognizing National Library Week. I want to do some introductions. I have with me several members of our Library Advisory Board. Mr. Sean Bilby, who is our chair, Ms. Nancy Creekmore, who is our vice chair, Mr. Jeff Benton, Ms. Kim Ellis, and Ms. Sharon Slate. So thank you again for your continuing support. Especially, I want to highlight the investments that have been recently made in our collections budget, which we use to purchase books, ebooks, kits, technology, and more. And these directly benefit the community because they get into the hands of the community. And I'm pleased to share, with last fiscal year, we had a 66% increase in the number of items that were checked out. And that was partially because of the pandemic, but even going pre-pandemic, it was a 19% increase. So we are being used, people are reading, and the most spectacular part, I think, about the whole statistics part is that children's picture books were the largest increase. So families are reading and they're reading together. So that is very exciting. A few highlights over the past year. We received a $22,000 grant from the OBC Healthcare Foundation for Early Childhood Development Commission to provide instruction for child care providers. We also received over $89,000 from a federal program to provide over 150 Chromebooks and 50 MiFis with internet connectivity for 1 year to members of the community in need. And this is in addition to our regular Wi-Fi to go program where people can check out a MiFi hotspot for 3 weeks from the library. This is really about connecting to the community, finding out a need, and then making it happen. And we couldn't do this without our partners in the community, and we try to fan out in the community any way we can. And one of the newest initiatives we've done is something called SPL Delivers. And the idea is, especially if you're homebound, you have transportation challenges in the Holland and Whaleyville area or in a senior facility, we will contact you on the phone or email and choose items that you would like, and we'll drop them off on your front doorstep. We also do our story walks, which is a family-friendly story that you read as you advance along a place outdoors. We've done it at the Suffolk Parks, Holland Ball Field, the Seaboard Trail, and at Oakland Elementary. And last but not least, we do a lot of fun things, and specifically for adults, we do our pub trivia and our spelling bee, and those are at the Nansman Brewing Station and Decent People Tap Room. And really, the point of all of this is really to have an impact. That's really why we're here, to impact the community and make a difference, because I like to say we're not just information, but transformation. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, honorable members of City Council, and Mr. City Manager, I'm Sean Bilby, and I'm the Chair of the Advisory Board. We are appointed by you to be advisors to the library as well as to you. And we are very proud to say that Suffolk is a read and let read city. That means that you have the freedom to read what you want to read, and others have the freedom to read what they want to read. This is an important value in our community. It's literally called the freedom to read. So we thank you for your support of the library through collections, through our great staff, through the programs, and of course, the new library. We can't wait.
Congratulations. Good job, buddy. Keep up the good work. Let's see where we are. Okay, at this time, we will consider the removal of items from the consent agenda and adoption of the entire agenda as presented. Removal of any item from the consent agenda would only be necessary if any member of City Council wishes to vote on a specific item separately, and a motion would be required. Additionally, City Manager Moore has information regarding public hearing item number 16. Mr. Manager, please provide City Council with an overview.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council, staff is in receipt of a written request from the applicant to defer item 16, RZN 2021-18 for 120 days. The following are the specifics of item 16. It's a public hearing to consider an ordinance to rezone and amend the official zoning map of the City of Suffolk to change the zoning from RE, Rural Estate Zoning District, to RM, Residential Medium Density Zoning District, conditional, for property located at zoning map 33, parcels 48, 48A, 49, and zoning map 34, parcel 26. Account numbers 251421000, 251419600, 251419400, and 250732000, RZN 2021-018 conditional. At this time, I would ask City Council's consideration of a motion to defer item 16 from this evening's agenda until August 16th, 2023 City Council meeting, and adopt the remaining agenda as presented.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Just for clarity, anyone who is in attendance tonight regarding public hearing item number 16, please note that the city manager has advised that the applicant has requested the city council continue consideration of this item to the August 16, 2023 city council meeting. However, the speakers for public hearing number 16 will still have an opportunity to address city council this evening. Therefore, a motion is in order to amend the agenda to defer consideration of public hearing item 16 to the August 16, 2023 city council meeting and to adopt the remainder of the agenda as presented. And a motion would be in order. Council Vice Mayor Ward.
Move to approve.
Got a motion for approval, Vice Mayor Ward. Councilman Williams.
Second it.
Second from Councilman Williams. Is there any discussion of the motion? Councilman Johnson.
Brief discussion. Just want to clarify that this does not, it allows the public hearing to remain open till RZN 2021-18 is reintroduced in 120 days. That is correct?
Say again.
Said, it allows the public hearing to remain open till RZN 2021-18 is reintroduced in 120 days. So the public hearing will go forward with it when it's reintroduced, correct?
I'm going to have the city attorney explain what the process is and what the options would be, and what will be required and what will be at our pleasure on that date.
So, as I understand the current motion, the actual public hearing for this item would occur this evening, and it would follow the rules for a public hearing on a planning item, which means that public hearing would be closed after you have the proponents, the opponents, and rebuttal. If you wish to have additional public hearing, a separate motion would need to be made to schedule a second public hearing on a different date.
So if I understand it correctly, technically, the public hearing would be closed. However, if there's any substantial change to the applicant's submittal, then by code, we would have to have another public hearing. But we always have the latitude to schedule another public hearing. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's what you did on the item that's coming up tonight on, I think it's item 23. The 23, you had a public hearing, you closed the public hearing, and then set a second public hearing for that same item. So you can have more than one public hearing, but City Council has to decide to do that.
And if the applicant changes the application in any way, we automatically would have a second public hearing.
It's not in any way. It would be a substantial change, generally asking for something more significant than what is currently in the application. I believe Planning Director can answer this a little better than I can, but I believe that that's what he determines to be substantial to require another public hearing. If, for instance, it's to reduce the number of homes or to reduce the size of the property, then that would probably not trigger another public hearing. But until we see what the change is, I can't give you a definitive answer on whether there would be one triggered or not triggered.
Okay. My concern, you know what my concern is? My concern is that I think the people that in this city have a right to be heard on this, and they've really, this has been a real issue in our city. And I just want to make sure that the public will be heard. That's my concern. So, but I'll support it if we can, as a council, can continue the public hearing at something, which we said we can, William, correct? Okay, thank you.
And to Councilman Johnson's point, we had a thought process, or I had a thought process, the council had a thought process. You know, there are a lot of individuals that have come this evening to speak to this public hearing, to speak to this ordinance. You know, we have to be mindful of the time that you've taken, whether you left work early, whether you're going home late, rather than not have a public hearing at all this evening. We thought it would be more appropriate to allow those individuals who are able to speak tonight on both sides, rather than send everybody home and say, we'll look at it again 4 months from now. So I understand Councilman Johnson's reservation. If the applicant, by statute, if the applicant's changes are, trying to think of what's the word, William? If, let's say he wanted to increase the
It's a-
density,
it's a
remove a
substantial
proffer,
change.
something that would have a
Substantial change.
substantial change, then by code it would be. But based on what happens between now and then, we can schedule another public hearing for that date. But it has to be, it's not going to be automatic. It has to be voted on.
One more question. Can we leave the public hearing open tonight, or are we
think so.
required to close it?
No, you'll have to close it.
We're required to close it.
Yes.
It's kind of, it would be nice if you could just leave it open. I had that discussion too, but our attorneys advised that that's not the case. It has to be closed, but it doesn't preclude us from opening it again. So all it will do, hopefully, is allow for more opportunity for our citizens to weigh in if it's necessary, but it also allows the applicant the other 4 months to consider any options that he may want to present. So I think it's the best move at this point. Councilman Fawcett?
I just want to be clear that we're setting this down the 16th for 120 days. We bring it back on August the 16th, correct? Because we did not place a date on that. So I want to be clear that it's on August 16th.
So, and I'd like to ask the city attorney just to kind of plan for the future. I know public hearings have to be scheduled 30 days before that. So does that mean if there's the wish of council, if it appears like we would like to have another public hearing, that we would have to vote on that in July?
Yes, because you need to give staff enough time to advertise. And, you need to have, for a public hearing, you need to have 2 advertisements 2 weeks in advance. But the deadline for the newspaper to get our ad is much farther in advance. So usually we try and do these 30 days, so we have plenty of time. We don't unadvertise something and have to
So
start over again.
30 days would be adequate.
Yes.
So we would pass a motion to schedule a public hearing if that's the desire in July for August 16th. Okay.
Yes.
Councilman Rector?
I just want another point of clarification from the attorney. We need to move this for a specific council meeting because 120 days may or may not fall on a council meeting date.
That is correct. It needs to be, and so that meeting should be August 16th, 2023.
Yes, it's August 16th in the motion.
Okay.
The applicant requested 120, but the actual date would be August 16th, so you are absolutely correct. Councilperson Butler-Barlow.
Sorry, just trying to be clear. So would anything prevent us from going ahead and scheduling the public hearing on the August 16th meeting on this agenda item at this meeting so that it's already on the books?
You can do it anytime between now and 30 days before, just as long as you do it far enough in advance that staff can advertise the public hearing.
It just seems like those two things go hand in hand, and we could go ahead and do it.
I mean,
If
we
we're-
could,
if
I mean,
we're
that's
moving
an
the one,
option,
we can
but
move
if
the
we
other.
want to wait, I mean, we don't have to wait till July to do it either. We could do it in June if you want.
We could do it now.
And, because I think we should
We could do it now.
maybe listen to the first public hearing, let that go ahead and play out. I mean, unless we've already made up our minds, I think it's good to listen to both sides and kind of see where we are. And we can always schedule it, but it's just, I mean, there's one person, if you'd like to change it, and would we incorporate that into the same motion, Mr. City Attorney, or would it be a separate item to schedule the public hearing after we vote on this?
Someone can, you can do it either way. You could have a substitute motion to add all of that together, or you could just finish this one motion and add the second part later. That's up to the body to make a motion.
Okay, so right now we have a motion for approval and a second. If someone would like to make a substitute motion to also schedule a public hearing on, what was that date? August 16th. What date? 16th? No, we're going to vote on this. No, we're going to vote on this. Yeah, August 16th, that's right. You're right. So if anybody wants to entertain a substitute motion, that could be one. Councilperson Butler-Barlow.
Yeah, I would like to make a substitute motion to amend the motion that's already on the floor to include a public hearing on August the 16th City Council meeting.
Okay, Councilperson Butler Barlow, is that a motion to amend it to include a public hearing scheduled for August 16th?
If I can clarify the substitute motion, it's a motion to continue item number 16 to the August 16th, 2023 City Council meeting, and to hold a second public hearing on August 16, 2023. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you.
What do you say?
What he said.
Councilman Johnson?
I'll second.
We have a second from Councilman Johnson. Do we have any further discussion of the motion? Hearing none, council members prepare to vote. Please cast your vote. I'm sorry, say again? We're doing it all together. Yes, sir. So just to clarify, we are voting to approve the consent agenda and the other items as presented with the continuance to August 16th, and also to schedule a public hearing on this item also on August 16th. So a public hearing will already be scheduled. And adopt the remaining of them.
I want to ask a question. Are we going to have two public hearings?
Yes,
We're going to have one tonight and one the 16th.
one on the 16th, correct.
If they don't change anything, do you really need another one? I mean,
Probably not, but, I mean, I guess at this point, it doesn't hurt to schedule it. I would say that if nothing changes, there's probably not a reason for another public hearing. But if everybody feels more comfortable having one scheduled, then it'll just come back in its current form, and we'll go through the same process, and then there'll be a vote. Any other questions or comments? Councilman Fawcett.
Mayor, we're going to sit here and listen to a public hearing tonight. There's a lot of people here on both sides of this aisle that came here tonight for this public hearing. Nothing on the developer's part is going to change between now and August. So therefore, all these people that are here tonight, we're going to drag them back here in August for a second public hearing to go through this all over again. This is ludicrous. We have a public hearing tonight. Everybody has their say, and then when it comes back in August, we go and we vote on it. It's not a matter of them having a say. It's a matter of what they say tonight is not going to change what's going to happen in August. So I just don't go along with either one of their descriptions of having a double public hearing.
Councilman Johnson?
I'm going to clean up this a little bit. Here's my problem. My problem was tonight that when this came before us, no problem, it can be continued. I'm concerned it's not going to change anything. If it does change, all the better. Maybe I'd feel better about it. But I know you folks are here tonight, but I don't think you're going to be happy giving us your voice tonight, and then the thing comes back to us in 4 months, and we do not have you there to look at. I'm sorry. I don't think that's what the people want. And that's how, the reason I'm asking for it, Roger, Mr. Fawcett, is because I think that the people require it, or the people are going to want it to be that way. I don't like it either. I just do not have the public hearing tonight. Public hearing. Right, it's a public hearing, but 4 months from now, things could change, and we might need to hear more. That's my opinion. That's why I suggested it. We can vote. I mean, we can do whatever you guys choose, but I'm not comfortable with it if we don't have a public hearing scheduled to go along with the item. I'm sorry.
Based on the comments, I have no issue scheduling the other public hearing. I think it sends a message that whatever transpires this evening, it's not going to preclude anyone else from responding when we have our next public hearing based on what they hear today. I think it's a little presumptuous to assume that the developer's not going to make any changes. If I knew that for a fact, then maybe we should vote on it tonight one way or the other. But the purpose of a public hearing is to get information from both sides. It does bother me a little bit that it appears like at this point we should not have already made up our minds. Otherwise, we don't need public hearings. A public hearing is for the purpose of public input. Hopefully, for citizens to provide us with information, their thought process, and their perspectives that maybe we did not take into consideration when we initially thought which way we were going to go with the project. So everyone on this dais, whether you think you like it or you think you don't like it, should go into every public hearing with an open mind, because that is the purpose of a public hearing. So with that being said, and like I said, we discussed, I thought about what's the best thing to do, send everybody home and then we take another shot at it 4 months from now. But there's a limited amount of time on both nights. There's going to be some type of limit. I mean, we're not going to go on forever. And I personally am very mindful of the effort that it takes for individuals to take their time to come to chambers and express their views. So they may not be able to come next time, but hopefully they'll be able to express those views this evening. And I'm still convinced that that's the best way to do it. I'll get no problem with scheduling the other public hearing, because I do not, in the public's mind, want to have the perception that this is just a way to have a public hearing, get it done, don't worry about it 4 months from now, and nobody will have the opportunity for any further input. But obviously, I mean, I would assume that something different is going to happen between now and 4 months from now. So with that being said, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Ward.
Okay. I understand both what Councilman Johnson saying, you saying, Councilman Fawcett. I'm saying you allow them to speak now.
Mhm.
By speaking now, big as this issue is, we allowing them to speak now. Do you really think we're not going to know in 4 months what they said now? I mean, this is a big issue. What I'm saying to you, we have came here to listen to them 3 to 4 hours. There's no time. So after they finish, we almost going to decide we can vote right then. So what I'm saying, we're going to have to wait another 4 months. They got to wait another 4 months. If he change it, I'm going to ask the lawyer this. If he change it, do he have to put in another application? If he changed the one now, do he have to put in another application? So significant changes.
No, he doesn't have to put in, if he's, it depends on what he's changing. If there's, for instance, when this matter came before you before for a similar subdivision in the area, it had more parcels in it, but some of the one or two parcels were removed. That does require a new application. But if there are changes to things like proffers, where they're going to put more limits or some type of limit or remove a proffer from there, that thing will not require a public hearing. A new application, but it may require a new public hearing.
What I'm just saying, I'm just looking at a different view, because you have to wait 120 days. And if whatever he done, then it requires another public hearing. You think that want to do it all over? I'm just saying
You don't have to do it over.
I'm just saying, but would he want to do it anyway? If you have to wait 120 days, we got to sit here 3 hours, or whatever. It's not the time, but then you think it's going to be something done that it's going to be different? Then we have to have another public hearing? I mean, I think, okay, if we would have, what I'm just saying is, both, see how we can't win. If we would have postponed this, it would have been some rumbling. Now we said, no, we're not, we talked about it. Now we're not going to postpone it. Now they want some more time. I think that the issue we've been dealing with for a while, we are ready for the public hearing now.
That's what we're doing.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm not going to forget the public hearing, what we're having. And I don't think none of us are going to forget this case was happening. It's just like the warehouse. We still thinking about the warehouse.
Let's not go there.
You sitting here, we still thinking about the warehouse. We got the warehouse effect. Now you're going to tell me we're going to have another public hearing after 3 or 4 hours here, which I don't have no problem with, because I want to listen to the community. Then they're going to open up another public hearing, another 3 more hours on the same case? All right. Thank you. I'm finished.
Okay, now one thing to keep in mind, this isn't a case where the applicant is going forward and we're tabling it for 120 days. This is at the request of the applicant. So obviously, he's okay with 120 days. But I think with the amount of conversation there's going to be, the many factors to take into consideration, and we do not know if the developer is going to amend his application, then I do not see a harm in scheduling that other public hearing. And unless we extend the time, it's 30 minutes for the public hearing. I mean, we'll probably extend the time this evening. But, you know, I just think that's the best message to send to everybody. It's not, you know, a shut case. It's not over with. We're just honoring the request of the applicant to give them the 4 months, but we also have to recognize and honor the fact that the citizens need to know that they will have the opportunity to weigh in when it comes back. So I don't have any problem with it. So we'll get some more discussion here. Yeah, no announcements and comments for you guys tonight. Okay, Councilman Rector.
Just briefly, we were asked to call for the vote before all this discussion began, so I've pushed my button over here on the voting thing, but I don't want that to be interpreted as I'm opposed to another public hearing. If we stick with the original motion, it does not shut the door to opening another public hearing, whether we do it at next meeting, because I'm sure after this meeting tonight, we're going to hear probably all kinds of stuff from both sides about this pushing it out for 120 days. So we can come back at the first meeting in May and say, okay, I think we need to schedule the public hearing. But the reason I'm voting the way I am is because the original motion did not shut the door on reopening the public hearing. And I just want to make that clear.
Councilman Fawcett.
I don't think anybody's opposed to hearing what the public has to say. I think we've been very open in all our cases of listening to the public. We've gotten plethoras of amounts of messages. I mean, I got quite a number of them up here, and plus emails loaded with them, which is fine. That's what we're here for. That's what you take the job on for. The problem I got with this is once you allow for this to be opened again as a second public hearing, you might be, and I mean might, be subject to any other event of this magnitude comes before you that they want to recognize that we need to make a second public hearing so they can be heard on an issue. So you open the door now and set the precedent that you could come here and there's a possibility you get a second public hearing based on the fact that this developer made a statement to us that he just wants to push it out, which is his prerogative. You know, if that's the case, don't do a public hearing, send them home if we're going to come back and do this in August again. There's no point in doing this double. If you do it double tonight, you're going to do it double from here on out, and don't think for a minute you're going to say, well, we'll just take it on a case by case. That won't fly. Believe me, it won't fly. You've set yourself up tonight. If you do this, you can expect this to happen in the future events when public hearings come up of this magnitude on a development of any kind. Trust me, you can take it to the bank from here on out tonight.
Councilman Johnson, I think everybody gets two shots at the
One more concern, though, and Roger, what you said is, I agree with 100%. My concern, though, is that in my life on council, this has never happened before. When somebody wants to postpone and put off till the future, we have the public hearing in the future. You can say we'll hear it all tonight, and that's how it goes, and that's what it is. There's so much conversation between now and 4 months from now. I'm happy to have all the information I can get from both sides, honestly. And I am open. I mean, we're all open. We're here to do the people's work. But my point being, I don't like the logistics of the way it looks if we have the public hearing tonight everybody has the opportunity to talk and talk and talk and talk, and then we're going to come back and vote on it, and then everybody's not going to have that opportunity again. I'm with you. I say, I'm sorry, but I think everyone should go home tonight, and we should come back when it comes back. That's just my opinion, or we are setting a precedent.
No, wait a minute.
Well, no, I'm spoken.
Let Councilman Johnson finish.
I know.
Well, I'm just saying, though, I want to do what's right. My concern is that the way this looks, if we do this tonight, we listen to all of this, then we do not allow the public to come back when the actual thing comes back, I think we've done wrong by the way we present ourselves to the public. We have to be free. I mean, it's my opinion. Okay.
That's your last,
Thank you.
Councilman Foster, this is your last shot at this motion.
All I can say is that that's the case, and you feel that way, withdraw your motions. We'll make one motion to go ahead and cancel the public hearing until the August 16th night, and we'll come back and we'll do it all that night, and we won't have all this tonight. Regardless whether they showed up or not, you show up on your own accord. So it's not like you were meant to come here. If you want to come, you came. So we're not going to hear it tonight. Let them go home, and we'll let this thing kind of keep on rolling until the 16th. I agree. Send them home. Withdraw your motion. I'll make the motion to put it off to August 16th.
Councilman Williams.
Mayor, I disagree with telling these folks who came here tonight to speak, to tell them to go home. I just totally disagree with that. They are here. We should listen to them. I think the first motion was a fair motion. Okay, we're going to defer for 120 days, and should the applicant make changes beyond whatever he has in front of what he submitted to us as of now, then we'll come back and do another public hearing. But to tell these people they have to go home is definitely wrong.
I agree.
That is wrong.
But not two public
All right,
hearings.
Vice Mayor Ward, this is your last shot at this one, too.
That's exactly what I'm saying. I wouldn't feel right, and I hope y'all don't take this any type of way. We asked you to come here. You are ready to come here, get it on, speak, and then we tell you, no, go home. Listen, I'm a human being like you. Ain't no way in the world you would stand for that. I just don't see that. Now, as far as you speaking another time, yeah, that's another privilege. But as of tonight, you are here. We are geared up. We are sitting on this dais, waiting 1 or 2 hours, 3 hours it takes to listen to you. I mean, whatever time we giving you the time to talk.
Okay, I think that kind of wraps it up, but I'll just, like I said, we incorporated in this an applicant's request to table this for 120 days. To Councilperson Butler Barlow's point, and to Councilman Williams' point, Councilman Rector's point, I didn't have a problem with that because we have the latitude to open it. But the difference is, when everybody leaves here this evening, they're either going to wonder whether we're going to have another public hearing, or if we schedule it now, you know we're going to have a public hearing. And with that in mind, knowing the folks on both sides of the issue, I know certain folks would like to know that there is going to be another public hearing. This is not a way to make it go away or to stifle your input when we're on the same night that we're actually going to vote on it. And not everybody's going to get to speak tonight. I'd like to accommodate Mr. Ward and say we're going to be here for 3 or 4 hours, and he'll be available after the meeting. But I am not going to be here for 3 or 4 hours. You know, there is going to be a limit to the public hearing. So maybe folks who don't get a chance to speak this evening will choose to come back when we have the other public hearing. But I think the assurances that the citizens need to have is that we want your input today, but we're also willing to listen to your input once again on the evening that we get to vote on it. So with that being said, we have a substitute motion on the floor. See if I can get this right. Where were we? Substitute motion on the floor to approve the agenda as presented and schedule a public hearing on August 16th in regards to number item number 16. Is that correct? Mr. City Attorney, close? Close? Did I butcher it up?
You're deferring action on item 16 until August 16th, 2023, and scheduling a public hearing on that item on August 16th, 2023.
That's it. Madam Clerk, what he said?
And adopting the agenda as
Presented. Okay, took us a little while, but I think we're there. Before anybody else hits some buttons, council members prepare to vote. Please cast your vote. Madam Clerk, please record the vote. No buttons? No buttons.
This motion fails because it is a tie.
What?
So do you want to, I mean, I think there was some button pushing going on during the request to speak, but.
Do we need to re-push buttons? Mr. City Attorney?
Well, the voting had opened and the voting had been completed, so that's a vote. If you want to redo it, somebody can make a motion to reconsider, but you also still have the main motion back on the floor.
Somebody want to do that? Does it make any difference if you're on the prevailing side or not?
Well, it's a tie, so there isn't a prevailing
Well, I
side.
mean, but technically it failed, right? Okay, so, right, so this motion is just to do a revote, so we can vote on the motion as it was presented, because I think some people hit the button maybe before we did the substitute motion, so the electronics is not allowing us to pull it out. So what I'm looking for is a motion to reconsider this vote. Is that correct?
Yes. It
To
says reconsider the substitute motion.
Correct.
You gonna call us out to vote what? Do a voice vote.
Hold on. Mr. City Attorney, is that what we need? We need a substitute
Well,
motion.
There's no motion to reconsider, so now you would move on to the original motion.
Okay, so the substitute motion failed because of the button deal. But if we want to undo the button deal, is there a process or not?
That's a motion to reconsider.
A motion if we want to reconsider the substitute motion, then we need a motion to reconsider the last vote. Councilman Johnson.
I will make a motion to reconsider the substitute motion that was just failed, we hope by mistake. But, pardon me?
Okay, we got a motion from Councilman Johnson to reconsider
The substitute motion.
the substitute motion vote. Councilperson Butler Barlow.
I'll second that.
We got a second. We have discussion of the motion. Hearing none.
Just try it again.
So this vote is to reconsider the substitute motion. Council members, prepare to vote.
I have a question. How do you vote on something that already failed, and now we're going to reconsider it? This is not precedent. This is not what we have done in the past. We have not done this because somebody thinks they pushed the wrong button. The vote was cast. Anytime we ever cast a vote in the past, whatever that vote was is what it was. Now we're going to reinvent the wheel again and come back around again until, I guess, everybody feels warm and fuzzy and gets it right. This is absurd.
I'm going to defer to the city attorney, and either we can or we can't. That's how that works.
So you can reconsider a vote. We have done it before when someone has felt like they voted in error. It's been done a couple of times before city council. So this is not out of the ordinary. It's not against Robert's Rules of Order. It is allowed.
Okay.
What I was getting ready to look up was whether or not this was debatable.
So bottom line, we can. So we have a motion to reconsider the substitute motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Councilperson Butler Barlow. And I don't hear any other further discussion, so council members prepare to vote. Please cast your vote. Madam Clerk, please record the vote.
The motion is approved with council members Rector Councilmember Ward, and Councilmember Williams voting in opposition, and Councilmember Fawcett abstaining.
Actually,
My button's stuck, so I want to reconsider. I want to make a motion to reconsider.
What do you want to reconsider?
Hit the wrong button?
No, my button's stuck, so I couldn't hit the right button to vote no.
So what do you want to reconsider, this?
I want my vote to be no, but the button's stuck and I couldn't vote no.
So, all right, specifically, what would your motion be to reconsider?
To reconsider the vote that I was trying to make was unable to happen due to a malfunction on this keyboard.
Excuse me, clerk.
Just do a roll call.
We do that. We do that. So the voice will say what's going on, not the machine.
Mr. City Attorney, I need some help.
there's already been a vote.
Say again?
There has already been a vote.
Already voted, so that passed, right?
That did not pass.
Did not pass, again.
You need 5 votes for a motion to pass.
Okay, so Councilman Fawcett, you want to reconsider the vote again? So you can vote for it or against it?
Yes.
Okay, so once again, we're right back to square one. We're going to make it.
We only have a motion. We do not have a
We
second.
don't have a second yet, but we have another motion to reconsider the vote. We're doing the same reconsideration again of the substitute motion. You want a second? Okay, we got a second from Councilman Johnson. So we are going to vote one more time on what we just voted for, which was, what was it? To reconsider this vote on the substitute motion, which would be to have the public hearing on August 16th.
Okay.
Council members, prepare to cast your vote. We'll try this again. Please cast your vote. Yes.
I'm working now.
Madam Clerk, please record the vote. It's the same thing.
Councilmember Bennett, Councilmember Butler Barlow, Mayor Duman, Councilmember Johnson, Councilmember Rector voted yes, Councilmembers Ward and Williams voted no, and Councilmember Fawcett abstained.
Okay, so now we are going to vote on the substitute motion, because this vote was to reconsider the vote on the substitute motion. So, I hope y'all are paying attention to this. So, because I'm kind of lost. So now we're going to vote on the substitute motion that was made by Councilperson Butler Barlow and seconded by Council Johnson, which was to approve the agenda with deferring item number 16 to August 16th, and to add a public hearing to the meeting on August 16th. Is everybody clear on what we're voting for this time? Do not touch your buttons yet.
You want to let it roll?
Okay. There's no further discussion of the motion. Does everybody understand the motion? There's no other comments. Council members, prepare to vote. Please cast your vote. Madam Clerk, please record the vote.
Councilmember Fawcett, can you please cast your vote?
I'm thinking about it for a minute.
Madam Clerk.
The motion is approved by a vote of 7-1 with Vice Mayor Ward
Okay.
voting in opposition.
Took us a little while, but I think we got there. All right, now we'll move to agenda speakers. Madam Clerk, are there any agenda speakers at this time?
No, Mayor Duman.
Okay, will you please present the items for consideration?
Consent agenda item number 7, an ordinance authorizing the city manager to accept the deed of donation, tax map number 20, parcel 59. Consent agenda item number 8, an ordinance to accept and appropriate funds from the Western Tidewater Community Services Board for the Suffolk Department of Social Services. Consent agenda item number 9. Consent agenda item number 9, an ordinance to accept and appropriate a grant from the Virginia Risk Sharing Association for the Suffolk Department of Finance. Consent agenda item number 10, an ordinance to reallocate and transfer unspent community development block grant funds from the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development for the Oak Terrace Affordable Housing Project. Consent agenda item number 11, an ordinance to accept and appropriate additional funding from the Virginia Department of Transportation Urban Maintenance Program for public roadway maintenance. Consent agenda item number 12, a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute a change order to an agreement with Balcor LLC for the Bennett's Creek Recreation Center project. And consent agenda item number 13, an ordinance to amend Chapter 86, Article 11, Section 86-604 of the Code of the City of Suffolk concerning designated public streets approved for golf cart use within the Cedar Point neighborhood.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Manager, please provide an overview of the items.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council, in regards to item 7, the Lots Family Incorporated desires to donate a 4-acre parcel located at 3489 Bob White Lane to the city. The attached ordinance authorizes the city manager to accept a deed of donation. The parcel will be utilized as a trailhead and provide right-of-way for future road widening at the intersection of Shoulders Hill Road and Bob White Lane. In regards to item 8, the Western Tidewater Community Services Board has received $90,000 from the Odyssey Healthcare Foundation to assist with the establishment of the General District Court Behavioral Health Docket. The Service Board is in need of local probation services for participants referred to the health docket and entered into an MOU with social services. The Services Board will provide their $90,000 grant to social services for the funding of a probation officer over the next 3-year period. Adoption of the ordinance will increase the revenues and expenditures of the Consolidated Grants Fund by $90,000. No local match is required. In regards to item 9, the city has received $1,500 from the Virginia Risk Sharing Association for the Department of Finance. Funding will be used for staff to attend the 2023 Virginia Women's Municipal League Leadership Academy. Adoption of the ordinance will increase the revenues and expenditures of the Consolidated Grants Fund by $1,500. No local match is required. In regards to item 10, the ordinance reallocates and transfers $250 of unspent community block grant funds from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development for the Oak Terrace Affordable Housing Project. Funding will be utilized as part of the property purchase. In regards to item 11, the city has received $2,274,155.93 from the Virginia Department of Transportation Urban Maintenance Program. The additional funding is a result of changes of state urban maintenance funding formula and will be utilized to enhance public right-of-way maintenance throughout the city. Adoption of the ordinance will increase the revenue and expenditures of the roadway maintenance fund budget by the $2,274,155.93. No local match is required. In regards to item 12, the Department of Parks and Recreation is scheduled to open the new Bennett's Creek Recreation Center in early May. During the construction, the project experienced several construction impacts due to unforeseen conditions. Construction is complete and a final change order in the amount of $85,293. The cumulative cost increase exceeds 25% of the original total contract amount and requires City Council authorization for the city manager to execute the final change order. In regards to item 13, this ordinance established the Cedar Point neighborhood as a golf cart community. This item was initially acted on at your February 15, 2023 meeting, but the ordinance at that time inadvertently did not include previous established golf cart streets of Arbor Meadows and Miltier Acres. They were inadvertently excluded.
If there are no questions about the items, a motion would be in order to approve the consent agenda as presented. Councilman Fawcett.
Mayor, if we could for a second, could we back up to number 13, the one on the overrun, 25% overrun? I believe Mr. Manager, you might have stated 85, and the book says 83. So I just wanted to correct the dollar figure so it's accurate.
Mayor, members of council, I did misspeak on that. The number is actually $83,293. My apologies.
Okay, do we have any other questions? If not, a motion would be in order. Councilman Fawcett.
Move to approve as
A
is.
motion for approval from Councilman Fawcett, Councilman Williams.
Second that, Mayor.
Second from Councilman Williams. Is there any further discussion of the motion? Hearing none, council members prepare to vote. Please cast your vote. Madam Clerk, please record the vote.
Motion is approved by a vote of 8-0.
We'll now move to public hearings. Our first public hearing is an ordinance to grant a conditional use permit to establish a commercial kennel on property located at 2150 Jenkins Mill Road, zoning map 49, parcel 12A, account number 152870000, and this is CUP 2022-31. Mr. Manager, please provide an overview.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council, Kevin Wine, Director of Planning and Community Development, will provide the staff report. Kevin?
Thank you, Mr. Manager, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. As stated, this is a conditional use permit request to establish a commercial kennel. This property is located in the Rural Conservation Use District outside of the city's growth areas. The subject property is 4.8 acres in size. It's located at 2150 Jenkins Mill Road and features a single-family dwelling, a barn, and several fences in fenced-off areas. It is zoned A, agricultural, and the surrounding area is comprised of other residential and farmland properties also zoned A, agricultural. The proposed commercial dog kennel will utilize several outdoor fenced-in areas and several rooms within the existing house to keep dogs safe and separated when needed. The commercial dog kennel, as proposed, complies with the required minimum setbacks for animal boarding facilities and the supplemental use standards of the UDO, the minimum being 30 feet, and all buildings appear to meet the minimum setbacks in the A agricultural zoning district. And the applicant is proposing a commercial kennel that will be used as a small-scale private dog sitting business, providing shelter, food, water, and exercise by appointment only. There will be no more than 5 dogs on the premises, not including the owner's personal pets at any time, and this is a recommended condition of approval from staff. The applicant will be required to obtain necessary business and kennel license from the city of Suffolk to ensure all animals have been vaccinated. There will be no medical services provided on site, and any sick or injured dogs will be transported to a local veterinarian. All animal waste will be collected, bagged, and disposed of daily in the owner's trash can for weekly collection. So staff has evaluated the proposed use for consistency with the criteria set forth in the Unified Development Ordinance and finds that the conditional use permit meets those criteria as described in staff's report. The proposed commercial kennel is suitable for the size and location of the subject property at 2150 Jenkins Mill Road, and the proposed use is not expected to negatively impact the surrounding community. Therefore, staff recommends approval of this CUP with the conditions as noted in staff's report. Lastly, the Planning Commission at their meeting of March 21st, 2023, voted 8-0 to approve a resolution recommending approval of this application with those same conditions. That concludes my report. I'll stand by at the conclusion of the public hearing for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Wine. Before we open the public hearing, Madam Clerk, please explain the timing system.
This is a public hearing, and each speaker is asked to provide their name and their address. We will have a 10-minute period for the proponents, a 15-minute period for those in opposition, and then an additional 5 minutes for rebuttal.
This is a public hearing. Will the first speaker please come forward and provide their name and address, and that is to speak in favor of this ordinance.
Hi, I'm Rochelle Cisco. I'm at 2150 Jenkins Mill Road, and thank you for considering my application. If you have any questions, let me know.
Okay, our next speaker, please. Do we have anyone else who would like to speak in favor of this ordinance? Hearing none, do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Is there anyone to speak in opposition to this ordinance? Hearing no additional speakers, this public hearing is now closed. Council, an order has been presented for consideration. What is your pleasure, Councilman Johnson?
Move for approval.
Got a motion for approval from Councilman Johnson, Councilman Williams.
Second it.
Second from Councilman Williams. Is there any discussion of the motion? Hearing none, council members, prepare to vote. Please cast your vote. Madam Clerk, please record the vote.
Motion is approved by a vote of 8-0.
Our next public hearing is an ordinance to grant the conditional use permit to establish a utilities electric transformer station on property located at 450 Dutch Road, zoning map 40, parcel 39A, account number 153944300, and this is CUP 2023-5. Mr. Manager, please provide an overview.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council, Kevin Wine will again provide the overview.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. As stated, this is a request to obtain a conditional use permit for utilities, specifically electric transformer station, in order to expand the existing Holland Road substation located at 450 Dutch Road. The property is in the Rural Agricultural Use District as designated in the 2035 Comprehensive Plan and located just south of the town of Holland. The subject parcel is quite small for that area, 1.5 acres in size, and is zoned A, agricultural zoning district. To the south, we have a community electric substation, not owned by Dominion like this one. To the north, a residential structure, forested land, and to the west and east is forested land and power lines that come and go from the substation. The applicant's proposing to expand the current site due to utility scale solar in the vicinity connecting to the substation. The electric company obtained the property in 1925, and it's been in operation since before 1953. As such, no CUP at that time was received, as it predates our current zoning regulations. The property received an approval from the Board of Zoning Appeals back in January of 2023 to increase the maximum impervious cover of the parcel from 16%, which is the max permitted in the agricultural zoning district, to 30% for the new equipment and structures that are associated with the substation expansion. The CUP would establish the use and allow for the proposed expansion. The expansion is 1,900 square feet in area and consists of expanding the gravel yard where the energized equipment will be located and improving access to the site. There is an existing 8-foot security fence that surrounds the existing substation that will be expanded around the proposed improvements. For security purposes, there will be a gate to limit access to the substations, as well as security cameras will be installed on the new prefabricated building that will contain the equipment that operates the substation. Lastly, the applicant is proposing a 10-foot wide landscape buffer consisting of evergreen shrubs and trees along Dutch Road where landscaping currently does not exist. The request as part of the CUP does align with the layout provided previously to the Board of Zoning Appeals. Here we have that exhibit. You can see the expanded footprint there in blue. So in conclusion, the electric transformer substation should have minimal effects on the surrounding area, and staff recommends approval of this conditional use permit, CUP 2023-005, with the conditions as noted in staff's report. They're listed here. Additionally, the Planning Commission at their meeting on March 21st voted 8-0 to approve a resolution recommending approval of this application with those conditions. That concludes my report on this item. I'll stand by after the public hearing for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Wine. Before we open the public hearing, Madam Clerk, please explain the timing system.
This is a public hearing, and each speaker is asked to provide their name and address. We will have a 10-minute period for the proponents, a 15-minute period for those in opposition, and then an additional 5 minutes for rebuttal.
This is a public hearing. Will the first speaker please come forward and provide their name and address? And that's to speak in favor of this ordinance.
Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of council, good evening. My name is Max Payer. My address is 5000 Dominion Boulevard in Glen Allen, Virginia. I appreciate you having me here tonight. I'm with the Dominion Energy Electric Transmission and Substation team. I provide public outreach and communication support for our projects, and I'm here to speak in support of this project. Expanding the substation will support the renewable energy produced by the Holland Road solar facility, for which a conditional use permit was approved in July of 2021. This project will also help us maintain reliable electric service that our customers expect and deserve. We remain committed to developing and implementing projects that meet the energy needs of Suffolk, and we also remain committed to being good neighbors in the community by being proactive in our communications. When we kicked off this project, we sent project announcement postcards to all property owners within 1,000 feet of the substation area, and we've provided these neighbors with our contact information so they can reach out to our dedicated project team. We have taken time to meet with at least one of the neighbors in the area who's had questions, and we've answered those for that neighbor. We'll continue to keep neighbors updated through the construction process, and thank you, Council, for the opportunity to express my support for this important project.
We have our next speaker to speak in favor of this ordinance. Do we have anyone here present who would like to speak in favor of this ordinance? If not, do we have anyone who would like to speak in opposition? Do we have anyone who would like to speak in opposition? Hearing no additional speakers, this public hearing is now closed. Council, an ordinance has been presented for consideration. Councilman Fawcett.
Mayor, I'd like to move for approval with conditions.
Got a motion for approval from Councilman Fawcett. Councilman Williams.
Second that, Mayor.
A second from Councilman Williams. Is there any discussion of the motion? Hearing none, council members prepare to vote. Please cast your vote. Madam Clerk, please record the vote.
Motion is approved by a vote of 8-0.
Our next public hearing is an ordinance to rezone and amend the official zoning map of the city of Suffolk to change the zoning from RE, Rural Estate Zoning District, to RM, Residential Medium Density Zoning District, conditional, for property located at zoning map 33, parcels 48, 48A, 49, and zoning map 34, parcel 26. Account numbers 25142100, 25141960, 25141940, and 250732000. And this is RZN 2021-18. Just as a reminder that consideration of this item has been continued to August 16th, 2023 council meeting. Mr. Manager, please provide an overview.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council, again, Kevin Wine will provide the staff report. Kevin?
Thank you again, Mr. Manager, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. You're familiar with this project. This was one of two that we initiated a new policy on the city's behalf to ensure that you're aware of these more significant land use items. So going back to your February meeting, we provided you with an overview of this. I'll get a little bit more detailed this evening, but this is a rezoning request to rezone a collection of 4 parcels, about 90 acres total, from RE to our RM zoning district. That's residential medium density. The property is located within the central growth area of the city of Suffolk, and it is designated for use within the suburban use district. The property itself is just outside of the bypass, pretty close to downtown, about a 5-minute drive. To the north of the parcel, we have some single-family parcels on Lake Kilby Road, zoned rural estate as well, and the Pitch Kettle Farm subdivision, which is zoned RL. That's residential low density. There's also a large undeveloped parcel zoned CP, that's Commerce Park, to the northeast of the site that has frontage on Pitch Kettle. To the south is a single-family residence beyond which are developed and undeveloped properties zoned heavy industrial, M2. And to the east of the site is the Route 58 bypass and undeveloped property Zone C conservation. To the west, we have some agricultural properties, and those are zoned A, agricultural. So the summary of this proposal is here. This is a rezoning seeking change in zoning designation from RE, rural estate, to RM. That's our residential medium density district again. It includes 4 parcels, 89 acres total. The request as presented by the applicant and proffered, voluntarily proffered, would permit no more than 204 single-family detached dwellings in total. As such, this would result in a density of 2.3 units per acre. And this application does include 750 linear feet of frontage improvements along the property's frontage on Lake Kilby, Lake Cahoon, and an additional 3,750 linear feet of improvements north of the site all the way to Pitch Kettle in the existing 30 feet of right-of-way that exists. This would include repaving, removing the crown on the road there, and expanding pavement to pavement width to 20 feet along that entire stretch. Here we have the rezoning exhibit. This clearly delineates where the properties are, and it shows the 4 properties involved. In a previous version of this application, the property, small property to the north there, was included as well. That's since been removed from the request. That was immediately adjacent to Pitch Kettle Farms. The subject parcels are located on Lake Cahoon and Lake Kilby Roads, approximately 0.9 miles from Pitch Kettle Road to the north and 0.7 miles from Holland Road to the south. The properties are currently undeveloped and consist of farmland, forest, and small areas of wetlands. The southernmost parcel borders the Route 58 bypass, but has no direct access to that limited access highway. Here we have the submitted conceptual layout associated with this subdivision request. And although there's no strict compliance with the conceptual plan, as it's not mandatory or proffered by the applicant, it does give us a good idea of the development potential as proposed. The project will have 2 street connections to the existing road network, one to Lake Kilby Road and one to Lake Cahoon Road. The proposed density as stated is 2.3 dwelling units per acre, which is less than the 4.4 maximum density permitted in the RM residential medium density zoning district. This zoning district does come with a minimum lot size of 10,000 square feet, and the conceptual plan depicts open space totaling about 27.5% of the site. This exceeds the 9% minimum for conventional subdivisions within this RM zoning designation, but falls below that 45% required for cluster subdivisions, as it's the intent of the developer not to cluster this subdivision. So the Department of Public Works Engineering has reviewed this proposal as it relates to stormwater, and as always, that's an important consideration when we are looking at rezoning applications. This site depicts the drainage divide that just runs north to the site of the northern boundary of the northernmost parcel. That's tax map 33*48. The project site will be graded so that the roads and finished lots drain to on-site stormwater management ponds before the treated runoff is released into the natural wetland channel to the south, and that's depicted on the photos here. So all drainage would go to the south of the site and not to the north back to Pitch Kettle. And that is depicted. Strict compliance with state stormwater standards will, of course, be verified at the time of engineering plan associated with this, should it be approved. So with all rezoning applications, we do receive a TIS or a TIA. That's a traffic impact study or assessment. And this is designed to provide a brief overview of those findings, but the site will be accessed utilizing right and left turn lanes as proposed at the 2 access points off of Lake Kilby and Lake Cahoon Roads. Additional turn lane evaluations will be done at Pitch Kettle Road and the Route 58 ramps, and ultimately the developer is proffering $25,000 to assist the city with a potential future project there for the preliminary engineering associated with the mitigation options for the ramp junction at those intersections. Holland and Lake Cahoon Roads, a westbound turn lane will be provided. And other improvements, the applicant is proposing to make improvements to Lake Kilby Road and Lake Cahoon Road to include along the entire frontage of the property on their side of the road, that's, as noted, 750 feet. That will be finished with curb, gutter, piped drainage, mill, and overlay, including dedication of right-of-way needed to get to the ultimate right-of-way width on that road. And adjacent or offsite improvements include property frontage. Outside of the property frontage, is 3,750 linear feet to remove the crown, mill, and overlay and pave the full width of the roadway, approximately 20 feet within that existing 30 feet of right-of-way. This exhibits is provided to show that area that would be improved, along with some profiles as well. But as noted, these profiles show 5 selected locations along this route, that 0.7-mile section that will be improved within the existing 30 feet of right-of-way, and then the profiles at stations 6 to 9 show the existing and proposed finished elevations of that roadway as well. This is a conditional rezoning. As such, we do have proffers as voluntarily proffered by the applicant. That includes mitigations to the school system as it relates to students generated by this development. The maximum number of units, which once again limited to no more than 204 units. The minimum square footage of the homes at 850 square feet. Design standards to include crawl space or raised foundations, high-quality siding and finishes, and architectural finishes, architectural shingles, and all of the improvements as outlined within the approved TIA. So that we look to the comp plan when evaluating rezoning requests, any and all rezoning requests, and the policies within the comp plan to make sure that we are making professional informed decisions and recommendations to you all in the Planning Commission. And these are some that we looked closely at in consideration of this application, including policy 2.1, which speaks to keeping development focused within growth areas of the city. This is in a growth area as designated by the 2035 Comprehensive Plan. It's designated for suburban use district. Policy 2.2 wants to ensure that development occurs in a predictable and orderly manner. There are residential subdivisions in the area of similar densities to this. Policy 2.4, promoting compatible land use. Transportation improvements needed to accommodate growth, but transportation improvement needs exceed funding. Focusing new development within the existing framework for growth will minimize the need to enhance transportation infrastructure outside the growth areas. Some additional thoughts. The focused growth approach maintains the conservation of agricultural status of lands outside the growth areas. That's why that growth boundary is so important. The suburban district is the least dense area inside the growth areas. The district should be primarily composed of traditional neighborhood residential subdivisions, as is proposed here. The recommended densities within the suburban use district is 1 to 5 units per acre. The proposed 2.3 falls well within there. In fact, on the slightly on the lower side. So with that being said, the proposed zoning designation RM is described in its purpose statement within the UDO as being ideally suited for the suburban use district, whereas the existing zoning RE is most appropriate for the rural conservation use district. So those are some of the key concerns from staff's perspective. The Planning Commission did review this application at their March 21st, 2023 meeting, and by a vote of 5 to 3 are recommending its approval to you all this evening with the proffers as provided by the applicant. Additionally, staff is recommending its approval for you tonight. That concludes my presentation on this item. I'll be happy to stand by at the conclusion of the public hearing for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Wine. Before we open the public hearing, Madam Clerk, please explain the timing system.
This is a public hearing, and each speaker is asked to provide their name and address. We'll have a 10-minute period for the proponents, a 15-minute period for those in opposition, and then an additional 5 minutes for rebuttal.
Thank you. Based on the attendance this evening, I would like to suggest that a motion be presented to suspend the rules that we normally adhere to and double the public hearing time, which would allow 20 minutes for proponents, 30 minutes for the opposition, and then 10 minutes in rebuttal. And a motion would be in order. Councilman Williams?
Move to approve.
A motion for approval. Councilman Johnson?
Second.
A second from Councilman Johnson. Is there any discussion of the motion? Hearing none, council members, prepare to cast your vote. Please vote. Madam Clerk, please record the vote.
Motion is approved by a vote of 8-0.
This is a public hearing. Will the first speaker please come forward and provide their name and address, and that is to speak in favor of this ordinance.
Good evening, Mayor Duman, Vice Mayor, members of council, city staff. My name is Grady Palmer. My business address, 999 Waterside Drive. I practice at the law firm of Williams Mullen. It's in the city of Norfolk. It's a pleasure to be here tonight on behalf of Bob Arnett and Matt Howard. We have a roster of consultants here as well. We understand that this will be discussed in an additional public hearing in August, so we'll be prepared to give a full presentation in August. In the interest of time, I'm going to pare down my remarks a little bit, but I did want to recognize the stickers in the audience. You see a number of stickers with Smart Growth, Suffolk on them. There's many people here in the audience here in support of this rezoning, which in my experience is a little unusual. Normally you do not see this level of support for a residential zoning project, and I think it does merit consideration. There are big issues involved in this rezoning, and I know many of the people that are here in support of this project are here because they are concerned about a healthy housing market in Suffolk. And that's why they showed up tonight, and we understand the people that are opposed to this project as well. Everybody's given their time, and I appreciate that. But it is important for a healthy housing market that allows buyers choices in where they would like to live in Suffolk. And that's why we're here tonight. This is a new residential project that is consistent with the comprehensive plan. It's recommended for approval by your staff. It's recommended for approval by the Planning Commission. And it's important that be approved from a healthy housing market perspective. We believe that it is dangerous to a healthy housing market to artificially restrict new housing, particularly when you have all three things. It's consistent with a comprehensive plan, it's recommended by approval by staff and the Planning Commission. We know, yes, home building is a business. Everyone here lives in a home built by a home builder who's in business to build homes. Many places around the country and even here in Hampton Roads, housing markets are deeply distorted based on artificial controls on the supply of housing. And one thing I did want to address, and I know there was a flyer that was being distributed in the lobby. The UDO has a provision that allows the advancement of capacity. So you have your adequate public facilities provisions in your UDO. The developer is committing $2.6 million to the city in a cash contribution, and that's because elementary schools, middle school, and high school are all included in the capital improvement plan, so that this project complies with the UDO's adequate public facilities provisions because of that, because all three levels of elementary, middle, and high school are all included in the school's capital improvement plan. That then allows us to proffer the cash commitments, which in this case are significant, to advance capacity in every level of public school education in Suffolk. And so with that, I will yield to Jeremy Johnson with the Realtors Association. Thank you.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council, good evening. My name is Jeremy Caleb Johnson, and I am the chairman of the Hampton Roads Realtors Association, headquartered at 638 Independence Parkway in Chesapeake, Virginia. This organization represents nearly 5,000 professional realtors and over 2,500 properties these realtors have sold in Suffolk just last year. The Hampton Roads Realtors Association, first and foremost, advocates for private property rights. We are the gatekeepers of the American dream and access to home ownership for all. And we are also advocates for principled smart growth driven by data and powered by community involvement. Some folks will have you believe that Suffolk has a glut of new homes being built based upon some astronomical number of open building permits. The fact of the matter is that according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, Suffolk building permits are trending downward. 828 building permits in 2021, 568 building permits in 2022, and so far this year, only 66 building permits, with a projection for 2023 of 396 building permits. Suffolk is trending downward. New residential building permits do not always equate to housing starts, and housing starts do not directly equate to completed houses. It's false equivalence, and more than that, it's false equivocation. Today, according to data sources from the Real Estate Information Network, RAIN MLS, there are a mere 260 homes for sale in Suffolk, down 18.1% from last year at this time. Suffolk, like so many places around the Commonwealth, is experiencing a bit of a housing shortage. Let's face it, Suffolk is growing, but slowly. The fact should not be surprising at all. People want to live in Suffolk. People want to work in Suffolk. And people want their kids to grow up in Suffolk. But they're having trouble finding homes. Suffolk needs new residential development done smartly in order to keep up with Suffolk's growth. We at the Hampton Roads Realtors Association believe that Suffolk can have it all: a robust agricultural community as well as quality housing development to support the job growth as so many businesses are choosing to locate in Suffolk. We want to work with neighbors and businesses to retain the best parts of yesterday while planning for the best parts of tomorrow. The Hampton Roads Realtors Association is here today to support the Lake Kilby Shores project as endorsed by the Planning Commission and staff. For many, many, many months, the developers have consistently listened to the concerns of the community and the city planning department. They have made adjustments, improved their plan, and mitigated nearly every concern of every interested party. The current Suffolk Comprehensive Plan establishes certain use districts, and this project falls in line with the citizens' wishes as laid out in the Comprehensive Plan. This development is where you'd expect it, how you would expect it, and when you would expect it. So I'll leave you with this question. Without housing opportunity for up-and-coming families and bright young professionals, what does the future of Suffolk look like? Is it trending downward? Thank you.
Our next speaker, please, to speak in favor of this ordinance. Do we have anyone else present who would like to speak in favor of this ordinance?
Hello, everyone. Mr. Mayor, Council, I am Ben Fitzgerald. I'm at 5132 Nansman Parkway there in northern Suffolk. First, I'd like to say that I've watched the development here in Suffolk. I've been here about 15, 16 years, and the development in the northern end is amazing. It's really, I think, those of you who were a part and those of you who support it. I can tell you, I live up there. We share residences we have a home in Burbage and a home in Riverfront, and I love everything that's happened there. But what I've come to find out from the people I represent, the constituency that I serve, people want options, and they all don't want to live in northern Suffolk. But like the gentleman who came to me beforehand, they want to live in Suffolk. And these expanded housing options, they help younger people to stay in Suffolk. Some people are faced with the possibility, hey, I'm married, we're married, we have children, we need another house, and we can't find what we want. Contrary to popular belief, everyone doesn't want to move to northern Suffolk. Suffolk is a really big place, and there's room for people throughout. And, it's ridiculous for us to think that it would chase all of the agricultural away. That's ridiculous. It would take a long time for that to happen. I'd say with this project, this would help to add to the strength of the downtown businesses. I know that's become a perennial issue. What are we doing to get people downtown and support the businesses downtown? Downtown Suffolk has a lot of potential. The problem is you need more rooftops. You need more people to help support those things. And as I think history has proven, us on the northern end, we're not coming to downtown on any regular basis. So we need to get some rooftops closer to there. Lastly, those who are looking for housing, they happen not to be geriatric. They're younger. These are people who are 45 and under, and it may be a surprise, but after people go to school, after people get education, good jobs, they get married, they have kids, they're looking for a nicer home. And they want those options here deeper in Suffolk. I'd say that this kind of diversity, this kind of generational diversity, this kind of diversity of people, not only who are born and raised in Suffolk, but there are people like me who have come from other places and have been happy to make Suffolk home. There are people around the state and other areas who, given the opportunity, might pick up a home in Suffolk and make us a stronger city. So I persuade you, I urge you to support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Have our next speaker to speak in favor of this ordinance.
Hi, I'm Bishop A.S. Hall. I am at 523 East Washington Street. As everyone before me has said, that Suffolk is a growing place. I grew up in Suffolk. I'm from Suffolk and proud to be in Suffolk. Like Ben Fitzgerald said, that everyone doesn't want to live in northern Suffolk. We need better housing in this area. This is something that we need to have. Sometimes I've always felt that Suffolk moves slower than other cities. We need the expansion. We need the growth. For those who do not want to live outside of Suffolk. We're growing, and we cannot keep the city like it's been. We have to look towards the future and not just keep everything like it is. We don't need a lack of movement. We need to have more of a progressive nature. My question now is, if not now, then when will we allow people to come into our great city, or people that is already here to stay in our great city? Those who are up north in Suffolk, they do not interact with downtown. That's the truth of the matter, and we need people support. We need to support our people, and we can't say who's going to stay in their place over here and over there. Suffolk needs diversity. And so I ask that you would consider approving this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have our next speaker to speak in favor of this ordinance.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. I'm Pastor Dion Gatlett. I'm the senior pastor of the Missouri Baptist Church located at 2020 Lake Cahoon Road. Yes, we are for this building project. We believe that it would be beneficial for the parishioners that I serve. It's affordable housing. It's something good for our community. And we also look forward to serving these great individuals that are moving to Suffolk. I also believe that we ought to look at continuing to build our beautiful city of Suffolk and continue to have wonderful housing for our people. I think it's a wonderful act. I do support it, and I hope that you would approve this act. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We have a next speaker to speak in favor of this ordinance. Got about 7 minutes left. Officer Messer, is there anyone out that would like to speak in favor? Okay, we got one coming.
Good evening. My name is Kenneth Jenkins. I live at 606 Hollywood Avenue. I support this project because I am a subcontractor. I do concrete work, and these projects help us feed our families. And we need these jobs to continue on and to work and to have somewhere to work, because times is getting a little bit hard right about now. So stopping these projects stops us from working. And we need to continue to work. And all of these, building these houses will help Suffolk. It'll even help out the people that are working at them big warehouses that's out on 58. It will help these people with their fuel costs and everything to get back and forth to work. They will be living closer to their jobs. When it comes down to the cost of these houses, that shouldn't matter to us, as long as somebody can afford them and is putting a roof over their heads. We shouldn't worry about the money issue because that's not what the program is about. These houses will put roofs over people's heads, families, and we should support it and support families and support the middle class so that we can continue to work and provide for our families. We have to be smart and grow Suffolk. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have our next speaker to speak in favor of this ordinance. Do you have anyone else who would like to speak in favor? We got about 5 minutes and 54 seconds. Okay, hearing none, we will move to opposition. We'll have 30 minutes allocated to opposition. I meant to mention this earlier, but be mindful of the time because you can actually talk as much as you want. So I don't know how many folks are here, so just be mindful of, who else is here and, not going to tell you what to say, but if you can get your point across in less time, then it'll allow for additional speakers to come in behind you. So with that being said, we have our first speaker to speak in opposition.
Christopher Dove, 852 Colonel Meade Drive, Suffolk, Virginia. I just read the capital improvement plan this afternoon. Kilby Shore or Kings Fork High School is not on the the capital improvement plan for replacement. Kings Fork Middle School is not, you can verify this, is not on the comprehensive improvement plan. The middle school does have capacity for more students. The high school is over capacity. Elephants Fork Elementary is over capacity as well. Elephants Fork will, according to the capital improvements plan, does not plan on having a replacement or an addition to the school for 6 to 10 years. It is unlawful for you to approve this rezoning without restricting development and occupancy for 6 to 10 years. Look at the law. I'm sure your attorney will go ahead and brief you on that. I'm not sure why Mr. Wine is not. Thank you.
We have our next speaker, please, to speak in opposition.
Sir, have a seat. Sir, have a seat. No, you're going to. Yes, sir. Okay, sir. Sir, you come up to the podium.
Travis McKinney, 2804 Lake Cahoon Point. I really didn't bring any talking points. I figured I'd just sit here and sound it out, listen and see what's going on out there. At the beginning of this whole conversation, when you all started making all your motions, I wanted to just kind of point out the human behavior of everything. See, when you're unaffected by a decision, it's easy to make. If you're affected by a decision, then all of a sudden it becomes complicated. As I sit there and watch you wrestle about making a decision about having another open trial, an open hearing, I saw it had to take a little bit of time for you to figure out how you were affected or unaffected by that decision. And I sat there and watched that whole thing play out. It was kind of fascinating. And I bring that up because here we are talking about something that's going to affect or unaffect people that live in this area. So I live off of this right down the road, directly going to affect me. A lot of things I haven't heard. I haven't heard about safety. I haven't heard about the road conditions and the goat paths. No, I've been here before talking about the goat paths and the substandard roads we have living back there. And if we start to, we're going to shave off the front up there and clean up one part of the road. But you got a lot of traffic that rolls back through there. Now, I think somebody said they did a traffic study or traffic report. You did it in the rain. You know how bad those roads get back there in the rain? You know how dark it gets back there at nighttime. There's no lights back there. You can't have kids out there walking on the streets because they'll get hit. There's very few bicyclists and people who ride bikes down those roads because they're so narrow. I've lost 2 mirrors coming down that road because you have to kind of squeeze over, lean on the shoulder a little bit, just get 2 cars go past each other. I've broken off 2 side mirrors because of that. We know what's talking about that. The only thing I hear people talking about is money. I hear a lot of money being thrown around here. I hear a lot of privileged people running in the door here talking about money. I'm going to give the city $2.4 million to fix a ramp. We're going to give you this, we're going to give you that, we're going to improve a road. I ain't heard me talk about safety. My kids go to these school systems up here. They're overcrowded. You got Eclipse out there, you got Chuck Tucky, you got these people from the north that get bused down here for schools, but you all got to start talking about schools. We're talking about growth. We're going to grow. Nobody's told me a reason why this is so important. Hell, the developer, he just said, hey, we can push this off 6 months. All of a sudden, the importance of that to him isn't as such urgent as it is to everybody else. So we don't talk about growth. How about smart growth? Why do we have to put 204 cookie cutter houses in a cookie cutter neighborhood where you ain't gonna have enough room to barbecue out your backyard? We're going to charge $500,000 is what I believe. I heard the price on that. Right now, a house in Suffolk, a 3,000 square foot house goes for about $500,000. You're talking about 1,850-foot cookie cutter houses that everybody says is going to be in demand, and you're going to sell them for $500,000. That math ain't add up either. How about the impact to the real estate in the area, right? So I hear a lot of money being thrown around here, but I haven't heard any common sense being thrown around here. We don't have to grow that fast. You can put 20 houses in there. You can maintain the lifestyle of the area that people have bought and invested their time and life into. See, that's why you got a lot of people out here. This is our lifestyle out there. Taking something like this is growth, but it's more like a tumor than it is anything else. That's all I got for you tonight, but I'll see you August 16th.
Thank you, sir. We have our next speaker to speak in opposition.
Good evening, Mayor Dooman, Vice Mayor Williams, Councilman, Councilwoman. My name is Michelle Falk. I live 1104 Manning Road, Whaleville Borough. A couple of people have just gotten up here and said affordable housing, buzzword, $500,000, another buzzword. But I would like to call your attention to the development that we are all speaking about. In the fiscal impact analysis, the developer, Mr. Arnett, proposes to build about 204 homes at $500,000. That's a whole lot of money coming in to Suffolk. Yet, we keep hearing affordable homes. Why is it that these homes can be called affordable? For who? Are millennials being targeted for these homes? The average annual income of a Suffolk resident that is working, it's about $45,900 and some odd dollars. Works out to be about $3,828 a month. So tell me, how can a millennium, afford a $500,000 home? The ones I know can't. The average cost of a house, according to Zillow, is $338,968 and going up. Actually went up over this past year about a 5.3%. Even if you have 2 adults working, they also have other financial obligations. I'm just wondering, where is this $500,000? I mean, where can they find that kind of money? I believe we can all see that a $500,000 home is out of reach for not only the millennials, but also for the X, Y, and Z generations. My children, my grandchildren, and most of you all probably have grandchildren as well. And I can't afford to help them. Now, some of you know me. You know my husband. He was a former contractor. He says he's retired. He gets a call every now and then. And he has built some custom homes through the years along with church, but he's also built affordable homes for others. And yes, things have gone up. And we're not opposed to people building homes and moving to Suffolk. We're not opposed to that. But we need to take into consideration what's affordable. Now, I don't know where the city or how this came about, but the $500,000 is kind of throwing us off here. Would really appreciate if you all take your time and please review all of this information. I know that Suffolk is attracting a lot of people, and there's probably room for it, but our roads and our schools are not ready. And until we get them ready, we're going to have issues. I thank you for taking the time to listen.
Thank you, ma'am. We have our next speaker. Next speaker, please, to speak in opposition.
My name is Wayne Boyce. I live at 5121 Indian Trail. Mayor Duman, Vice Mayor Ward, and Council. I'm here tonight to ask that you don't approve the rezoning request for the Lake Kilby project. The reason I ask this is because this road is at the top of the list as one of Suffolk's worst and unsafe roads, along with Manning Road, Murphy's Mill Road, White Marsh Road, Lake Cahoon, Shoulders Hill, Indian Trail, and others. All of these roads in my 55 years of driving in Suffolk have never been widened or upgraded. I have asked you before that our rural roads need white lines on the sides to help drivers distinct where the road ends and the ditch starts. When I asked Robert Lewis with the city about this, his answer was, he's not allowed to do this because the roads don't meet VDOT specification in road width. Until our roads are upgraded to the UDO standard and VDOT standard, we need to stop development on them to promote the health, safety, and general welfare of the public. So I ask you again, vote the facts and listen to we the people. Let's start Suffolk's safe, slow, and smart growth with a no vote on this rezoning project. Thank you. P.S. We need to build our house before we invite the guest.
Thank you, sir. We have our next speaker to speak in opposition.
Good evening. My name is Tim Dowdy. I'm a long-term resident of Suffolk, and I reside on Indian Trail. This rezoning request presents virtually all of the conceivable negative and undesirable effects that would properly define the term reckless growth. Reckless growth. The City Council has a clear and persuasive basis to reject this unwise rezoning. An astonishing irony exists here as well that I hope hasn't eluded everyone here. A paid spokesperson for this developer at the Planning Commission hearing on this particular rezoning said this: Virginia Beach and Chesapeake, we can all recognize, didn't have smart growth, and they had all kinds of problems, and we want smart growth. That's what he said. Yet this very rezoning request, this same person is being paid to advocate for, is in reality the precise opposite of smart growth. It's actually identical to the reckless and ill-conceived rezonings which spurred the explosive and unwise growth which he openly condemned himself as having occurred in our two neighboring cities that he mentioned. So it occurs to me, he, I, or anyone else could call a pig a ballerina, but that's not going to make it one. If the concept is smart growth, it needs to in fact be smart given a number of considerations about existing infrastructure. He contended, and I agree, that's where Virginia Beach and Chesapeake largely went wrong, and it's where many of us suggest this city is sliding into that very same dilemma. Cramming high-density housing onto rezoned crop fields where the related existing infrastructure, roads and traffic safety, overcrowded schools, stormwater management and flooding problems, etc., where they're already inadequate and overwhelmed, is in no sane person's mind a smart thing. It can't be, with a straight face anyway, labeled smart growth to do that. No lucid, sober, sane person can call that process smart. In fact, it's brazenly reckless. It regrettably diminishes the quality of life and public safety of the residents of this city. This proposed, what is in actuality high-density housing project, is incompatible with the large lot homes and rural fields in the immediate and general area. It would provide to the city no substantive improvements, no amenities, and no fiscal advantages or even break-even solvency. It would negatively impose the polar opposite, major detriments to public and traffic safety, to an overcrowded school district, to road flooding problems, and to the quality of life and, yes, property values of the residents of Suffolk. I say this with all intended and due respect. Please know that, right or wrong, fair or not, an alarmingly high percentage of Suffolk's current residents readily say they don't believe our city's leaders are listening to them. And they don't believe that they care about them or their quality of life. Again, right or wrong, fair or not, an alarmingly high percentage of our residents think this and will say it. I respectfully ask that you show them you are in fact listening and that you do genuinely care by bringing such reckless growth rezoning requests like this under some semblance of prudent control. If this particular landowner or this particular developer wishes to build houses on this subject site, perfectly fine. And they already have a green light to do so in the existing and appropriate zoning that exists on that farm field now, rural estate. Again, they already have a green light to build houses on that property if they wish to do so. It should be done in the appropriate zoning that fits with that area. Thoroughly ill-suited rezoning requests like this one clearly should be denied. You have every reason to responsibly deny it, and the good people here and across this city ask that you do so. Thank you.
We have our next speaker to speak in opposition.
All right, City Council, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Manager, good evening. What a night, right? My name is Brian Harris. I live at 2455 Lake Cahoon, just about 3 fingers to the left of that graphic up there. I come before you guys all the time talking about how important the details are, and that's what this application really is about. It's the devil is in the details. That's the wrong graphic up there. That was for the rezoning that was denied last year, so that's not the same concept graphic, just a small detail. The little ones, they add up though. I really wish we would have just gone to it tonight. We brought a lot of people out. We spent a lot of time on it. It's really frustrating that the deference goes to the developer, not the citizens who are putting in the real hard work. This is now the third go-around for us. I know you say that you're listening, but I think it's more of a hearing, not a listening. Those two words are not the same. What I'd like to do tonight, in light of this deferral, several of our speakers, my neighbors and I, we're going to save our comments until we come back in August. We're going to save some of your time so we can move on to the next important things. I think the budget's coming up and we want to hear about that. We do have a petition though, and I'd like to make sure that you guys get an updated copy of it. It's 586 signatures of local citizens, someone represented from each of your boroughs who put in the time to add comments and speak their peace of mind about why they oppose this effort. 586 folks that's not small beans. Again, it's unfortunate that we're going to have to come back again, and we are going to save some of our comments for the next time around. But echoing some of what Ms. Falk came up here to talk about, just a show of hands in the community, everybody out here, who's actually read the rezoning application? Everybody, who's read it? Not a lot of hands in the air. I would expect everybody's hand to be in the air. We're talking about a big deal, so big that we're pushing it out another 120 days, all right? You sure that's it? A lot of you drove a long way to be here. Show of hands again, who read it? All right. Before we come back, I hope everybody takes the time to read this application, because many things that were said up here do not align with what that application has been presented to staff. When we come back, I really hope people are grounded and based and know what's in this application, because like that graphic, the details matter. We'll see you guys in August. Have a nice night.
Make sure we have our next speaker. Next speaker, please, to speak in opposition. We've got another 12 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members, and City Manager. I would like to address some of the comments that the proponents
Ma'am, can you
made.
state your name and address, please?
I'm sorry. Denise Murden, 4041 Kingston Parkway. And I would like to address some of the comments that the proponents made tonight. First of all, I'd like to say that I've lived here in Suffolk less than 6 years, and I am one of those people that got pushed out of Virginia Beach because I was tired of what that community was becoming, and I also wanted to live in a more diverse community, and that's one of the things that I love about Suffolk. I know these people that come out here now to these city council meetings because we're working together when we're not here at the city council meetings, and I know that these people are not against growth in our city, and they are wanting to have more people of all kinds of living in our city. One of these speakers tonight said that Suffolk is growing slowly. Well, I would like to point out that Suffolk is the fastest growing city in Virginia and the 78th fastest growing city in the nation. Giving us some figures about Suffolk building permits being down is one data point, and for me, that's not enough. And if we're the fastest growing city in Virginia, then we have a special responsibility to handle that growth smartly, as they like to say. But interestingly enough, I feel like they've perverted the smart growth term, because actually, if you do a little research, you'll find out that this is a concept from the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. Smart growth, and I'm going to quote here, covers a range of development and conservation strategies that help protect our health and natural environment and make our communities more attractive, economically stronger, and more socially diverse. So, as the former speaker said, they can build there. They can build to the density that's already been approved, because we cannot, at this point, handle more growth until we take care of our other needs, until we take care of our schools, until we take care of our roads, until we take care of our emergency response services. All of that needs to be considered as we move forward. Just rubber stamping the developer's request to cram more and more homes onto a piece of property is not smart growth. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. We have a next speaker, please. Next speaker to speak in opposition. Do we have anyone else who'd like to speak in opposition? We got 9 minutes and 26 seconds. Officer Master, anyone on? Nope. Nope.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. I'll keep this quick and come back in August. I oppose this for all the reasons.
Please state your name and address, just for the record, not that we don't know it. But
Thomas Ryan, 119 Suffolk Meadows Boulevard in North Suffolk. I do come downtown. I'm here now. I love downtown. I love Suffolk. I respect all you guys. We disagree. That's great. That's why we're here. But I do oppose this. We talk about this. I was at the retreat, stayed there both days, almost the whole time. And what I heard was walkable neighborhoods that are safe, mixed-use developments, affordable housing, all those things that I don't really hear tonight. I appreciate that we had those, that I was able to listen to those discussions. I support that 100%. I know that there's a lot of issues with housing in Suffolk that we need to address. I don't think this addresses them. I'm sure the houses would sell. I'm sure. That's not an issue, okay? But to be honest with you, this is not the right development for this area. Being that I think, if I'm correct, it's Earth Day, it's very appropriate to say, keep the agricultural, keep the forested land. It's important. We actually have a day once a year that recognizes it. So, I know, to Vice Mayor Ward, a tree grows in Brooklyn. Leave the trees growing in Suffolk, please. Thank you.
We have our next speaker to speak in opposition. Do we have anyone else here this evening to speak in opposition? We got about 8 minutes and 38 seconds. Hearing none, we will now move to the rebuttal period, and we have 10 minutes for rebuttal. Do we have anyone who would like to speak during the rebuttal period?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. First, I'd like to say that I'm shocked to hear there's an alarming amount of people who don't think you listen. You all listen. We don't agree all the time, but you all listen. There's not one of you that I've reached out to or my constituents have reached out to that has not answered the phone, has not been gracious. One of the things I can say, the ones of you I've dealt with, you're pretty honest. You know, you're pretty honest. We don't always agree, but you're honest. I want to say thank you, and believe it or not, you know, I know I'm losing my hair up here, but I'm a millennial, and I live in these kind of homes. I have children. My oldest, she's going into her third year at, she started early, but third year at Christopher Newport University, and she's going to want to stay here, I pray. She's going to want to stay here, and I'm hoping that she has the options, like the ones up on the screen, that she has the options. I'm not worried about the pains of growth. I know that there are always growing pains when you're doing something. It saddens me that you have people that don't want to invite others. That saddens me. But I believe that right will prevail, and I believe that you all do listen, and we'll continue to pray for you, to support each of you as you all do the work of governing this great city. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you again. Grady Palmer, 999 Waterside Drive in the city of Norfolk. And this will be the last, I'll be the last speaker in rebuttal, but I just want to thank your staff. You have a great professional staff, planning staff, all your staff and all the cities do a great work evaluating projects. This project is no exception. Your staff has written a great staff report. And I just want to say, just in a defense of, at least from our perspective, a defense of staff, that the staff has reviewed this. They've done a great job. They have applied the comprehensive plan, and they've given you all the references that they used. And I know you've heard things about reckless rezonings tonight. This is not reckless. This is in your comprehensive plan. It's been evaluated by your professional staff, recommended for approval by the Planning Commission. So with that, we will see you in August, and we thank you very much.
Do we have anyone else who would like to speak during the rebuttal period? We still got 7 minutes and 44 seconds left in rebuttal. Do we have anyone else to speak during the rebuttal period? Hearing no additional speakers, this public hearing is now closed. At this time, we are going to take a brief 10-minute recess, and we will be back at 8:25. Thank you.
Council chambers, everyone take a seat, please. Did everybody take a seat?
City Council is now back in session, and we will move to our next public hearing, which is an ordinance to rezone and amend the official zoning map of the city of Suffolk to change the zoning from RL, Residential Low Density Zoning District, to B2, General Commercial Conditional Zoning District for property located at 4944 and 4948 Shoulders Hill Road. Zoning map 12, parcel 27A, account number 303168000. This is RZN 2022-8 conditional. Mr. Manager, please provide an overview.
Yes, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. Again, Kevin Wine, Director of Planning and Community Development, is going to provide the staff report.
Thank you again, Mr. Manager, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. This, like the project previously you're familiar with, was a significant land use item we shared with you back in February, so you are familiar with this project. It is it's in our inner ring suburban use district, part of the northern growth area, and as we've done in the past, I'm kind of presenting a combined presentation this evening. These are companion items. Obviously, you will have two separate public hearings, but this is a rezoning that would pave the way for a CUP ultimately for a proposed mini warehouse facility. Here's the current zoning map. This property is currently zoned RL, that's residential low density. To the west, you have the Bayberry Cove subdivision, also zoned RL. To the east, you have the Bullock Mobile Home Park, zoned RU. North, you have some single-family homes and townhomes zoned RL and PD respectively. And to the south, you have single-family homes zoned RM. That's a residential medium-density zoning district. So a summary of these applications. Like I said, there are two separate applications, two separate public hearings. The rezoning is from RL, residential low density, to B2, general commercial, conditional. There's a proffer statement associated with that as voluntarily proffered by the applicant. The conditional use permit would allow for a mini warehouse or self-service storage facility. This is one parcel. It consists of 6.27 acres in size. Here you have the extent of the subject property that would pertain to the rezoning and the CUP. Like I said, this is 6.27 acres in size. We have a conceptual plan as required for conditional use permits. That here you see the two-story buildings with interior storage, interior access depicted, as well as 4 single-story external access buildings. Adherence to this conceptual layout is a recommended condition of staff's. The applicants also provided some elevations that they've proffered adherence to. Here you can see a depiction of the two-story buildings, which look more office in style. We do have supplemental use regulations for these types of facilities as well, and the design here is intended to meet those supplemental use standards, which are quite stringent on the architectural side. As proffered by the applicant, there's one that is not up here. I'll share that with you. But the use shall be limited to a mini warehouse, including outdoor storage of recreation vehicles. This is really important because the B2 has a lot of uses that are permitted as a matter of right within it. They're essentially proffering out all of those other uses in the B2 that are much more impactful than a self-service storage facility. Additionally, they have proffered that the finished building appearance will be constructed in accordance with the elevations date stamped 6/20/22, provided that they also comply with the supplemental use regulations for mini warehouse storage. Additionally, they are proffering the reservation of right-of-way along Pewsville and Shoulders Hill Road that would allow us to meet the desired ultimate right-of-way width there, at least on their side of the road. Once again, we have the conceptual plan here for you to take a look at. But as previously stated, the rezoning application has been submitted concurrently with the conditional use permit application for the mini warehouse storage facility. And the overall square footage of these buildings would be 138,000 square feet of space, roughly 900 square feet of office space. The proposed storage facility is not proposed to be a 24-hour access facility like many of these. The office hours will be 9 a.m. to 5:30 p.m., and gate access will be limited to 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. Access to the site will be taken from Pughesville Road only, and an emergency-only access will be provided along Shoulders Hill Road. That was a key sticking point during staff's evaluation. The storage of goods and recreation vehicles are proposed to be primarily held within the building and conditioned atmosphere option. The applicant has stated that the proposed storage facility is unique in concept as it is designed to have a neighborhood business appearance. The applicant has also stated that the location of the property is ideal for the proposed use given its central location to several communities within the city. The applicant has additionally noted that the ability of the development to blend a business use, a business facade with the surrounding neighborhood provides for an appropriate transition from the residential uses in the community to the key arterial intersection that is Shoulders Hill Road and Pughesville. The proposed use will encourage the development and improvement of the surrounding property, providing a needed resource for the surrounding community. The site does contain 0.7 acres of wetlands that are not proposed to be impacted as a part of the development. However, some permanent impacts may be required for construction of the required outfall, the stormwater outfall. The applicant's traffic impact assessment states that the proposed development is expected to generate 14 p.m. a.m. peak hour trips and 23 peak p.m. trips, excuse me. The Department of Public Works Traffic Engineering Division reviewed and approved the traffic impact assessment submitted in support of this rezoning application. So these are our conditions as proposed. You can ignore condition 2 up there. I thought I amended that, but that is not proposed. That's actually handled through the proffer. That's why that's been removed. But the conditional, these are our general conditions associated with uses of this nature. One being conformance to the provided conceptual layout, and that this will only be for a mini warehouse facility. Additionally, the elevations is provided by the applicant. Adherence to those. We are conditioning the access along Shoulders Hill Road be limited to emergency only access, meaning that the customer access will be provided along Pughesville Road. So these are some of the key considerations that we look at for rezonings, and we just talked about those in the previous public hearing staff report. But of key consideration here, policy 2.1, keeping development in focused and designated growth areas. Once again, this is in our northern growth area. It's designated for use as inner-ring suburban use district. Policy 2.2 wants to assure that development occurs in a predictable and orderly manner. This is at a key intersection and meets those locational criteria for the B2 zoning designation, being at 2 arterial roads at a key intersection. And we want to promote the compatibility in land use patterns, and we believe that's accomplished here, one, by a commercial use at this intersection that doesn't generate a tremendous amount of impacts. These don't generate a lot of traffic at all. Folks once they utilize them, tend to leave their things there and don't come back a lot. So that's proven. So staff has evaluated this against the comprehensive plan, against the UDO, and we find the rezoning to be compatible with the comprehensive plan, and the existing parcel meets the locational criteria outlined for the B2 zoning district, and the proposed use is expected to be compatible with the surrounding land uses. Therefore, we're recommending approval of the rezoning request, and we're also recommending approval of the conditional use permit associated with this. The Planning Commission considered both of these items at their March 21st meeting, and by a vote of 7-1 have recommended approval of both the rezoning with the proffers associated with it, as well as the CUP for the mini warehouse use. So that concludes my presentation on this item. I'll be happy to stand by after the public hearings to address any concerns.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wine. Before we open the public hearing, Madam Clerk, please explain the timing system.
This is a public hearing, and each speaker is asked to provide their name and address. We will have a 10-minute period for the proponents, a 15-minute period for those in opposition, and then an additional 5 minutes for rebuttal.
This is a public hearing. Will the first speaker please come forward and provide their name and address? And this is to speak in favor of this ordinance.
Good evening. My name is Whit Harper. I work at Saunders and Ojeda, 705 West Washington Street, right up the road here. I'm here on behalf of Blue Bill Development on the conditional use permit that dovetails with the rezoning here. I think one thing that I wanted to go ahead and address was, I know there's going to be a lot of comments about traffic in this project. The reason we think this is a good project for this area is self-storage spreads out its traffic over a broad spectrum of the day, and Mr. High can go into that a good deal. He's the developer on this project. I also wanted to talk a little bit about the other issue that will be brought up will be the viability of this project versus, people say, well, we've got tons of self-storage units. I can say that my client has invested a ton of time and effort into putting this forward, and he wouldn't have done that if he didn't think it was a viable option. And he can certainly also speak to the success he's had and what he expects there. I would like to thank planning and their work in going through this. This is something that's gone back and forth a good deal, specifically on the issues of traffic, how we've had to set aside part of Shoulders Hill for future widening, which was anticipated, something that needs to be addressed, and they're doing what they can to address it, as well as the the entrance only on Pewsville Road. So I ask you to take those into consideration, and we'll be here if you got any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We have our next speaker to speak in favor.
Good evening. My name is Robert High, 813 Inlet View Drive, Wilmington, North Carolina, and I'm the developer. One thing that is unique about this project is, as you see the four buildings on the outside of the property, or inside the property, but they're four different buildings. They're unique from most other self-storage. Those units are 15 by 50. They have larger doors for, an example, the RV can be in there. A golf cart, a boat, cars, whatever. These are unique products that are not at the majority of storage facilities. We do have your traditional climate storage in the two buildings, but those buildings, which take up about 38% of the project, is unique compared to any other storage in this area that I know of. The other thing we talk about traffic. We are really diversified in our time. Year to date, on about 25 sites that I own, 10% come on visit and sign leases on Sunday, 17% on Monday, 13% on Tuesday, 13% on Wednesday, 15% on Thursday, 15% on Friday, and 14% on Saturday. Carrying that a little bit further, between 9 and 12, 37.92% signed at that time. Between 12 and 3, 34% signed. And between 3 and 5:30, 28% signed. So we do not control, and in fact, our office is not even open till 9 o'clock. So we're not there to bother peak times as traditional in other businesses. We do have very light traffic to help avoid issues that come up about traffic. We've tried to build a very attractive building. When we come to community, we try to be part of the community. We get involved with the community. We work with police departments or communities or all different type areas to find ways that we can participate and help supporting the community. We find this location is good because it is in areas that need storage. In fact, if y'all were to approve this tonight, this product would not be open for approximately 2 years. We still have to do all the design, all the engineering, which is probably a 12-month process, and then we have the construction. So we are 2 years out from being here. And our product is unique compared to so many other storages. We've built this project throughout the southeastern United States, and with the combined products of the boat and RV, larger units, and the self-storage, it really adds two components that help blend for a community and a neighborhood. With that, I'll be glad to answer any questions now or later.
Thank you, sir. We have the next speaker to speak in favor.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. My name is Brian Lane, 7021 Harborview Boulevard, Suite 102. I'm a land surveyor, and this is a project. I just want to talk about the technical merit of the project. I've been in front of the Friday morning meetings on this property for the past 5 years. It is zoned RL now, and we tried to fit residential, like the zoning called for, into this project, but we didn't meet level of services. We had a big issue with level of services. So we worked with staff, and many times we were asked to revise our layout many times. We recognized the issues and massaged those issues to where we could get tonight with a recommendation of approval, not just from staff, but from Planning Commission too. And the issues we had to work out was, number one, traffic. And when you look at the build analysis versus the non-build analysis, what's existing today and what could be built today, the generation was so few that it wasn't any impact at all. But yet we are dedicating what Pughesville Road and Shoulder Hills Road needs with this plan. If it is approved, we're dedicating right-of-way that will increase the movement. And there are traffic movements that traffic is looking at now for future improvements. Level of service with utilities. It's a low-use utilities. We have no impact to schools. The traffic that it does generate, you heard Mr. High, he's looking at the numbers on 25 different ones, and they match the numbers out of the uniform traffic code that, hey, this is not a peak use design or use. This is just not a peak use need here. The other thing that I wanted to bring up, stormwater. We have looked at stormwater. We did meet with the Pughesville Civic League. They were in favor of it. We had to meet with them just because we thought it was necessary to do so. And I think they're here tonight to tell you that they do appreciate it when we come out and try and see what's going on with the community, because we do want to bring something that fits the design and the needs, and also respect the stakeholders who are out there now. If you have any technical questions, I'm here to answer those. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have our next speaker to speak in favor of this ordinance. Got another 2 minutes and 52 seconds. You want to speak? Come on forward.
Good evening, council. Hadn't seen you guys in a while. Good to be here. How y'all doing? I'm Carolyn White, 4216 Coltrane Avenue in the city of Suffolk, Pughesville. I'm here. I just want to say that I do agree with this project, and I do agree, and I wholeheartedly agree, and thank them for coming to the Pughesville Civic League and including us in something. We finally got notice, Mayor. Isn't that wonderful? So I just want to say that we wholeheartedly approve. I'm not going to hold you all up because I missed you guys. But I'll be back because I've been doing a lot of studying. I've been doing a lot of investigating. So I'll be back. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We have our next speaker, please. Got another 2 minutes and 40 seconds.
2 minutes?
Yes, ma'am, and 40 seconds.
like
There you
Mayor
go. I know, I'm
Sunday,
sorry.
the Holy Ghost.
Just setting the stage there. I think the clock's over there.
Hello, City Council, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and welcome, Councilman Rector. I haven't got to really get to meet you or anything, but everybody else already know me. My name is Pamela Brandy. I'm at 5016 Pearl Street, Chesapeake, Virginia, 23321. I am the president of the Chesapeake of Pughesville Civic League. We know that Pughesville Civic League has both Chesapeake and Suffolk in. I am totally in agreement with this action here coming to our community. I am, as Carolyn said, that finally somebody has included us in. For as talking about traffic, well, traffic already is around because of what goes on 664 and 17. And then, by the way, you all are already working on Shoulder Hill Road, but as well, I'm not going to keep you long because I'm doing my research too. But I am totally in agreement with what's going on, so I can speak for the Chesapeake side. We happy. Thank you, and you all be blessed.
Thank you, ma'am. We have our next speaker to speak in favor. Do we have anyone else present who would like to speak in favor of this ordinance? Hearing none, do we have anyone who would like to speak in opposition?
Thomas Ryan, 119 Suffolk Meadows Boulevard. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. I also live near this facility. I've spoken to you about this before. I've sent you numerous emails. I put information on the portal. I don't want to repeat myself, but as you can see, there's nobody else here to talk about us tonight. I don't know why. Maybe people feel that you've already made your decision about this. I don't feel that way, and I don't mean to be joking about it. I'm concerned, as I said before, about the perception of citizens in this city regarding their ability to speak and be heard and listened to. Okay, I got that out of the way. I've been here many times before, as many citizens have, speaking about the traffic issues on both the Shoulders Hill Road and Pughesville Road. All the documentation that the city provides to citizens to review, including the 2035 comprehensive plan, state that the corner of Pughesville Road and Shoulders Hill Road is one of the worst intersections in the city for citizen traffic, for vehicular traffic. I think it's in alphabetical order, but it's number 17. Number 4 is Bridge Road and Shoulders Hill Road. So that entire section of road on Shoulders Hill from Bridge Road to Pughesville Road is LOSD and is already scheduled, as many people have said, for work in 2028. 2028, okay? At the same time, we're here, I think 2 months ago, maybe it was last month, holding up a project on Shoulders Hill Road, near Bridge Road, with Mr. Napolitano, who I totally respect and support his ability to build houses there when that construction is completed. I'm not actually opposed to rezoning this property. I'm opposed to rezoning this property at this time in this location. Okay? It does not make sense for the citizens of Suffolk to suffer any safety calamities because of this. Again, I'm sure people will go and put their things in this storage facility. It's not needed, though. Look, you can put lipstick on a pig all you want, but this is a warehouse. It's just one more warehouse in Suffolk, regardless of how it looks. It's not a transition period. There's residential, 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 residential. A park that the Suffolk Parks and Recreation Center is building right now on this corner. Here's the facility, here's the corner. They're putting a park right there. And guess what's right here? The bike path. This widening of Shoulders Hill Road includes a multi-use path that comes right alongside this facility. So you're going to put a bike path, a park, a multi-use path, and a warehouse right in the middle of residential, and then you're going to tell the people this is for their enjoyment and their safety. Come on. There is a Shoulders Hill Commerce Park currently under development 1 mile down the road that has 5 acres of property that hasn't been spoken for, because I talked to the crew chief down there, that's already zoned for this use. And guess what's going to go in it in half of that? So in the other 5 acres, because I think it's 10 acres, there's a mini storage facility going in it, which includes outdoor storage for RVs, boats, and cars. It's 1 mile down the road. Again, I'm not saying nobody's going to put their things in this. I'm not saying that he shouldn't have the right to do it, but why rezone this property that's RL for this facility when it sits in the middle of a residential area? I just don't get it. I'm also concerned that in the weeks and the months leading up to this meeting, I have heard on more than one occasion statements such as, it's better than an apartment complex, it will generate less traffic than residential. At times, the intended message, as I received it in my years, because I do listen, came across as, you can have a mini storage facility or an apartment complex. Those are your two choices. Well, guess what? For an apartment complex to go in there, it would have to be rezoned anyway, and we'd be in this chamber, okay? As it stands now, it's RL. So what does that mean? My math may be slightly off, but 6 acres of low-density residential, I think it allows for 1.5 housing units per acre. So at 6 acres, that's 9 single-family homes. 9 single-family homes by right. They can put them there. We can't stop them. More than that, and this property would have to be rezoned, which planning has already stated in all the documents I've read, it's been problematic, and it was stated again tonight. I'm not sure why. I guess it's schools is one of them, but so are roads. It's not safe. If correct, then I don't see how a 137,000 square foot warehouse, which generates 14 peak AM trips and 23 peak PM trips, is any safer than 9 single-family houses on there. Even if I use Mr. Lewis's statements that it's 10 trips a day, that's 90 trips total a day with 9 houses on there, okay? And if you calculate that if both husband and wife have to go work to support living in that single-family home, you're talking maybe 18 trips at most in AM and 18 trips at most in PM, which is less than what they're stating the traffic that this warehouse would generate. I don't see how residential houses on this lot create a worse situation than this warehouse. And the other thing is, once this is on there, this is on there. This is a forever project. This is your legacy to these people who live right across the street. You can't go, oh, we were wrong. You know what, we shouldn't approve that. What about in the future, after you do the research on the North Suffolk connector, it's determined that, hey, this is a good project to get around that train track that stops down there right next to my house for an hour a day, so traffic can get through there effectively. Guess what? This warehouse sits right there. So you're going to bring all that traffic right through there again. I mean, there's other considerations here than just this warehouse is better than residential in this area. And I don't think that all these options have been looked at. I really don't. They weren't included in the packet that planning gave to us. And again, they've been very helpful for me, believe me. I have total respect for planning. This is not about planning. This is about, there's a lot of information here. This is just not the right project for this spot at this time. It really isn't. I don't know why we're even considering this. Every single person that's up here has said Shoulders Hill Road is a disaster. It's unsafe. You yourself said, I can't see me approving any more housing units on this road until that work is completed. And I take that. I respect that. And again, you guys are all great people. This is not about me having an issue with you. This is just a disagreement. Yes, I'm very passionate because I love Suffolk. I love living where I'm at. I don't want to move. You know, and I wish there was 50 people. I said this last time. I wish there was 50 other people up here to talk, but there's not. Somebody needs to take civic responsibility seriously and get up here and speak. That's why you give us this time. I know you're sick of hearing from me, but you know what? As long as I have the opportunity and you're willing to listen, I'm going to come up here. If I feel I can speak to the betterment of this community, I'm not going to come up here. Anyway, thank you. I oppose this rezoning and I oppose the CUP. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have our next speaker, please. Next speaker to speak in opposition.
Christopher Dove, 852 Colonel Lee Drive. I'm confused when I hear that the comprehensive plan says that we need to put a B2 development right here when it's zoned RL. How do we get from low-density residential in the middle of a residential area surrounded by residential zonings, and we go to a commercial property? That just doesn't make sense. I mean, we have a comprehensive plan. You haven't followed it in the past, but why don't you start following it now? Thank you.
Here, our next speaker, please.
Good morning. My bad.
Almost.
That was a joke. Well, we've been here a long time. Selena Thornton, 1921 Piedmont Road. Everybody has said everything that I wanted to say, but I do have some questions. The design. He said that it was going to take 2 years to build, and that after it gets approved, that they was going to go back into the design phase of this. I mean, I don't understand that part of it. Is it already designed? I mean, because he did present to us potentially what it would look like. So I'm kind of confused about that question. Maybe he'll clear that up in the rebuttal part. Also, I do have another question about the turn in and turn out on Pewsville Road. I just want to get some clarification. Is it you can only right turn in and exit out right, that there's no left turn into this facility? I just want to get clarification. I'm quite sure he'll tell us that in a minute, right? I just want to get an understanding of how people will turn in and turn out on Pewsville Road out of this facility. I'm also in opposition of this storage unit. You know, I said it before when I was here doing the planning, the Sesame Street theme, one of these things does not look like the other. And this storage unit does not look like the residential areas. You know, one of my, Chris said, hey, it's zoned already for residential. Why are we changing it to a B2? You know, Shoulders Hill Road is becoming a concrete jungle. There's no open space, no green space, full of traffic. It's becoming a disaster on Shoulders Hill Road. And, you know, I attended every comp plan for 2045, and we talked about the small town feel. I just don't see where that's possible up on the North Suffolk end if we keep building buildings on Shoulders Hill Road. All right, and Mr. Fawcett, you in my borough. You already know what we're building over there, from the north end to the south end of Shoulders Hill Road, and back on Bob White Lane. It's becoming a disaster. And hey, sir, I need you. All right, I need you to hear us. All right, all right. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Your next speaker to speak in opposition.
Good evening again, Denise Murden, 4041 Kingston Parkway. After you voted on Port 460, the Suffolk News Herald published an editorial in which they said that they were suggesting that the city have a moratorium on warehouse development where it is not already zoned for warehouses. I fully agree with that recommendation, and that includes mini warehouses. I admit that I have not visited the property where this would be, but I have seen pictures of it, and directly across the street sits nice suburban homes. How would you like to live with something like this across the street from you? What I heard here tonight gave some indication that, well, maybe the traffic wouldn't be so bad, and certainly I'm not comparing this to Port 460 development, but still, it's a warehouse. And as the other speakers have said, these don't belong in residential neighborhoods. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Ebony Wright, and I reside at 1493 Elderberry Road. I pass this lot every day. It is on the corner of Shoulder Hill Road and Pewsville Road. And I've listened to the developer, I've listened to members of the Pewsville community, and I've listened to other people who are not in opposition of this project. I am in opposition of this project because of several reasons. I've taken time to research. I've taken time to drive and look at similar type facilities. I took a drive and I looked at the facility in the Burbage Grant area. It doesn't look like a normal storage facility, but it still does not fit in at the current location. I listened to the developer, and he said that this project doesn't have a generous amount of impact. I think that that is subjective. To a developer and a business person, probably not so much. But to homeowners who can literally, on Pewsville Road, look out of their home and see a two-story building, or the community, the Bayberry community, look outside of the back of their homes and see a two-story facility. I think that that is very subjective. I'm a business person. I believe that we should bring some form of revenue to our city, and in order to do so, we have to redevelop. But I think that we should do so in a smart way. And I also think that smart redeveloping is subjective. There are multiple underutilized storage facilities within miles of the proposed site. Underutilized is key. A viable option to the developer is different than a viable option to the homeowners who have to pass this facility every day. So I would just ask that you give a little more careful consideration. I heard the residents of Pewsville Civic League, and I love Ms. White, and I love Ms. Brandy, but they also live on the other end of Pewsville. They live off of the Town Point Road part, so they're not going to be directly impacted by the traffic that is already existing on Shoulder Hill Road, the traffic that is already existing on Pewsville Road, the traffic that we have from other projects within the city that have not been mitigated that cause traffic to divert to Pewsville Road and Shoulder Hill Road, the still consistent problem that we have with trucks coming down Shoulder Hill Road. I just do not believe that this is a good project. I ask that you please take it under consideration. And if it has not already been, I'm with my neighbor, Selena Horton. If it hasn't already been drawn out and the developers still have to develop and it's going to take 2 years, has it been properly represented here? If it's going to take an additional 2 years. So I just ask that we give it careful consideration. I'm not opposed to redeveloping. I just feel like we need to do smart redeveloping. Thank you.
Okay. That concludes the time for the opponents. We now have a 5-minute rebuttal period.
Thank you. I just wanted to address a couple of concerns on broadly speaking as to traffic. Again, understand that's a concern, rightly so. That's an issue that Suffolk's trying to fix on that road. I would again point out, my client has made the effort to, one, agree to dedicate a large portion of that area for the widening project, something you may not get on whoever else develops that property or does what they will do with that. Additionally, I would say, as you look at that project up there, one thing we continue to go back to planning on is where the entrance would be on Pewsville Road. You know, it initially started a good deal closer to Shoulders Hill Road, and frankly, I thought, you know, just having one entrance and just moving it that far back would be a deal breaker for the client, but he's agreed to push that far back to do that. That's the reason he made those changes. I understand there's some talk about the Rails to Trails project. That bike path will be on the other side of the road. That's the plan on that. It won't go directly in front of that project. And you know, someone correctly pointed out, you know, this is a dedication of a project for a long term. I would say this is a project that, again, spreads out traffic throughout the day, and that's what you're going to want to have in that area for the long term, as opposed to what can ultimately be there. You know, what it's zoned for right now might not be the project that comes back. And as we're looking 2 years out, when it will be built, you know, what this area looks like and how it's developed, I think the city will ultimately be glad that there's a project there that does have what traffic it does create spread out over time. So Mr. Lane may have a few more comments, and as well as Mr. High if you have any further questions, but thank you for your time reviewing this.
Thank you. Our next speaker during the rebuttal period. We have 4 minutes and 25 seconds left. Do we have anyone else who would like to speak in rebuttal? Do we have any other speakers during rebuttal? Hearing none, this public hearing, what happened? Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. I was confused. I told him to sit down.
I had your undivided attention there. Sorry about that. Brian Harris, 2455 Lake Cahoon Road. I'm not necessarily speaking in support or in opposition. I just want to point out the irony of these empty seats.
So are you speaking during the rebuttal period?
Yes,
so
sir.
you have to be speaking as a proponent.
Okay, so as a proponent for this, it's again ironic that we're considering rezoning from a residential unit to something that's commercial. And again, that's all I'll have to say on that.
Thank you, sir. Do you have anyone else who would like to speak during the rebuttal period? Yes. Oh, sorry. Wait.
All right, I didn't know if he was telling me he got up a minute, but I just want to say, I was gonna go and just be calm and just say my little stuff and go on, but I think I need to bring out some history, because I remember there was no Bayberry. There was a field. My dad came out of Pewsville Road with his car during the snowy time. His car jumped the ditch, landed in the field where Bayberry lies right now. So don't tell me I don't know about change. Don't tell me that we're just saying and asking for these things. And another thing, they said they never really seen a storage unit in a neighborhood. Miss Ebony Wright just spoke of the one right there at Burbridge Grant, right across the street in the neighborhood. Looks nice to me. Nice windows, nice brick building, fits right in with the community. And also, by us being on Chesapeake side, if you go down Taylor Road, right there at Bruce Road, make a right turn, there's another one. You go in one way, you come back out that same way. you put your card in. If the place is closed after 5, you still can get in and put your storage in. And I spoke at planning, and I was saying that there was so many homes coming to Pughesville now. Mr. Bennett, Councilman Bennett spoke of that on one time. All these houses coming, and now they're even at his back door, right at his side door, aren't they, Councilman Bennett? They're getting so close now. And most of the homes that are being built now, the people coming in and the people going out, because it's military, resub homes, you all know. Also on Wise Street, Ms. Wright was saying that we both on Town Point. I'm on Town Point. Miss Brandy's off of Wise and Pearl. When Miss Brandy comes out of her street on Pearl Street, go to the right, there's 2 beach houses. So we got everything in Pughesville. So why not a storage unit? We might not be there, but we still encounter the same traffic. We just don't go down Town Point Road and hit the interstate or Wise Street and go. Just yesterday, I came down Shoulders Hill Road. I see all the building, how they widen the road over, how they put extra sand and more dirt because the land was so low, but you all say Pughesville is such a low area, so they're building it up. Pughesville should be allowed to do the same thing. So if this man wants to come on his own property and do the same thing, why shouldn't you agree? You all pay taxes. We pay taxes for everybody else in Pughesville. So we should be allowed to have those things in Pughesville. We haven't even got the amenities that we're paying for. I keep coming here and telling you those same things, but not anymore. You know why? Because like I said, I'm doing my research. I'm doing my studies, and I'll be back. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We get about a little less than a minute.
Getting cut down shorter and shorter, but my rebuttal and my comment to all of this is one. First, we talked about traffic. Well, Pughesville specifically has been talking about traffic for a lot due to the fact that anytime there's an accident on 664, 17, or even down Portsmouth Boulevard, everybody want to come down either Pughesville Road or Town Point Road to get to Shoulder Hills to go in whatever direction they want to go in. Also, you all are continuing to build on Shoulder Hill Road continuously on both ends, but nobody seemed to have a problem with that. However, when the residents speak of they're talking about they're having problems that they don't want to look at the warehouses across the street from there, well, there's one warehouse, place that Carolyn missed right there across from the truck stop in Chesapeake area, Suffolk side. There's a storage place right there as well, okay? It blends in with all the homes that's there, and those are some new homes as well. But then we also look at the fact that, you know, I understand that they talk about the trail, and yes, that's building the trail up, but on the opposite side of the street. However, a lot of areas, especially the old homes that was there before they started building up all these new homes and everything and raising the ground level, no one considered what's happening to the older homes, okay? All we're gonna be concerned about is just the new homes that's being built up. They get gutters, drainage, and sidewalks, but the older homes get nothing. However, with this building, they will have some sidewalks that we don't have now. And also on down Pughesville Road, it's amazing how the homeowners are considered about the warehouse, but you're not concerned about the drainage or the ditches and the different size piping that y'all talking about trying to put in that have not been done or take care of all of Pughesville Road, not just that end of Pughesville
I'm sorry,
Road.
ma'am, that concludes your time. If you wrap it up. Sorry.
Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost. I'm afraid for you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay. This public hearing is now closed. Members of council, an ordinance has been presented for consideration. Councilman Fawcett.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to take a few minutes, if I would, and just bear with me, because I am not going to be in a hurry, because this is in my backyard, so I'm going to beat this to death, whether anybody likes it or not. Contrary to belief, Mr. Ryan, I totally 100% agree with your analogy of what you said when you were up here tonight. You may not have people in the room, but there is people that know how to text and email. Along with that, there is numerous letters in this thing here, more so against than for this project. This land's been vacant probably, I don't know, I'm going to take an approximate shot in the dark, 15 years maybe. Nothing. Hardly maintained. Okay. I haven't seen any marketing of that land or whatsoever visibly, not to say there couldn't be some that had been done electronically or in realty advertisement, but nothing visible on the site have I ever seen anything visible marketing this land. This particular building, Pewsville Road, there's citizens on Pewsville Road, regardless of what the Pewsville Civic League has to say, that are opposed to this project. Because they like it, doesn't mean that people that live up there next to it like it. Right now, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 houses on one side of the street, and another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 on the other side of the street, which is Pewsville Road. So you got 9 houses on Pewsville Road that have been newly built in the last 3 to 5 years tops. People moved into those homes, having the luxury of living there. However, Pewsville Road is a disaster when it comes to traffic. There is no question. You can't move when 664 shuts down. Now, we all can sit here and beat it up and say, well, a storage unit's going to create less traffic than some homes there. But I don't disagree with you, 9 nice homes right there wouldn't add to Pewsville. So, that theory is out the window. And there's people up here that are going to disagree with me and vote for this storage warehouse. But they don't want to take and vote for something else in their backyard, in their neighborhood boroughs. As we tried tonight, we looked at the one that's up on Lake Kilby. We want to beat that up, beat it until it dries out. But coming down in the north end, on Pewsville Road and Shoulders Hill Road, where Shoulders Hill Road, they talked about giving a right-of-way for traffic in the future. Well, it's going to be a number of years for Shoulders Hill Road to be taken down from Creekside down to even Bob White. Well, you got Bob White Lane that comes out onto Shoulders Hill with a dual traffic light that doesn't synchronize, with 200-plus homes going on Bob White Lane. Now tell me how much traffic that's going to create coming out of there. That is a major intersection, whether you like it or not, in the city of Suffolk. And you can beat it up and say, oh yeah, it can take the traffic, and there's only going to be about 10 cars a day coming out of the storage unit. But I have to agree, the people at Bayberry, they don't want that in their front yard. The people, the 9 houses on Pewsville Road, surely don't want it in their backyard. And that's actually in their front yard. And the amount of turning that you're going to have coming out of that storage unit is going to be a little bit difficult, even with them widening that little bit in front of that storage warehouse. You're still going to have some issues. You're going to have to contend with the normal traffic that at times, and I'm going to take this one step further, coming up Shoulders Hill Road, turning on the Pewsville Road to go to 664. What happens when this traffic is coming out of the driveways, the storage unit, and people are trying to go left to go up to 664? They cut through. Pewsville Road's a cut through to 664 whether we like it or not. That's just another route that people take. They come out of Bayberry every day. They come out of Pewsville every day. They come out of the other end of Shoulders Hill Road every day. I travel that road probably as much as anybody in this room on a day-to-day basis, sometimes more than I want to. And I get jammed up a lot there. Now you compound it. Right down the street, an eighth of a quarter of a mile, we got this huge mini storage warehouse going in right across from Mr. Ryan's neighborhood in Suffolk Meadows. Right around the corner from that, we have a 3-story high-rise ocean storage sitting there. But we're going to jam down the throats of the citizens in my area, and of course, Mr. Bennett is in that area also. We're going to jam that down the throat of the citizens because it's like to have, because the builder thinks it's the right place to go. And everybody says, well, it's better for the traffic. But they don't live up there to contend with it. They don't live up there to contend with it. And we put the brakes on the Politano, you're right, but a little correction on that. We only put the brakes on him until such time as the contract has been let for the road improvements to have a start date and an end date. That's what we agreed upon. Go back and look at the tape. This property could be better suited for something other than this storage unit. This is not, in my mind, the right place. And the one in Burbage Grant, well, they put that in, I don't know how many years ago, maybe somebody has the date. And maybe that wasn't even a good idea then, but maybe the council bought in on it, and maybe there wasn't that much around that storage when it was built. You take the one up there across from you in Suffolk Meadows, not the most perfect setup, but one thing about it is there's great separation between you and them because it sets off on itself and it doesn't have homes built around it, except on the Suffolk Meadows side, you have a few homes. But the majority of the homes in this particular project are right on top of this thing. And it's not going to look good. You know, you can look at pie and it looks good, but I don't mean it tastes good. And I really, really would wish this council would put this application down and not allow this property to be built there. We haven't even, you talk about road corrections, you talked about Lake Kilby Road and all these other places today and all this stuff that I heard. There hasn't been any improvements on Shoulders Hill Road. Shoulders Hill Road is the same as it's been for years. We can't even get the railroad crossing up there corrected and without rattling the front end of your car out from under you. So you compound the train on top of that and you're boxing people in. We're still going to have trucks coming into this. And the one thing that caught my thought process here is the way he talked about the widening of the facilities, the actual storage bins, where you can put different things in them of different width. Let me tell you something. There's going to be a problem in there. I've gone to a couple of these storage places, and guess what they do? They back cars in there, and guess what starts to happen? It becomes a repair shop where they start repairing vehicles inside. So this thing, you know, I'm not against storage warehouses, but this isn't the right place for this storage warehouse. Go up the road an eighth of a mile. You talk about, they said from Pewsville, oh, well, look at all the houses being built. And they're going to have to go someplace to build and put their storage. Well, guess what? You go right up the street, there's 2 or 3 of them. And they're not cheap, by the way. To go take and jump on the price of one of them and see what it costs you to go in there to get a closet-size unit. So, you know, builders come in here from out of state and all of this to come in here, and we're going to go ahead and this will probably get approved. And we'll eat it up. But we got homes that we're trying to build in different places, and nobody wants it in their backyard. And the people up in Pughesville, on Pughesville Road, Bayberry, and Bob White, and Deerfield do not want this project there. If we're going to respect the people because we don't want to build houses in other areas, why don't we respect the people up in the north end that doesn't want to have this particular warehouse stuck in front of them, right at their front door? One lady came up here, said it best. The young lady in the back, I didn't catch your name, it's a business lady. You hit the nail on the head. Everybody should have been listening to your conversation because you were 100% right, 100%. And then the other young lady came up and said, those people don't want, they built them nice houses, they don't want it in their front door. Yep, you got that right. And I live down the street from it, and I don't want it in my front door. So I'm going to go ahead and make a motion until I have the floor. And I'm going to make a motion to deny RZN 2022-008, and I still might have a rebuttal.
Councilman Bennett?
Thank you, Mayor. I also agree with Councilman Fawcett, what he's saying. I have really visited with the homeowners up at Bob White and also in Bayberry, and all the transparent we have had from the neighbors and the community in opposition of it. And I personally can speak for my own self, not for anyone particular, but I would say that I would not personally want to have a home built and a storage unit built right direct in front of my house. And looking at the project, you got houses on both sides, so you're actually building a storage yard, a storage unit right in the middle of a neighborhood. I personally wouldn't want to live in there, so I cannot support this project being done in that neighborhood. So with that, I'll second the motion of Councilman Fawcett's motion.
Vice Mayor Ward?
Yes, I have a question. I don't know if they answered the young lady's question. Maybe I didn't hear it. About the turn. When you enter, left, right turn, you can't go down Pughesville, I make a right to Shoulders Hill Road. Would someone come up and answer that question for me? Raise your hands, do something. Okay.
So the entrance on Pughesville Road is a full access entrance.
And so when you come out, which way you going?
Either way you want. Yeah, either way you want. It's full access.
Okay, all right, I got it. Come back, woo, 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 woo. Come back. Where you going, man?
Sorry.
I understand that. Now, I rode down there, and sometime, a certain time, you can't make you got cars there. It's a good little traffic there. Both Shoulders Hill Road and Pughesville Road. So here go the people who's trying to get out or get in. How they going, it's kind of, it's just a little difficult there to me.
Yeah, there were turn lanes coming in, but it was shoulder improvements, not turn lane improvements for a left in, I think is what you're asking. Yeah. You're talking about left in?
Yeah.
So it's a full access entrance with no full left turn lane. It will be shoulder improvements. That's what the recommendation of the traffic report was.
All right, good.
You good? Councilman Johnson?
Mr. Lane. I got a question or two. I have some real reservations as well. When you talked earlier about 6 homes could go on this piece of property, but it was problems with inadequate facility, inadequate this, that, or the other. Can you explain a little bit why can't these homes be built on that property?
Well, at the time, we brought several projects to the Friday morning meetings. There were other developers looking at it, and zone property, we were trying to fit the RL with the level of service. We had school issues, and we had improvement issues, and we also had traffic issues. So we didn't get a very good favorable opinion from staff, so we went back and we tried, brought back another Friday morning meeting for rezoning to a more dense residential. We didn't get very favorable response with that either. So we've tried many different layouts. When the property was first bought, Mr. Fawcett, you brought this up, probably about 15 years ago, by the current owner. It was bought with the intent of a 7-Eleven. There was a contract on that parcel for a 7-Eleven. That did not, it was a 7-Eleven, and that's why that property was bought. And that did not fly either. We brought that to staff with a different staff than what you see today, because that was some time ago. As far as the property not being marked, we've had extensive work out there. We've had a CBPA determination report. We've had a wetlands, the Army Corps of Engineers have been out there. We didn't get here lightly. We're not trying to bring anything that is a round project into a square hole at all. We came here with a due diligence and a process that was really vetted with staff. I listened to everything that Mr. Fawcett said, and we take as what I've been doing in front of you guys for many years. We take our projects very seriously. Why I was not made aware of that during all this vetting, I'm not quite sure. But to have that kind of response on our project is a little disheartening. It really is disheartening. But we listen, because we want to bring a project that works. So the answer is yes, this is a full access right-of-way entrance coming off of Pughesville Road. Yes, we looked at the traffic very hard. The entrance was further down. We had right in, right out on Shoulders Hill Road. We were asked to remove that, and the owner did remove it. And we were asked to move the entrance all the way down beside the trailer park. So we moved the entrance all the way down to trailer park. All of these concessions that the developer did make, they were concessions, were made in the good response effort that we put forward to bring into you tonight a project that we thought would be successful. I think I've answered those
Another
questions.
concern, though, and you may not be able to answer this. Equipment stored on the property, when they rent spaces for equipment, some would be in, some would be out. I'm not envisioning that as being something that would be in a community, that would not, I'm really kind of struggling with that.
Right. This was a different project. We look at a lot. Someone brought up the project down the street. We're the engineers and planners on that, and we went through the rezoning for that property, and that's on the other side of the railroad tracks. It's a 4.2 acre parcel. This one's a little bigger at 6.2 acres. We did other projects. What I don't see with this developer, who is out of town, but I thought we did invite people into the city. As an engineer, I look forward to receiving those kind of phone calls when we have out-of-town clients who want to work in our city. And we looked at his product. We did not think that the typical storage facility with all big box and some outdoor storage would be the right fit for this area. And he had a product that worked for RV storage, and it's really enclosed RV storage. You don't see many of that, and we haven't seen that in any we've designed lately, and we've designed a lot. We've done layouts for many of these, but not like this. So I envision it, and I'm a planner. I'm not speaking for the product that's in front of you tonight. The owner can do that, but I envision that as RV storage, where with the cluster subdivision, there's a lot of small lots being subdivided. Everything seems to be a 5,000 to 7,000 square foot lot. There's no room for boats. There's no room for RVs sitting in the driveways. And most HOAs restrict those uses. So, these are all good comments, so we do welcome them. We really welcome these comments. If this fails tonight, we will go back to the drawing board.
And one
try
more
and take
thing,
this into
because I personally
consideration.
think you have a really valuable piece of property there. You just haven't locked into what's going to make that property pop. In my mind, I'm concerned that we haven't hit on the best use for that property. I'm sorry. And I'm, like so many people know, I really consider the community and what people are saying. And there was a lot of community that came out for this one, online, on the phone. And I don't even live close to you. And I've had a ton of phone calls, people so concerned. So it puts me in a position where we're at a place in this city where we need to make the right decisions every time. And that's what my intent is. So I'm going to have a hard time supporting this. And I said it from day one after planning made their decision. I've talked to everybody I could talk to. And I just don't know that this is the right thing for that location. That is a good location. Not that his product's not a good product. With all the military moving here and all this need for storage, I see that. But this particular storage in a community, I'm concerned. I'm sorry. All right. Thank you.
Councilman Fawcett. You're next.
I just want to take another couple of minutes because I'm going to give it the all here, and you can sit down, Mr. Lane. I thank you. The question was asked, and you asked a question about, I think it was Mr. Ward, asked a question about the left turn in. Well, if you look at this property where it's going to be laid out, where that entranceway is going to be, if traffic is turning off of Shoulders Hill, whether it's coming from the east-west direction onto Pughesville, it's going to dead stop there. And when it dead stops there, because of other traffic moving in and out of the storage facility, it's going to bottleneck it back to the intersection where I already have a problem with 2 traffic lights. Keep in mind, 2 traffic lights within less than 50 feet, not even that. Mr. Lewis. It's not very long, or maybe even if that. But anyway, that we have to contend with. And that issue, when you go back and you ask the question about, why couldn't you put maybe 8, 9 homes on there? You know why? Let's get it right where it hits. It's too costly for them to build houses there. They don't want to build houses. They want to put something there that's going to generate more revenue for them. Yes, it's going to give us a tax base, but so would something else there that would be viable. So the key to this, if nothing else, that the passion of the citizens out there have rejected this process to put this in their backyard. And if we get a backup on 664, and we get it like clockwork, if the M&M Bridge Tunnel shuts down, the traffic comes off there onto Pughesville Road, 17, and we are jacked up for hours. Then it plugs up Nasbit Parkway and 58 to where you cannot move. Anybody on this dais, maybe some of you don't travel that way, but some of you may have, and got caught in traffic. I've got caught in traffic trying to come here, taking me from 3 o'clock, almost time to start time, to get here. So the traffic load coming down either direction is going to compound that intersection even more so. They're not making if you come off of Pughesville Road, coming off 664, down Pughesville Road, all the way to the end, to make a right on to Shoulders Hill, give it a shot on a busy traffic time. You can't make that turn. You have to wait, the light's not long enough, so it gets about 6 or 8 cars out, it all comes to a stop because the traffic load is heavy. And some of the times he pushed out, the traffic is heavy at those times. I mean, it's like 7 to like 9 in the morning, and again about 3:30 to about 6 in the evening. You can't maneuver it sometimes. So I ask this council to bear in thought of what the citizens have asked us. Do not approve this project tonight. Let this project sit. let's let them figure out what they want to do. I'm not going to be mean by saying it's their issue, but it is. But almost with one lady said here tonight, it's another form of warehouse. It might be a mini storage, but it's a storage warehouse. And you're going to have RVs in there, and it's all going to be in that neighborhood. You think that's going to be a nice site for that intersection, for the future of that area there, that people have spent a lot of money to have homes there? We talked about it tonight, about the affordability of houses, that they've gone and they've spent $400,000 and $500,000 for homes in that area. And we're going to shove this right in the center of it? Take it and put it in your backyard. And then we'll see how you like it. Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate your time.
Vice Mayor Ward.
Come back up one more time. Yes. I got one or two questions for you. You said something about someone asked you to move the interest up, down. Who was that?
Jason Souders in traffic.
Okay, that was the city.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the city already aware of the traffic. So by moving it different, they already understand it'd be a better place for it to be. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I understand. Oh, you can sit down now. You're good. I understand both what the councilmen are saying. And I understand some of what the residents are saying. But one thing he did do is go to the residents. And when he go to the residents, I think Pughesville community, you just don't go in there not knowing what you're doing. You're going to know what you're doing because they ask you some questions because of the history. Now, let's get for real. I have a storage. Now, when I go to my storage, I don't see a whole lot of cars in there. You might have one or two cars, and that's it. It's not like saying this is a 7-Eleven, that you got a whole trailer of cars coming out the storage and a whole trailer of cars going on in the storage. So I don't see it like that. Because when you go in the storage, are you going to get something or put something in? So I don't see that traffic part in coming that way. So I'm not to that. I'm not with that right now. Now, you talking about 7-Eleven, we talking about something different, but not a storage. People, most of the time, when you got a storage, you leave stuff in there because you don't want it at your house or you want it to get it when you want to get it. Now, that's not a whole lot of traffic. So when you said traffic, you're going to block the traffic and all that kind of stuff. I can't agree with that, because you don't have that many cars going at one time. All right. Thank you.
Councilperson Butler Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a couple thoughts listening to the other comments from council members and to Council Member Fawcett's statements. I want to agree with you and say that similarly to the public hearing we had earlier, we have an area that we're considering a rezoning, and maybe the new zoning is not the best fit regarding the impact to the surrounding neighbors. And that if we're putting a commercial project in a residential area, maybe that's not a great fit. And if we're putting an increased density in a less dense area, maybe that's not a good fit. And I think this seems like a nice project, but the public opposition is such that I think approving this in what is basically a residential area with housing all around it and folks that aren't interested in having it is not the best fit and is a negative impact to the folks that are already living there. And I think this council needs to keep that in mind always, that we have a lot of residents that already live here, and we have to be extremely conscious of the impacts of our decisions on their quality of life as residents here in Suffolk. So just wanted to add that.
Council, any other questions or comments? Councilman Rector?
Mr. Lane, you're going to get your steps in this evening, if you don't mind coming back up.
You know, obviously, a lot of the discussion has focused on the traffic, and I know a lot of the discussion is also focused on the aesthetics of it. But do you have, or does the developer have any statistics, any indication, any whatever as to what the average daily vehicle trips per day in and out of this facility would be? I don't think I've heard that.
Yeah, he does. We actually looked at those before because he runs his numbers weekly, and
The average for this size facility is about 50 trips a day. The other thing that has been brought up, if you look at the buildings, the parameter is, the building are blocking the inside of the facility to where the vehicles or anything will be. If you notice that, the driveways are 60-foot wide in there. They're not small, but we've tried to block any activity by the buildings except for the driveway at Pewsville that we have to get in, one driveway. The driveway required by the fire department to get in an emergency exit only. Then you could only look at one other little section right there that is between, in the top left-hand corner, that is actually viewed from the outside area. So we've tried to consider that and thought about traffic. Again, that driveway was moved back by the recommendation of staff, and we completely understand.
Council, any other questions or comments? If not, I'll interject just a few comments and observations. I'm very familiar with this location also. I go by there, probably once a week, every other week. I read all the comments that came in from the citizens. The number one issue was traffic, and about 85% was traffic. The second thing was, what do I got here, number of units? Oh, the number of existing self-storage units in the area. Then there was a safety issue, and after that, the appearance part of it. So taking those concerns into effect, the facts are it's less traffic. Whether you like it or not, it is less traffic. It will be less than a residential neighborhood. In addition, self-storage is, as the applicant stated, they're spread over a period of time. It's not the normal rush hour. Everybody leaves the house at 9 o'clock, gets home at 5 o'clock, stays at home on Saturday, not much traffic on Sundays. So the traffic issue, if that's the only thing you're looking at, in my opinion, for whatever that's worth, is really not an issue. It's actually a plus. You're better off with that traffic than you are residential traffic, whether you like it or not. Those are the numbers. That's what will pan out. The next consideration was the number of units that are there as far as other self-storage, being down the street here, there, everywhere. I mean, the United States of America was basically built on capitalism, and it's about competition. If there's too much of a product, some of it will go away, or this is a unique product in itself. It's not a warehouse. It may be called a mini warehouse, but it's hard to use the two in the same breath. It's self-storage, where individuals are, for the most part, they may keep their RV there. They keep their excess personal belongings there. They may put a car in there, but it's a long way from a truck going, commercial deliveries going in and out at basically all times. So one of the things that they've proffered are the hours. We have approved several of these smaller self-storage units. Centerbrook Lane is one of them, basically right behind a residential area, a little bit of commercial there, parked in the back. There haven't been any issues that I know of. We just approved one similarly, I think behind Broncos. So the very small self-storage units usually do not create a problem. There's no reason to assume that they would. As far as safety is concerned, once again, with less traffic, it could be safer. You would assume it would be. The entrance is in the back of the property, set off of Shoulders Hill Road as far as it could be set off. When I look at a lot of the comments are well, I want, it looks nice there, I want a park to be there, that sort of thing. It's already zoned RL. So houses are going to go there, something's going to go there. It's not that it's a vacant piece of property, it's not that it's an agricultural piece of land that's not going to be developed. So as far as any type of service is concerned, we talk about adequate level of services, and everybody, it seems like we talk about whatever we want to talk about when it's convenient to talk about it. This doesn't have any strain on any of that. There's no schools we want to talk about. There's no increase in traffic we want to talk about. There's no infrastructure that's going to be required. So in my mind, what I am concerned about is the appearance, not the traffic, not the level of services, not that I don't think we're going to have any tractor trailers going in there. And they probably couldn't even get out if they went in there. So it's not a warehouse. It's a self-storage, a mini self-storage. So I would like to maybe ask Brian or the applicant one more time to explain to me what is being proffered in regards to appearance that will convince me that it's not going to be objectionable to those neighbors that are coming out of Bayberry or going down Shoulders Hill Road. And I like the concept. I mean, this concept is a unique concept. I haven't seen most of the mini storages, like you said, they look like little rows of you call them baby warehouses. That's what they look like. This one's a little different. If you look at the design with the two buildings there, the back of it is, those buildings are completely obstructing everything that's on the inside. So it looks to me that the storage, the outside storage is in the inside with the buildings on both ends shielding the view. But what I'm mainly concerned about is what is this thing going to look like to those folks that are coming out of their neighborhood and that's what they get to see. So if you give me a little bit of insight, either Brian or the applicant or someone, in what's actually being proffered to ensure that that's not going to be a major consideration.
I'm going to try to answer a couple questions. As far as the inside parking, again, if you look at the layout, there is no real room more than 3, 5, 7 parking spots. So I don't know how this is guiding into thinking that there's a great amount of parking. Again, look at the site plan. There is not room, and it's even not labeled there. The accessibility is there for the vehicular traffic that goes around for them and their safety. When I talk about this a lot, I use the analogy that when I design this, I have to design it as if my grandmom is moving from Oklahoma. And she gets her U-Haul and puts a Camry on back of her auto transport, and here she comes down Interstate 40. This is designed that she can actually get in here and get out. So she does not play bumper cars with my facility. If I design it too tight, get the wrong designer, design it for a retail spot where the parking doesn't work, it doesn't work. We have specifically done this hundreds of times, and it is designed for self-storage. The exterior is specifically blocked as much as we can inside, and it has specifically, I'm going to let Whit explain this to you because on your terms, but our exterior elevations are specifically
They're
proffered to, they have to be what they are. There was a question about our plan not being needing additional work. We have just not done the stormwater and the other design that goes in it, but it all has to be in that design. There's no change. So you need to understand it's just a matter of going through all the legal processes to get your permits. but that is a timely fashion. I'd be glad to make sure we had answered your other question, but if you have any more.
If you could elaborate on what the facade will look like, what type of material is being used, and if
So,
any of that's being profitable.
Yes, I don't know who has the clicker, but there's
Clicker. There we go.
go right there. So here it is. The middle picture are the two buildings side by side on Pewsville. The top is, on Pewsville. The top is on Shoulders Hill, and then there's another elevation on the bottom that would be on Shoulders Hill, I believe. So that is what they are made of. It's made up of very different facades. It's got a block. It's got a stucco. It's got the products up there. It's got architectural character. It has some recess back and forth. We have tried to build a design, a product that is attractive, that blends with other products in a community. It's not a stucco product by itself that goes against a masonry product. It's not a metal building sitting there. You're not looking at a metal building. It has a storefront and glass and glazing. So again, we spent a fair amount of time, even going through with staff, and willing to commit to, this is what we show you, this is what we're going to give you. And we put it in a requirement that y'all said, somebody said, we would like you to hold that standard and be held accountable. And if you don't get to build it. And that is our plan. The other thing about self-storage that maybe some don't realize, we are classified as an essential business. When COVID hit and businesses got shut down, we did not. We're classified as an essential business. We were told to stay open by the U.S. government. Our biggest customers, 95% of our customers are residents. Typically, a self-storage draws from a 1 to 3 mile radius or a 3 to 5 mile radius. It's the comfort of being close. I understand the comments, but that is what nationally where your customers come from. It is not a warehouse. A warehouse is classified differently in a totally different industrial park. We're S1 storage. We're getting grouped to something that is different than what our product is. Again, 95, 97% of our customers are residential.
That was a good question on the building facade. So we're in a SCOD, and on the SCOD overlay district, there are requirements we have to meet of the ordinance, and they are proffered within the proffers that you have in front of you tonight. But basically, they are this. They are split face block with a stucco finish on the outside with a glass appearance, and the whole idea of, and we work with staff, we really massage these, and that's why I wanted to come up here to give it the benefit of what we really did, was to give it more of a business appearance on the outside for the blending of going from, we knew what we were bringing in front of you guys tonight, and we perfectly understood that we were going to have opposition, but trying to get the appearance with the Scott overlay district with a business look on the outside of this building is what we really tried to maintain. And if you look through the package, they are nice looking elevations. And like Robert High said, what you see is what you get on this, because it's within the requirements of the CUP. We have to meet that up or down 5%.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. Council, you have any other questions and comments? If not, I think we got a motion on the floor. Oh, it's, I'm sorry,
If I
wait.
could, and I know we're kind of beating this to death, but the mini warehouse portion of the conditional use permit limited it specifically to that use as opposed to everything else that's available in the rezoning. And I did want to address, the issue with the residential housing option going forward. Presumably those lots would have to have ways in and out and have road frontage. And I would just say, as we are concerned with traffic, rightly so, that's another consideration. This is a one entrance, one exit. Several houses, that's not necessarily the case, and I would ask you to consider that also.
Okay, thank you. We got a motion on the floor for denial, I think. I can't remember who seconded it. Was it you,
Councilmember Bennett
seconded?
seconded the motion made by Councilmember Fawcett.
Yes.
You got something else you want to say? All right, we're going to do two little things, very little.
One, I never met with the builder whatsoever to discuss any of this, number one. I don't know anybody in the neighborhood that he met with other than maybe Pierceville Civic League, which concerns me. And number two, the way that thing looks, when you look out your door, you will look at that building that'll be higher than your existing structure that's across the street or next door to it. And I am still in denial.
Okay, we got a motion for denial from Councilman Fawcett, which was seconded by Councilman Bennett. Do we have any further discussion of the motion? So a motion to approve would be a motion for denial. Is everybody prepared to vote? A yes vote is, right, no, a yes vote, a yes vote is a yes for denial. A yes vote is a no vote, okay? And a no vote would be a yes vote. Confusing. Okay, is everybody prepared to vote? Council members, prepare to cast your vote. Please cast your vote. Madam Clerk, please record the vote.
The vote is 4-4. Mayor Duman, Councilmember Rector, and Councilmember Ward voting in opposition.
Okay, so the motion fails. So the motion for denial fails. Do we have a substitute motion? Or do we have another motion, not a substitute motion, right, William? Do we have another motion? Any further discussion? Councilman Williams?
I make a motion that we approve.
Okay, we get a motion for approval from Councilman Williams. Councilman Ward?
Second.
Second from Councilman Ward. Is there any discussion of the motion? Okay, so this time a yes vote means yes and a no vote means no. Council members, prepared to cast your vote. Please cast your vote. Madam Clerk, please record the vote.
Excuse me. Councilmember Fawcett and Councilmember Bennett have abstained.
What?
Wow. Mr. City Attorney, I'm not making this stuff up, I swear.
I'm dreaming.
Yeah. If y'all don't kill me tonight, I can handle anything.
Robert's Rules provides that if there is a discrepancy in the vote, that there can be a motion to reconsider.
So once again, we need a motion to reconsider.
Motion to reconsider.
Okay, we got a motion to reconsider.
For
Councilman.
approval.
No, this is to vote over again.
Okay.
We got a motion to reconsider from Councilman Johnson, seconded by Councilman Fawcett.
Can I ask?
So we would be voting on whether we want to vote on it again.
Can I ask for the clerk to please tell us the plus means yes? Abstain. The minus means no.
Okay, so does everybody understand where we are? This is a motion to reconsider the vote, which is to vote over again. If you don't want to vote over again, vote no. If you want to do it over again, vote yes. Councilman Fawcett, do you have a question?
I'd like to along with that, go to a voice vote and get this thing out of the way, because there's a lot of confusion up here, or something's not working right.
I'm okay with that. Okay, so we have a
That's what
motion
I
on the
asked the
floor
last
for
time.
reconsideration. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Bennett,
Wait, this is to reconsider the vote.
Just to vote over, vote again.
This is just to reconsider.
and just for clarity, I was waiting for some direction from the chair regarding the voice vote. So
I understand that, that's fine,
okay,
I'm glad
just-
Councilman
just
Foster brought it out.
since it's come up a couple of times.
I didn't know if we had an equipment failure.
No, sir.
Or a fat thumb failure, fat finger, they call it.
So this motion is to reconsider.
This is
To
the
vote.
motion to reconsider the last vote.
Right, we're gonna vote again.
Right.
Councilmember Bennett?
Yes.
Councilmember Butler Barlow? Yes. Councilmember Fawcett?
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson?
Yes.
Councilmember Rector?
Yes.
Councilmember Williams?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ward?
Yes.
Mayor Duman?
Yes.
Motion is approved by a vote of 8-0.
So now we'll go back to our original motion, which was a motion for denial.
Approval.
Approval.
Approval. Oh, that's right, denial went down the toilet.
Right.
Now we're doing motion for approval.
Councilman Williams vote last time.
Okay, so we've got a motion on the floor for approval. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
I didn't hear any of
The motion was from Councilman Williams to approve, and it was seconded by Vice Mayor Ward. And then we voted, and then when they hit the abstention, then we did the read, now we're doing over.
Motion for approval. Got it. Councilmember Bennett?
No.
Councilmember Butler Barlow?
No.
Councilmember Fawcett?
No.
Councilmember Johnson?
No.
Councilmember Rector?
Yes.
Councilmember Williams?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ward?
Yes.
Mayor Duman?
Yes.
No change.
So the motion fails with council members
Williams,
Bennett, Butler Barlow, Fawcett, and Johnson voting in opposition.
Okay, I have been informed at this time that we're done with this one. We've had 2-4 votes, so the motion fails. Is that correct?
If you do not get 5 votes for approval, then then the rezoning cannot be granted.
Okay. Thank you very much, and we will move, our next public hearing will not be necessary because it was predicated on the one before that. And now we will move to item number 19, I believe. Is that right? Item number 19, which is an ordinance to amend the previously approved conditions pertaining to the establishment of a park open space generally on property located at 724 North Main Street, zoning map 34A, parcel 31*31B, account number 252939000. This is CUP 2023-6. Mr. Manager, please provide an overview of the item.
Yes, Planning Director Kevin Wine will provide a staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, Mayor, Vice Mayor. This is a conditional use permit that you've seen previously. It's a city project related to the Constance North Park. And they're electing to basically move forward with Phase 3 of this. So as such, they're amending their existing conditional use permit. So this property is located at 724 North Main Street. And like I said, this is to amend the existing conditional use permit to expand the park to include water access along the Nansemond River through a boardwalk. The property is located within the core support use district. The property is 24.8 acres and primarily consists of wetlands. The parcel is zoned B2, that's our general commercial zoning district, and is located within the Chesapeake Bay Preservation Area and is designated as an RPA and IDA, that's an intensely developed area. To the south, you have the Nansemond River and the Hilton Garden Inn. To the north and west of the property is zoned B2 and consists of automotive repair uses and commercial uses a little further down. To the east, there are wetlands and the Nansemond River. Previous approval was for Phase 1 and Phase 2, depicted here on the screen. The first phase involved establishing a living shoreline, whereas the second phase involved the installation of some hardscaping and recreational amenities to serve patrons of the park. Here you have the set of existing conditions. It's important to note that Condition 2 has been satisfied. The staff is recommending that should this amendment be approved, we would eliminate that condition as it's no longer needed. But that pertained to the recordation of a subdivision plat to vacate all the internal property lines that exist on multiple properties that were there at the time. Now it's one parcel. Since 2021, the site's received that minor subdivision approval vacating that internal lot line. And like I noted, that's why we're recommending removal of that condition. Additionally, there are 2 site plans that are currently under review for the establishment of this park use. So this amendment does qualify as a major amendment, as the proposed modifications represent an increase of greater than 5% over what was originally approved. Thus, it necessitates the need to go back through the public hearing process, and thus why we're here this evening. The current request will amend the previous conceptual layout to include the public water access mentioned previously and a raised boardwalk, which will extend the multi-use trail allowing for public access on the Nansemond River for fishing and viewing. The raised boardwalk is proposed to extend approximately 525 linear feet over the Nansemond River and will include a fishing and observation deck. The amendment qualifies, like I said, as a major amendment, and the conditional use permit criteria have been evaluated by city staff, and we don't believe this would pose a detriment or endangerment to the public or have any adverse impact to the surrounding property owners, but rather be an asset to the community by increasing comfort and improving the overall general welfare of the community. As proposed, the water access and boardwalk will provide additional opportunities for recreation, which is widely supported by the comprehensive plan. As such, staff recommends approval of this application with the conditions noted in staff's report. Additionally, this went before the Planning Commission last month, and by a vote of 8-0, they are recommending a resolution recommending its approval. That concludes my presentation on this item. I'll be happy to stand by for any questions or concerns at the conclusion of the public hearing.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wine. Before we open the public hearing, Madam Clerk, please explain the timing system.
This is a public hearing, and each speaker is asked to provide their name and their address. We will have a 10-minute period for the proponents, a 15-minute period for those in opposition, and then an additional 5 minutes for rebuttal.
This is a public hearing. Will the first speaker please come forward and provide their name and address?
My name is Mark Furlow. I'm the Director of Parks and Recreation here in Suffolk. As the applicant, I support this project. The only reason we didn't include the boardwalk and the pier for the first CUP was because we didn't have the funding in place to do that. Since that time, we've been able to get a grant, or we're close to getting a grant from the National Park Service. We were recommended for funding from Virginia Department of Conservation and Recreation, so it's moved up to the National Park Service. We're just waiting from word back from them. We expect to get that sometime between July and September this summer. And we're very optimistic that we're going to be successful with that. And so we're hoping council will approve the amended CUP. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Furlow. Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this ordinance?
Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak. My name is Jean Carmine. I'm a commissioner with Parks and Recreation. My address is 3616 Labrador Lane. This is a project that has been in the books for a long time and a vision that I have had that I am passionate about. This is something that the citizens of Suffolk need because we have a beautiful river that we are kind of deprived of the opportunity to enjoy the beauty of it. And so I am strongly in favor of this, and I'm hoping that this is a stepping stone to continue a trailway behind all those, behind Big Lots, Walmart, Lowe's, and that hopefully this will continue on along the river in the future. But I am strongly in favor of this, and I'm very excited to see this brought forward. Thank you. I
Thank you,
appreciate it.
ma'am. We have our next speaker to speak. Any proponents? Do we have anyone who would like to speak in favor of this project?
Wayne Boyce, 5121 Indian Trail, Mayor Duman, Vice Mayor Ward, and council. I agree with this as well. I think Suffolk really needs this. The citizens need it. It's a good location. It's just, we just have to deal with some of the flooding sometimes or whatever, but everybody knows how that is. I too agree with what she just said, that I would like to see that somehow or another extended probably back of Walmart, whatever. But I also have said this before, I still want Suffolk to look into trying to purchase that VDOT property before it gets away from us. That's going to be an ideal piece of property. It's the last piece of riverfront property that we will be able to purchase that's close to downtown Suffolk, which would help with what goes on in downtown Suffolk. People could go to the new park that's going to be downtown. They could walk past the old courthouse, the visitor center, cross over to the Hilton, hit this this path, walk down, people, whatever, walking trail all the way down to the VDOT property. Good place for a boat ramp. Just all kinds of stuff. But I'm really, y'all have heard me say it before, the property still got the sign on it. Nobody's bought it yet. And I know it's all about money or whatever, but, once it gets away and somebody's bought it, it's going to be too late. So, like I said, I do agree with this, and I think it's a good thing for Suffolk. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have our next speaker to speak in favor of this ordinance. Do we have anyone who would like to speak in opposition? Do we have anyone present who would like to speak in opposition? Hearing no additional speakers, this public hearing is now closed. Council, an ordinance has been presented for consideration. Councilman Fawcett.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that she's right. This is a great spot for this. I know she's talked to me about this before, and it's a good start, and it could be eventually continued on as we can get funding and maybe an opportunity to do that. So I'm fully supportive of it. I think it'll be a great addition. The only part we got is, he's right, when we have a good rain or a flood or a storm, it's probably going to take on some serious water, but I think we can deal with that. There'll be some vegetation in it. Hopefully it'll help it a little bit. So I appreciate it. I'll leave it at that. I'll let Mr. Rector, because I know you want to approve this thing, Mr. Rector.
I do.
Oh, good. Go ahead.
Councilman Rector.
Well, I believe Councilman Johnson had his up. You good? Okay.
Well, you pop up. Did y'all argue over it?
Can my red light turn green?
I don't know. It's probably warning.
Oh, it is supposed to be red?
Go ahead and
It's
go,
late.
Councilman Rector.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm very much in favor of this project, and I think what has been said about it is what needs to be said about it. So with that, I will make a motion to approve CUP 2023-006.
Okay, we got a motion for approval from Councilman Rector. Do I have a second? Vice Mayor Ward?
Second.
A second from Vice Mayor Waters. Is there any further discussion of the motion? If not, council members prepare to vote. Please cast your vote. Madam Clerk, please record the vote.
Motion is approved by a vote of 8-0.
Our next public hearing is an ordinance to amend Chapter 31 of the Unified Development Ordinance, Article 4, Zoning, Section 31-407, Dimensional and Density Regulations of the Code of the City of Suffolk. This is OTA 2023-1. Mr. Manager, please provide an overview.
Yes, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council, it's Kevin again.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council, this is a really straightforward text amendment to our Unified Development Ordinance, and it really is a singular issue relating to parks and the fact that most of the parks in the city are zoned C conservation. The site we just talked about being an exception there, that's B2, but many of the parks, Bennett's Creek Park comes to mind, Sleepy Hole, they're zone C. Conservation. And with that comes the limitation that naturally in a conservation zoning district that you can have a 2% cap on allowable impervious. And that makes sense for the conservation of land, but that doesn't necessarily align with the amenities that parks wish to provide within them. Whether that be parking or shelters or other facilities. So what this ordinance text amendment aims to do is essentially exempt parks from that max as it relates to impervious cover. So all park facilities would be required to continue to follow and abide by state stormwater regulations, so it's not exempting them from that. They'll still have to account for that impervious cover at the time of site plan to state code, but it would allow them to exceed that 2% cap for the conservation district. So how we do this, this is just how vast our dimensional table is. So it's not aimed that, or the intention is not that you actually see this here, but the top portion of a table is an excerpt from the table below, and we're taking the C district, highlighted the impervious surface ratio, which is 0.02, 2%. And we would take this section, take that impervious surface ratio, you see little note 4 there, we would add note 10 to this. And what note 10 would say is the impervious surface ratio shall not apply to public parks and associated public recreation facilities. So that is really the overview of this amendment. It's very straightforward. The Planning Commission took a look at this last month at their meeting, and by a vote of 8-0 have approved a resolution recommending its approval to you all. Staff supports this. I believe Mr. Furlow is a pretty big proponent of this as well. So we're recommending it for your approval this evening. That concludes my presentation on this item. I'll stand by at the conclusion of the public hearing to address any concerns.
Thank you, Mr. Wine. Before we open the public hearing, Madam Clerk, please explain the timing system.
This is a public hearing, and each speaker is asked to provide their name and address and will receive 3 minutes to offer their comments.
This is a public hearing. Will the first speaker please come forward and provide their name and address? Do we have anyone present who would like to speak to this ordinance? Hearing no speakers, this public hearing is now closed. Council, an ordinance has been presented for consideration. Councilman Johnson.
Move for approval.
Got a motion for approval from Councilman Johnson. Councilman Williams.
Second that, Mayor.
A second from Councilman Williams. Is there any discussion in the motion? Hearing none, council members prepare to vote. Please cast your vote. Madam Clerk, please record the vote.
Motion is approved by a vote of 8-0.
Okay, at this time, we are going to call for one more 10-minute recess so we can all gather our strength to finish this thing out. And we will meet back here at approximately, what time is it? 10:25. Let's make it 10:35, 10:40. Okay, we'll meet back at 10:40. That's 13 minutes.
May I have your attention, please? Council meeting's back in order.
Excuse me, council is back in session. Our next public hearing is to receive public comment on the proposed operating and capital budget for fiscal year 2023 to 2024 and related ordinances. Mr. Manager, please provide an overview.
Yes, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council, at your April 5th work session, the Director of Finance, Teelan Hansen, presented the city's manager's proposed FY 23-24 operating and capital budget. At the end of the presentation, council provided directions on two items. One, to evaluate the proposed utility rate increases to determine if any additional relief was potentially available, and two, implement a 2-cent real estate tax rebate alternative. Prior to tonight's public hearing, Ms. Hansen will provide a brief overview of the proposed budget highlights, including the required amendments. Teelan?
Thank you, Mr. Manager. I would say good evening, but it seems like it's a little past evening, so
Good
morning, not sure. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council, I am here tonight to give a staff report on the proposed fiscal year 23-24 budget, as well as give you an update on those items that the manager mentioned that City Council directed us to take a second look at and to make some amendments in the budget at your previous meeting. Some of these slides are going to look very familiar to you, so as we go through, I want to start off again with the budget priorities that we set when we were putting together the budget, and those were to maintain service levels with no tax rate increase, protect human health and safety, employee compensation and critical personnel resources, invest in public education, in quality of life enhancements through our CIP, and maintain compliance with our financial policies. So this next slide shows the total budgets for each of the 17 funds, including the schools, as it relates to what is in the proposed budget. So you can see their total budget is $885,072,810, with the general fund being just a little bit over $298 million. And then the capital projects fund and the special revenue funds you can see there on the screen. Addressing those budget priorities to maintain service levels with no tax rate increase, the proposed real estate tax rate is remaining static at $1.09 citywide, 10.5 cents for the downtown business overlay district, and 24 cents for the Route 17 taxing district. This does maintain that we are the third lowest tax rate in the region, and as you're aware, in the budget is a proposed 10% discount on assessed value of cars and trucks less than 2 tons, that 90% personal property assessment ratio that Susan Draper presented to you at your work session earlier in April. Protection of human health and safety. We have provided funding for a number of local and regional organizations that serve Suffolk residents in need of services. The list here on the screens are the ones that specifically addressed human health and safety, but the list is much longer than this for various local and regional organizations. The ones that address human health and safety, we have funded Coalition Against Poverty, Eastern Virginia Medical School, 5th Judicial District Drug Court, the Food Bank, 4Kids, the Geneve Shelter, Legal Aid Society, Mercy Medical Angels, Senior Services of Southeastern Virginia, the STOP Organization, Suffolk Health Department, the Suffolk Public Defender's Office, Western Tidewater Community Services Board, and Western Tidewater Free Clinic. In addition to that, we have included in the budget $500,000 to address the city's homelessness initiatives, and we have provided additional state funding is anticipated for the Department of Social Services. Addressing employee compensation and critical personnel resources, the budget includes a 5% proposed cost of living adjustment for all city employees, constitutional officers, grant employees, and appointees. It also includes step plan adjustments for those who qualify for step plan adjustments in this first year once we've reached the first year of the plan. And we have also proposed adding 30 new full-time positions that we're recommending to address increased workload and strategic initiatives, including four individuals in the police department, 4 in Parks and Rec, Planning and Community Development 3, Social Services 3, Fire and Rescue 2, the Sheriff's Department 2, Media and Community Relations 2, Police Emergency Communications 1, Capital Programs 1, the Assessor's Office 1, Human Resources 1, and the Circuit Court Judges 1 staff attorney. The other funds, we have added 2 people to the Stormwater Fund, 2 to the Information Technology Fund, and 1 to the Road Maintenance Fund. Investing in public education, we have proposed $69.3 million budgeted for school operations. This is a $2 million increase over what is currently funded for the school operations. And as you are aware, the state has not yet passed their budget, and there are multiple proposals at the state level for funding for education, and so those negotiations at the state level are still pending. We have also included $11.9 million in the city's debt service budget to cover debt service related to the schools. This is a $700,000 increase from the current year. We've included $442,979 to address the school administration lease. And we have also included $23.2 million worth of capital funding to address the first year of the JFK Middle School replacement construction at $22 million, and to start the Northern Shores Elementary addition at $1.2 million. And you can see on the graph at the bottom the operational funding for the schools over the last 10 years. Addressing quality of life enhancements, the fiscal year 24 capital budget includes all of the year 1 projects that were approved in the adopted CIP. This means a $30 million bond issuance for general government capital projects. We have put $11.7 million into general fund cash for the capital PAYGO. We're planning on issuing $4.8 million worth of revenue bonds and $1 million worth of cash for stormwater projects. $20.3 million worth of utility fund cash for projects, and $3.7 million worth of bonds for the Public Utilities Fund. This slide is what we had proposed for the budget, and in just a few slides you will see what we have changed as it relates to the directives that council gave us at their last meeting. So we proposed $12.9 million in general fund cash be set aside to address capital contingency issues, specifically to safeguard against escalating construction costs and prices. And as we think about JFK, the College Drive Fire Station, the library, and other projects that were scheduled to start within the next 12 months, we are anticipating that the cost of those will be higher than originally proposed in the CIP when those projects were initiated. In addition to that, this capital contingency funding can also be used to leverage state and federal grant dollars in order to put up local matching funds when grant opportunities become available. And as a last idea, we can also have the potential to advance certain CIP projects if necessary. Maintaining compliance with financial policies. Our capital PAYGO, which the policy requirement requires 3% of the general fund to be put as cash-funded capital in the capital projects budget. For the fiscal year 24, we are projecting that will be 11.7% with that additional funding that we're putting into there as cash funding. Debt as a percentage of assessed value. This is overall total debt outstanding as a percentage of our assessed value throughout the city. The policy requirement is that it be at 4%, and with the fiscal year 24 projected budget or proposed budget, it will be at 1.5%. Debt service as a percentage of general government expenditures. This is our annual debt service payments and the percentage that they make up of the general government expenditures. The policy requires that it be below 10%, and we will be at 6.6%. Unassigned fund balance, the maximum there is 20%. We'll achieve the 20%. The Budget Stabilization Fund will maintain compliance at 2.5%. And the Capital Reserve Fund, we anticipate based on projected fiscal year 23 results, will be $31.3 million. Some of the other funds and their highlights, the transit fund, we are proposing a 2-hour increase to the service hours on all existing routes so that those transit routes end at 8 p.m. rather than 6 p.m. And there's an additional $412,000 in state and federal funding anticipated to offset some of these operational costs. Refuse fund, we are proposing no increase to the $25.25 refuse fee despite recycling costs increasing. All current service levels for trash collection and recycling will be maintained. And it's required that we use about $635,000 of fund balance to stabilize that particular fund, but it does not put that fund in any danger. Stormwater Management Fund, we are proposing no increase to the stormwater fee, which will maintain static at $7.50 per month per equivalent residential unit. And that, of course, includes the debt service and the transfer of the $1 million for stormwater capital projects. Again, I'll point out that this slide shows the public utility rates as it was proposed in the budget when we brought it to you at your meeting earlier in April, and in a couple of slides, we'll show you what we have done under the direction of City Council. So due to a decline in projected ERUs from 625 down to 500, we're seeing a negative $1.4 million impact on the proposed revenue. We're seeing $1.7 million impact on increased expenditures due to increase in the bulk water purchases, which are contractually required, as well as the escalating costs of chemicals and supplies. And so as originally proposed, there was a 6.6% increase to the utility rate, which equated to approximately $6.75 per month on an average home bill. As I mentioned before, and as you are aware, at your meeting on April 5th, Council made a motion to direct us to do a couple of things. One of them was to review the fee schedule to minimize the proposed utility rate increases, as well as prepare an ordinance to provide for a real estate tax relief in the form of a credit equal to 2 cents per $100 of assessed value. And so that was the recommendation, and those will be considered those two amendments will be considered when you consider the budget amendments on May 3rd. But here's what we've done and what we have proposed as changes. We took another look at those ERUs in the utility fund, and we've adjusted them from 500 to 550. And so with that, we have changed the proposed 6.6% increase to a 4.4% increase on the utility rate, not including any increases the HRSD might pass along. What that means is the average homeowner will see, or the average utility customer will see about $4.45 a month increase in their utility rates. For the 2 cent real estate tax credit, this creates a $3 million impact in the general fund. And so what we've done is that $12.9 million that we were proposing to be transferred over to the capital contingency fund now is down to $9.9 million in order to make that budget balance. So what the next steps are is to hold your public hearing for the proposed fiscal year 24 budget and ordinances and direct staff on any additional amendments. And then May 3rd, we'll come back and hold the public hearing for the effective rate increase due to reassessments. And we recommend that the budget be adopted on May 3rd. With that, once you hold your public hearing, I'll be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Thielen. Before we open the public hearing, Madam Clerk, please explain the timing system.
This is a public hearing, and each speaker is asked to provide their name and their address and will receive 3 minutes to offer their comments.
This is a public hearing. Will the first speaker please come forward and provide their name and address?
Dr. Cynthia Romero, 1129 West Revere Point Road, Virginia Beach. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Suffolk City Council members. I'm Dr. Cynthia Romero, and I'm the director of the M. Foscue Brock Institute for Community and Global Health at Eastern Virginia Medical School. And I speak on behalf of EVMS in support of the proposed operating and capital budget for fiscal year 2023 to 24 and related ordinances, particularly for the section of protection of human life and safety. Eastern Virginia Medical School was started about 50 years ago, particularly to improve the health and well-being of our region. And through those years, we have improved not only the education of healthcare professionals in our region, but also have provided critically needed services, clinical services, and now outpatient services, supports, and resources. Through the years, we are proud to say that EVMS has grown into one of the region's employers. So as of today, we have 91 of our over 2,000 employees are residents of Suffolk. We have 185 alumni of EVMS, and that includes physicians, physician assistants, and other master's trained alumni who are residents of Suffolk. We have over 12,000 residents who are patients of physicians and our practices of EVMS. And as of last year, we have provided $2.9 million in uncompensated care for residents of Suffolk. We continue to provide community health support and activities, particularly because of some of the most significant health disparities in Suffolk related to chronic illnesses such as diabetes, high blood pressure, maternal and infant mortality, and cancer death rates. So on behalf of EVMS, I want to thank you for the consideration of the support of EVMS so that we can continue to provide improvements in health and healthcare services to your city of Suffolk. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker, please.
Good night. Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members, my name is Dana Cherry Bilby, and I reside at 5252 Pruden Boulevard. Can you think of a teacher, a bus driver, that made an impact on your life? Think about it. Who was the one person that said something to you or did something for you that molded you into who you are today? For me, that was Miss Yates, my second grade teacher and fourth grade teacher. She made an impact on me because of her belief in me and her sweet and caring spirit. She is why I became an educator. As an educator of 29 years, I can tell you things have surely changed. From when I started as a teacher at Booker T. Washington Elementary. During my years of service, I have had the opportunity to work with outstanding educators, amazing students, and supportive parents. Now, as an administrator and proud principal of Elephants Fork Elementary, it deeply troubles me that the city is not supporting the entire cost of the SPS proposed budget at a time when we're in a teacher shortage and a bus driver shortage. Supporting this proposed budget would allow employees of Suffolk Public Schools to earn raises which they deserve and provide additional support, such as S3 positions from being funded, positions that would focus on security, safety, and additional support for our staff. You might ask, why do they deserve a raise? I have staff that weeded my flower bed during the spring break without being asked. I have been a member of a faculty where they buy school supplies and other important supplies for students. I have worked with staff members who have offered to pay for glasses for students. I have staff members that have paid for Uber drivers for parents so they could get their child to the doctor. I have staff members who have provided food for families when they have lost their children. I have bus drivers who buy winter gifts for their students. I have staff members that have pooled their resources together to support families after having a fire. These are just a few examples of the non-selfish examples of why our SPS staff deserve to be paid more. I've heard it mentioned at previous city council meetings. Money's not everything, but it sure helps. I think we all can agree on that statement. Funding the SPS budget will help our staff feel appreciated and valued. It will increase safety and security in our schools. Isn't that what we want for our community? Fully funding the budget will entice families to want to live in our great city, a place where education is valued and student safety is a priority. A recent study about education asked how they felt about teachers' impact. 88% of respondents stated that teachers had a significant role in their lives. 98% of respondents believe that a teacher can change a child's life. Remember when I asked you earlier, who made an impact on your life? That is what the staff of Suffolk Public Schools does every single day, from the time they get on the bus to the time they come in that building until the time they get back on that bus. With the revenue of the real estate taxes increasing, can we not use that money to support the Suffolk Public Schools budget? I beg you, let's not forget our quiet heroes, our educators, our bus drivers that shape the city and the lives of students. Our community, Suffolk, depends on education, and we need to work together to allow the staff of Suffolk Public Schools to be supported by the City Council and to keep our students safe. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Crystal Taylor, and I reside at 127 Sandcastle Circle. I am speaking tonight on the importance of the support for the Suffolk Public Schools 2023-2024 budget by fully funding the division's increase request. As a parent of 2 students and a school administrator, safety is always my top priority. Given the recent news of continued school shootings across our nation, the leaders of our division have put together a plan to increase school safety, security, and support with S3 positions for the upcoming school year. This plan incorporates additional positions, the transition of positions from part-time to full-time, and increased tools in our schools such as metal detectors. It is important that our students and staff are confident that they are safe and secure, as that definitely impacts teaching and learning. I, for one, want to leave for work each day knowing that my children are safe in their learning environment. Safety is a basic need, and research shows that students learn better when their basic needs have been met. One of the reasons I moved to Suffolk myself was because of the wonderful things that I heard about the school division here in this city, along with the city itself. In particular, schools are always the first thing I look at when I consider moving or relocating. The city's support of schools guarantees others like me will want to continue to move to our area, thus increasing our city's revenue. An absolute win-win for both the city and the school division. Additionally, your support would allow for other areas of the proposed budget to be addressed, such as salary increases and increased instructional support, which is key given where our students have had to come from with the pandemic and the learning gaps that we have seen since that. If we want our kids to be the best, we need to be able to hire and retain the best. We also need to reward those who are dedicated to growing our best, who are our students. The salary increase is necessary so that our city's school division can remain competitive in our area. Therefore, I respectfully stand before you as a community member and a school leader requesting the support of our school division's budget so that we can continue to adequately address and improve safety for our students and staff, student achievement and growth, and staff compensation during our upcoming school year. Not supporting the division's request would be a disservice to our students and staff in the city of Suffolk. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Good evening. My name's Jim Granfield. I'm the public defender here in Suffolk, 610 West Constance Road. It's the building with the big sign, and at the bottom of that sign it says Home of the Sixth Amendment. And that's what I like to think of it as. So I want to thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, City Manager, and perhaps most importantly, Ms. Hanson, whom we worked with quite a bit in getting into the budget. I stood before you folks a year ago, made my pitch, and honestly, it was too little too late. I did a poor job in educating you as to what we do and how we do it and why we needed the city supplement. My pledge to you, I hope, is a year from now, I come back and I tell you what the supplement you hopefully are going to vote on May 3rd will have done for our office, For the last 18 months, I've been running around 2 lawyers short out of 8. So we have 6 instead of 8, and it's noticeable. It has affected the quality of the representation, and I can tell you that May 4th, the ad's going up, and I hope to fill those vacancies and get some results. So we started this council meeting tonight with a presentation about Victims' Rights Week, and my friend Mr. Breedlove, Vaughn Breedlove from the Commonwealth Attorney's Office was here, and I thought, you know, we have a great Commonwealth Attorney's Office, we have a great police department in this city. I've known Chief Chandler back when he was Officer Chandler, as I like to kid him, literally, way back when. But in our system, we have a system of checks and balances, and that's sort of what the Public Defender's Office does. Chief Chandler knows I've been the first to call him, email him, to compliment an officer, and then on the rare occasion I've had an issue, we've talked as well, and I truly appreciate that working professional relationship. So what else do we do besides go to court and represent people who can't afford a lawyer? What do we do on the back end? I am truly honored that in the budget that you lumped us in, it's a protection of human health and safety. And we take that very seriously. Because the things we do beyond court, setting up that client to go to a GED class that they never thought of and had no idea how to do it. Getting to do something like navigate going to DMV to get their license back. We do a lot of reentry, job hunting, that kind of thing. We'd love to be a victim of our own success. That's probably not going to happen. There's still going to be people charged with crimes and needing representation. So I will wrap up my comments by saying, like all good lawyers, I did my homework, and I read all the bios on the council members, so I know there's 2 of you had the privilege, like I did, of serving in what I call the world's finest Navy. Before I went to law school, didn't stay for a career, but Councilman Bennett, Councilman Fawcett, I know spent time in the Navy. And one of the things I loved about the Navy, just the little ceremony, the notion of the accountability. When you took the watch and you stood there and you said, I relieve you, sir. Didn't matter what happened up until that point, but it was your watch. The minute you said those 4 words, you were accountable. And you were accountable until somebody else, 4 hours or 6 hours or however many hours later, said to you, I relieve you, sir. And then you said the magic words, I stand relieved. So I'm accountable, and I'm speaking to the few citizens that are left at the meeting tonight. I like to think I'm accountable for your Public Defender's Office. I'm accountable to you, this council, for the money you're going to supplement us with. And we're going to put it to good use and get some more good people and do the best job we can and be the best PD office in the Hampton Roads area. So thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
Hello, I'm Rachel Culbertson from 517 Kilby Shores Drive. I'm the director of the Suffolk Hope Center Ministries at 1653 Holland Road. It was actually this meeting last year that we won the council's unanimous approval to rezone the property at 1653 Holland Road with a conditional use permit to become a recovery center for up to 32 women coming out of addiction. That was a victorious evening, and I still thank you all so much for your compassionate support that you showed us that night. Since then, the journey has been eventful at times and long-winded at others. We came into Suffolk prepared to spend up to $1 million on this project. With a property that was purchased in good condition for under $500,000, we were confident that we could stick to our budget. However, the deeper we got into the process, the more expensive it became, with no preparation or advising from the city on what they would require, regardless of multiple attempts to obtain a punch list. Each step has brought in new challenges, new expenses, but we have continued to comply with the city's requirements with minimal pushback on our part. Once we made it through the expensive zoning process and an even more expensive site plan approval, spending $23,000 alone in city utility upgrade fees,
We are now in the building plan review and being asked to spend tens of thousands more dollars on more drawings from specialized engineers that could lead to an unimaginable amount of more expenses. Hope Centers have opened, there's 4 different Hope Centers in Virginia, in the Commonwealth of Virginia, and there's also many centers near major cities like Dallas, Nashville, and Oklahoma City. But we've never experienced the amount of obstacles like we have in Suffolk, being who we are and what we do as a ministry. We are not a rehab. We are not a medical facility. We are not a mental health treatment facility. We are a voluntary, long-term, aftercare type recovery center for those who wish to find hope after addiction. We currently have a home with 30 made beds that sits empty while there are loved ones in our community suffering and on the verge of death every day. OBC Hospital reports 8 to 10 drug and alcohol-related emergencies every 24 hours. The Suffolk Police Department responded to 22 overdoses in the month of January, and a Suffolk funeral home owner said that COVID deaths are nothing compared to the amount of overdose deaths that he sees on a regular basis. Addiction is life or death, and Hope Center Ministries has a proven recovery model that saves lives daily. Suffolk would be number 44 of what the same Hope Center model that has gone on throughout the nation. Yet we feel as though we're being strung along with no predictable end in sight, spending large amounts of money on this drawn-out process with only the donations from the community circling back in. Thankfully, the community has been very faithful in helping us raise over $200,000 since the beginning of this journey, but being open and operating would help us with catch up on some of this loss that has been required in this process. We are not federal or state funded. We are a completely faith-based nonprofit, and at this time, the city of Suffolk has denied us financial help. It is possible that they may be holding off because we are not currently operating, but at this point, starting a Hope Center in Suffolk, Virginia has proven to be at least 4 times as much as a yearly operating budget and counting. I'm asking that the city reconsider helping to fund the startup of our Suffolk Hope Center. And if there is anything that could be done to help speed along the process and get us our certificate of occupancy so that we can become operational and start restoring lives, families in our community, which we intend to do, please help there as well. Again, I thank you so much for your time, consideration, and continued support.
Thank you, ma'am. We have our next speaker, please.
Christopher Dove, 852 Colonel Meade Drive, Suffolk, Virginia. I'd like you to consider the following facts. Suffolk is the 3rd highest per capita city in Tidewater. The 4 other cities that are below us are significantly below us, at least $40,000 per capita. Yet Suffolk is number 2, second from last, in its funds dedicated to school operating funds. Second to last. Before last year, we had the honor of being last, and we had that honor for over 10 years. You have continually, the city's council, not you individually, has continually underfunded the school operating budget. I frequently wonder why you claim that education funding is a priority, yet you never seem to do it. At the same time, not only on operating is a problem, but the capital improvement plan is an issue. We have 6 out of 4 elementary schools that do not meet the level of service required. The 3 middle schools, or the 4 middle schools, all do meet the level of service required. But 2 of the high schools do not meet the level of service. Yet you're going to go ahead and increase or change 1 middle school and get it replaced and ignore the others that do not meet the requirements. There is definitely a disconnect between you and the superintendent of schools. I've spoken to him, and he says that he has a priority to get those schools, at least some of those schools, to meet the level of service. We heard from the Elephant's Fork. Elephant's Fork does not meet the level of service required. They are overcrowded. unlawfully overcrowded because you continue to approve rezonings against the law. You need to get a handle on the funding for getting the schools so that they can handle the capacity of students you keep throwing at them. Students do not belong in trailers, they belong in classrooms. Thank you.
Your next speaker, please.
Good evening, ladies and gents. It is past my bedtime, so we'll make this quick. Good evening, Mayor Duman, Vice Mayor Ward, council members, and my fellow Suffolkians. My name is Tim Kubanak. I reside at 119 Dudley Drive in Whaleyville Borough. In addition, I'm a father of 3 sons who attend Suffolk Public Schools, and I'm honored to serve as assistant principal at your Lakeland High School, home of the Cavaliers. As a citizen and father of school-age public school students, I support a fully funded school budget as proposed by Dr. John B. Gordon III and approved by the City of Suffolk School Board. I believe that the budget as drafted thoughtfully addresses the safety, security, and support of our students by emphasizing improvements in building security, student intervention, and teacher retention in the form of salary increases, as well as that of for our education support professionals like teacher assistants, bus drivers, and other support staff. The phrase, "it takes a village to raise a child," regains a little bit of its meaning, lost in its overuse, when I think of how many caring adults come into contact with my sons every day and at my building as well. Funding at anything less than what has been thoughtfully requested puts this in jeopardy. As an educational professional with nearly 20 years of experience in your Suffolk Public Schools, I sit ringside annually to this hand-wringing that takes place every spring as we determine, what is to be prioritized and or pushed forward with respect to the school division budget. And while I have an appreciation for the type of actions this body takes to approve measures to improve infrastructure, attract businesses, and to increase and maintain their credit worthiness, I believe that none of these have the lasting power of a well-educated, well-rounded, well-supported youth in our local education agency. The return on investment is higher than the value of roads built, revenues realized, and bond rating. And moreover, the achievement of Suffolk students increases the available workforce for that infrastructure improvement, for new business creation, and in the participation in the very government in which we find ourselves this late evening. So on behalf of the talented and experienced administrative team from my Lakeland High School, we support the superintendent's approved budget, and we respectfully ask for you to do the same. Thank you for what you do to be a champion for our Suffolk Public Schools, and good evening.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening. I'm Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. I'm Derek Bryan, and I'm the proud principal at Kings Fork High School, 351 Kings Fork Road. It's probably one of the only times I'll agree with the Lakeland Cavalier about anything. However, the purpose of me speaking tonight is to encourage your vote for funding requested to properly fund our schools. As principal, I truly understand the value of having staff members to serve our students each and every day. Fully funding our schools will help keep teachers in the classrooms and deter our educators from having to work second jobs and or leave our district. Our educators love what they do, and I feel as if we need to continue to invest in our staff as well as our children. On a daily basis, our staff members work to serve as mothers, fathers, mentors, coaches, counselors, advocates for the nearly 14,000 students in Suffolk Public Schools. In addition, by fully funding our schools, our students will continue to have access to the resources that they need to compete with students from neighboring districts and states. Our students with disabilities will be afforded the devices necessary to keep our classrooms equitable and feel that sense of efficacy. I stand here today a proud of Suffolk Public Schools, and can easily say that because of the efforts and times of teachers and coaches, I have become a proud and productive citizen of Suffolk. These are the same values our educators are utilizing to create proud Suffolk citizens of tomorrow. Please fully fund our schools. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, sir. We have our next speaker, please. Do we have anyone else who would like to speak in regards to the proposed operating and capital budget for fiscal year 23-24. Hearing no additional speakers, this public hearing is now closed. There's no action necessary this evening regarding this item. Council, do you have any questions, comments, or further direction? Awful quiet out there. Okay, well, hearing no comments, I guess. Okay, let's push the button there. There you go.
I know it's getting
Councilman
late.
Bennett.
I know it's getting late.
I know it's hard to
But,
jump in first.
Listen to what the principals and assistant principals and all teachers and all were saying. I thought we was fully funding the schools, except what we was waiting for the state to come down.
And now, what we provided you last meeting, they had asked for $4 million of additional local funding.
Right.
We provided 2 to cover the safety areas. What the other 2, of course, let me go back a bit. When I was talking to the superintendent, when we were working on the capital budget, he said he was going to request $2 million.
Right.
As the operating budget came in, they requested 4 because of the state error on the sales tax. Now, the state made up the current year. Now, their budget, and they adopted this, what they call the skinny budget right now. They're going back, and it sounds like in June, there's different options on the table to make up the state funding of that other $2 million. We believe that they're going to be probably working on that budget in June after the primaries, the way it reads at this point. But we provided the $2 million. They had asked for $1.3 million that dealt with the school safety. We provided the $2 million that superintendent initially discussed with me in the fall. We did not, when I met with him and asked him and Ms. Forsman if the other $2 million was related to the state, and the answer was yes from Ms. Forsman. So we haven't provided that $2 million, which is about 0.89% of their overall budget at this time.
So therefore, we still don't know what the state funding is going to be towards making up the difference of that $2 million.
At this point, we do not know if they're going to get an extra. Teal, what was a range of what the state options were?
So the current 3 proposals that I'm aware of at the state level, one of them could flat fund them, one of them could give them up to $2 million extra, and one of them could give them up to $6 million extra. And so we're looking at a range there, and so our recommendation is that we did not fund that additional $2 million until everything at the state shakes out and we figure out what their final funding from the state is.
But supposing they doesn't give the schools that funding, then that's still going to cut them short.
Well, at that time, we can revisit it if once we find out in June what the answer is. We can always revisit. Again, I'd like to point out that it's, when we talk about salaries and we talk about not fully funded, you know, we're talking about a full year. We're talking about $25 million budget that we're talking about 0.89% here. So I don't think it's going to stop the world until we find out that answer.
Okay, but we can revisit after we hear back from the state. We can revisit.
You can always revisit the budgets.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilman Johnson.
I'd just like to make one comment. I'd like to thank Rachel Culbertson for coming tonight from the Hope Center Ministries. We may not have been able to help them this year in our budget, but what I'd like to ask the city manager to please look into it and see if maybe we can do some in-kind help or do something that the city can help promote them. This organization is going to be a great asset to our city. So I think if we could research it a little bit and do a little bit of help, I would like to see that move forward. But thank you.
Councilman Fawcett.
Also, to piggyback off that, Tim, on that Hope Center, I would ask that the city manager get with the necessary folks to find out, you know, what is the big string here for the 30-bed vacancy that is desperately needed to be worked on over there so that they can get these people in there. There's got to be a way to get them a CO, a temporary CO to operate or something. I mean, they've put their heart and soul in there. We should, as a city, we talked about putting money into homeless, but yet here we have a viable issue here that could put 30 people in a bed, and we're having these roadblocks, and we have to find a way to fix it. So I ask that everybody step up to the plate and find a way to get these people some kind of temporary or a CO so that they can do it. They can't afford that kind of money. There's got to be some obstacle here. They're a nonprofit to start with. They're a volunteer group. So, I want to see if we can do something with that and have somebody from y'all get back to the council and tell us what we can do to help those folks.
Isn't there a guideline or something for being up? When there a guideline for being operational in order to get a donation? Okay, council, any other questions or comments? If not, I'll throw a few comments out there. I want to start with thanking the city manager, Ms. Hanson, and all the staff. Mr. Manager, thank you for coming back to us with a means to reduce the water bill rates from what was being proposed. I want to thank you for amending the budget to allow for a 2% tax, 2 cent. I'm going to change that in a minute, though. He's not going to like it, but I'm going to change it in a minute. We asked the manager to bring back a 2 cent equivalent reduction, not reduction in the tax bill, tax relief on real estate tax. I mean, this council is sensitive to the economic situation now, with inflation where it is, the increased tax burden, somewhat based on real estate tax assessments, but they are what they are. So last year, just to remind everyone, we actually reduced our taxable rate from 111 to 109. We're already third lowest, and we went a little bit lower. That's permanent. This year, what I'd like to propose, I spoke to the city treasurer, and from a logistics standpoint or ease of accounting, it's a small change, but if you, instead of doing 2 cents per 100, you just do 2% across the board. So it's 2% of 109, which would result in about a $300,000 additional cost. But it makes the accounting very easy versus what he explained to me could be not quite as accurate going through the algorithms or whatever they have to do to get to 2 cents. So it's a lot easier just to do 2%. So whatever that assessment is, there will be a 2% tax credit on your real estate bill. Why aren't we reducing the rates again? To be perfectly honest with you, I do not think the economy is going to be in the same. We're spending last year's money, and anybody who has anything to do with the economy right now, if you're in the retail business, I don't think we're going to stay on that same trajectory. But this offers some type of tax relief to our citizens, along with we maintained a 90% ratio on the personal property tax. And in addition to that, we basically, the manager has reduced what would have been the impact on the water rate by about a third. So I want to thank you for doing that. I don't know if you need some direction. Do we need a motion? At this time, I would ask council if they're agreeable to it. It's a small thing, but it'll make it easier. It's about a $300,000 impact. It would be that much more tax relief to direct the manager to adjust the budget to allow for a 2% tax relief credit on real estate. Anybody's up for that, sir? It's about 3 million now, so it's going to be about 3.3, thereabouts?
Yeah, it equates to about 2.33.
2.3.
Let's Instead of 2 pennies, it would be 2.3
Yeah.
pennies.
But it makes the process easier, and I think our residents will have an easier time understanding that too. Just whatever your home's valued, 2% tax coming back to you. So, Councilman Fawcett.
I'm okay with moving that in that direction. I mean, the relief alone, something, at least we're doing something. And I will agree with you that, you know, even bringing the water rate down a little bit it helps, because we always hear about that water rate. But yeah, I would go ahead and make a motion that we go ahead and move it down to the 2% versus the 2 cents, correct?
Can we add a caveat to that motion, if allowed by law? Because
Yes.
it's not clear at this point that you
Okay.
could do 2%.
Yes.
You can do 2 cents because you're allowed to set the tax rate, but whether or not you can refund 2%,
Okay.
we would have to research.
Yeah, I'll go with that also. That was provided.
Provided that Debbie Downer over there says, you know, yeah, as long as it's allowed by law, how about that? Okay, we got a motion to provide 2% tax relief. Councilman Williams.
I'd like to second that.
Councilman Williams, second. Any discussion of the motion? Hearing none, council members prepare to vote. Please cast your vote. Madam Clerk, please record the vote.
Motion is approved by a vote of 8-0.
Okay, that takes care of that. So the majority of our speakers tonight, 90% have to do with school funding. So I want to put a few things into perspective and also a thought process. As the manager alluded to, the amount we're talking about is less than 1% of the budget. But the original request from the superintendent assumed a 2.1 loss in funding due to the grocery tax. Of that 2.1 million, it's my understanding from talking to people in Richmond that have to do with appropriations, there were 9 payments made towards that, but it still leaves the school system $827,000 short from the fully funded number. However, I've been assured that there's, well, not assured, but we can find out, between now and the end of June, that not only will that money you will be made fully whole as far as that 2.1 million, but chances are it's probably going to be closer to about 2.5 million. So you actually end up with about $1.5 million to $1.7 million more than what you budgeted for. Now, there's kind of a catch-22 when it comes to doing the school budget. We went through this last year. We fully funded the school budget last year, the year before, and I think the year before that too. But last year, we fully funded the school budget also. The catch-22 is, by code, we have to allocate school funds by May 15th. May 15th, we have to tell you how much money you're going to get. You don't know how much you're going to get to the end of June. So we're guessing. I can tell you that the guesses that you've had last year, the additional funding was closer to $6 million, over and above being fully funding. The catch-22 is once we appropriate the money, we can't unappropriate it. We can give you more. Don't get me wrong. We can supply more, but we have no ability to unappropriate it. So if fully funded means $100 million and you receive $100 million, but then you get an extra $5 million between May 15th and the end of June, that $5 million doesn't come back to the city. So we're fully funded plus. So with that being the case, we want teachers to get paid, we want personnel to get paid, we want operations to be what they need to be, and you need to be funded to do that. And there's no question about it. We can always, once we find out what those dollars are, we have the latitude, and I can't speak for everybody up here, but we have the latitude to augment that money before the end of the fiscal year. But it behooves us to wait to see what that actual state funding money is going to be. When it comes to doing an initial budget, and I'm not on the school board, but if I wanted to make sure that the teachers were getting paid and that the support personnel were getting paid and the bus drivers were getting paid, you know what I would do? I'd make it the first priority, not the last. Just saying. Put it in the budget. If you run short and you need gas money for the buses, come see us. But teachers and personnel should be first. They should be given priority. What normally happens is that the request is always for teachers and support personnel. There's a $220-some million budget there. And a good chunk of it is not necessarily for teachers and personnel. So make that first. So I am confident that that funding will be there. And if not, then this council is absolutely willing to look at it because we want to be able to provide that funding. But we're elected to be good stewards of the taxpayers' money. A third of all our local tax dollars goes to the school system. And as long as we're on this subject, I guess somebody missed a meeting, but we talked about Suffolk being the second lowest in student funding. Well, it's kind of true, but it's really not true. It's kind of true when you look at local, state, and federal funding. And you can go to the state of Virginia's Board of Education Superintendent's Report, and all those numbers are right there. I can't do it off the top of my head. I had it on a piece of paper about a month ago because this had come up before. So if I'm off by a couple of dollars, don't chastise me, but so much. So those numbers you're looking at, total funding per student, is local, state, and federal. The number to look at is local money, because that's our local tax dollars. He's shaking his head. State funding and federal funding includes all sources of money. So normally, based on demographics, and you can go to Portsmouth. Portsmouth has less per student locally than we do, but it's higher total. Why is that? Because they qualify for more programs. The demographics mean that more money is being sent from the state and the feds to supplement and pay for programs that Suffolk may not qualify for, or the percentage of students isn't as high. When it comes to local funding, we're actually number 3 from the top in Hampton Roads. We're behind Chesapeake by about $78 a student. Virginia Beach kills everybody. I'm going to tell you, theirs was closer to, and I'm doing this all by memory, so I don't want you to think I'm trying to mislead anybody, but I guarantee I'm in the ballpark with where we are. Virginia Beach is over $5,000 a student. Chesapeake was about $4,700 maybe in local funding, and we were 47 less, but basically $78. So that's your local tax dollars. So put it all into perspective. One thing is not necessarily relevant to the other. When you look at the total, look at where the funding sources come from. And the poorer the city is, based on the demographics, the more state and federal funding that they will receive, and that augments that number. So just trying to put it in line. We're really not that bad. We're actually 3rd from the top. If we're not 3rd from the top, everybody here gets a steak dinner. Go look it up. That's what it is. Okay, no free cars, just a steak dinner. Bump, bump, bump. Okay, so now we got that out of the way. That's all I got. In regards to the budget, I think it's a great budget. The financial policies, I mean, we're absolutely killing it. We had 3 of them that, I mean, all of them are way under what our guidelines are. All 3 of them improved substantially, 1 pretty much about the same. So I am confident that we're in a very enviable position and where we are where we need to be. So with that being said, let's move on to, I think we got another public hearing. Okay. And that public hearing should receive public comment regarding a resolution to adopt the fiscal year 2023-2024 annual action plan for the city of Suffolk's Community Development Block Grant Program, CDBG, and the Western Tidewater Home Consortium Home Investment Partnership Grant Program, the HOME, the HOME. Mr. Manager, please provide an overview.
Yes, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. Kevin's going to take us to tomorrow shortly.
Oh, my watch died. Thank you, Mr. Manager, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. I gave you a staff report on this earlier this month, so I'll just kind of roll through this really quickly. But this is the annual action plan. It'll speak to it's a strategic implementation document, 1-year funding horizon, but it identifies the specific uses for our CDBG, community development block grant funding that we get from the federal level and our home investment partnerships. And that's what you'll be receiving public comment on this evening. Just a reminder, the CDBG and home programs are for the benefit of low to moderate income persons, and Suffolk administers both the CDBG and the home grant programs in the city. So there's a difference between the CDBG funds program and home. CDBG has a lot more flexibility. It's specific to the city of Suffolk, but it's focused on developing a viable community. We provide funding in support of a wide range of community development activities. The home grant program, it's administered on behalf of Western Tidewater. That includes Suffolk, of course, Franklin, and the counties of Isle of Wight and Southampton. The focus there is housing and home ownership for low-income individuals. And their primary value is to provide decent, affordable housing and permanent housing to lower-income individuals. The CDBG allocation for 2023-2024 is $496,361, and for home it is $426,831. Here's the breakdown for the CDBG funds. We can work with some public service activities, Western Tidewater Free Clinic, 4Kids, Geneva Shelter, Boys and Girls Club of Southeast Virginia. Those are all capped at 15% of the overall funding. Almost $100,000 goes to the program administration. We work with the Suffolk Redevelopment Housing Authority on emergency home repair. That accounts for $50,000. And then we work with some low-income housing tax credit developers as well by providing some assistance as it relates to costs of land development. The home allocation breaks down as follows. As the lead agency, that's almost $25,000. The Western Tidewater Home Consortium member activities account for $325,000, and our community housing development organization, Habitat for Humanity, accounts for almost $77,000, bringing us to our total. So here we are at the public hearing this evening. At the conclusion of that, it will be on your agenda on May 3rd for formal adoption, and we will submit the annual action plan to HUD on June 15th. That concludes my information on this. I'll stand by at the conclusion of the public hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Wine. Before we open the public hearing, Madam Clerk, please explain the timing system.
This is a public hearing, and each speaker is asked to provide their name and address and will receive 3 minutes to offer their comments.
This is a public hearing. Will the first speaker please come forward and provide their name and address? Do we have anyone present who would like to speak to this issue? Hearing no speakers, this public hearing is now closed. There's no action necessary tonight regarding this item, but we'll check and see if there's any questions or comments from council. Councilman Rector?
Yeah, this is a quick question for Kevin. The chart that you showed up on the community development block grants and some of the there you go. The public service activities portion of it, how did they, quote, make the list? And then is there any opportunity there for that Hope House? The lady that was here before who's, obviously looking for funding sources to assist her organization.
There's always an opportunity for additional public service activities. Right now, I believe we're at that 15% cap total with those organizations. So it may be a little late in the process now to include something like that, but the CDBG funding, very flexible, and I believe that organization would comply with what we could utilize it for.
Do they typically come to you, or how does that process work?
They work directly with our grants coordinator in our department. A lot of, most of these organizations we have relationships with and kind of recur year after year.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? All right, if not, thank you, Mr. Wine. We'll now move to ordinances. We do have an ordinance to amend Chapter 31 of the Unified Development Ordinance of the Code of the City of Suffolk, Article 5, Subdivision, Section 31-506, parentheses B2, Minor Subdivision, Appendix A, Definitions, and Appendix B, Submission Requirements, B9, Final plats or site plans. This is OTA 2022-2, and this item was continued from the December 21st, 2022 City Council meeting. Mr. Manager, please provide an overview.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council, Kevin will do this item also.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. We did a refresher on this at your retreat a couple weeks back, but this has been an item that has been on the radar for quite a while, and I will stress once again it is a clarification of our existing code, and I'll walk you through what that means. But we noticed going back to about May of last year, there are some opportunities for clarification of our existing code as it related to minor subdivisions. And once again, subdivision cuts for minor subdivisions should be limited to the parent track as it existed on March 1st, 1970. Right now, we don't define parent track, and this would allow an opportunity to do that. That's important because the cuts are limited. The cuts are limited to only 3 plus a residue after that date of March 1st, 1970, so it's important to track that. The existing language in our code section we recognize could benefit from additional clarity to reinforce the intent of the minor subdivision review and approval process. So this ordinance text amendment would add language to section 31506. The one new part of this would be the requirement of a full title report for minor subdivisions. This would allow staff in particular to be able to review these in a more consolidated fashion. We're not title examiners. And the subdivision history, particularly going back to March 1st, 1970, is vital. So, as I've shared with you, adoption of this amendment will not change the interpretation of the city's minor subdivision provisions, regardless of whether this is passed or not. Cuts need to be on the parent track as it existed in 1970. But the hope is that it will reinforce the city's minor subdivision process to eliminate any future misinterpretation as to the location of minor subdivision cuts. And our hope there is that that clarity is provided not just to the development community and staff, but citizens. So here's the definition of parent track as proposed: a lot, parcel, or tract of land legally established prior to March 1st, 1970, of which a plat with or legal description is recorded in the circuit court clerk's office. Here's that proposed change to 31506 by adding subsection B, clearly specifying that new lots created in accordance with subsection A must be located within the physical boundaries of their associated parent tract as it existed on March 1st, 1970. So we've kind of broken down this issue previously, but I'll walk you through it again. The issue with this a key issue here is properties that really don't have any cuts available to them because they don't meet our minimum standards yield additional cuts through a boundary line adjustment, cuts that are not located on their parent track. So here we have two distinct parcels, one that has road frontage. We have minimum standards for our subdivisions. They have to have road frontage. And one that does not have road frontage. So that parcel in the front could yield their 3 cuts plus a residue. And we see the rear parcel obviously has not been cut. But there's a re-subdivision process, and that's not something we can necessarily regulate. Re-subdivisions are permitted per state code. You can modify boundary lines. That's fine. You're not creating any new lots. Still requires a plat and a review by staff, but generally, provided that a property is not reducing its size in a way that would conflict with our subdivision ordinance, it's generally a pretty straightforward process. But what folks have been created in doing is shrinking a parcel and a parent track. And you can see here the residue of that parent track 1*1 has been shrunken down to the size of the other lots. Some call these piano key lots because of the way they look on a map. And the boundary line of the one that did not have road frontage now does. This is fine. You can do this. The ordinance text amendment will not change this. However, what it will offer clarification on is then using that newfound road frontage to create 3 additional lots for lots that are not located on that original boundary of the property. So the one key change here, the one real change, is for minor subdivision plats. Right now, we don't require that we get a title report. We usually get a title opinion that doesn't necessarily speak to the subdivision history of the property. So this section here in Appendix B of our Unified Development Ordinance would clarify that. So in summary, this will not impact how minor subdivisions are processed, are interpreted as it relates to the UDO's regulations. They will continue to be applied as they are today, but it's really an opportunity to clearly outline and reinforce the existing regulations, resulting in a clearer process for the public and staff. Just a reminder that preserving the agricultural heritage and the character of the city has been a key principle in all renditions of at least this version of the comp plan going back to 1999, really. And with that being said, this clarification really reinforces the limit of 3 subdivision cuts per parent tract. So as a reminder, back in September, the Planning Commission voted 8-0 to approve a resolution recommending its approval. Staff continues to recommend approval of this as well. So with that being said, we've closed the public hearing on this item back in December. I can stand by to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Wine. Council, questions or comments?
Mr. Mayor, if I may add to that staff report, just one of the issues that arose during the public hearings was that there was the potential that there were plats, minor subdivision plats that were approved that were not in accordance with the UDO. Under the UDO and case law, those plats would be null and void, and it would cause some title issue for any persons who received parcels out of those plats. And so what I recommend is that since we're making this clarification, that we go ahead and make sure that everyone starts on an even playing field and that we allow for those prior subdivision plats to be authorized. And you can only do that through the ordinance. So I would ask that you amend the ordinance that's before you to add a subsection D to 31506B2, and that it would read this way: final plats of minor subdivisions approved by the director or his designee prior to April 19th, 2023, as evidenced by the signature of the director or his designee on minor subdivision plats recorded in the land records of the office of the Circuit Court Clerk of the City of Suffolk shall not be rendered null and void for failure to meet the requirements of subsection A above. And that would clear up any title issues that may arise out of plats being approved that should not have been approved.
Okay. I did have a question. Obviously, this was one of the topics that we discussed at the retreat in some length, and I think in theory, everybody's okay with what we're doing this evening, and that what we're doing is clarifying the intent of the original code with a few definitions, so it's not subjective like it had been in the past. It's more objective. You can see what it is, and it clarifies that up. There was also some discussion during the retreat, though, that we investigate some options as to how we handle minor subdivisions when we're looking at individual parcels. Right now, it's kind of a one-size-fits-all. So we talked about maybe looking at some sliding scale methods and a couple of other ways we could address it based on what some of the other cities were doing. So I don't want to lose sight of that. I think we need to continue that so we can come up with something that's going to protect, the nature of those particular areas, but also be equitable as far as being able to allow maybe for more cuts on larger pieces under particular circumstances, whatever they may be. And the other question I had was, do we have any applications pending now in this regards that have not been consummated yet, that the applications are in? And if so, what, if any, allowances are we going to make, such as the requirement, if you go back a couple of slides, the requirement to get the, the history of the plats, and that wasn't required before. So if those applications are already in, are we going to require them to adhere strictly to the new code, or will they be grandfathered, if you will?
Our position and interpretation really over the last year or so has been really consistent. And like I said, it doesn't change how we're interpreting this. So any pending applications that were not aligning with the Unified Development Ordinance as it related to minor subdivisions, we've made comments to indicate that to applicants. So usually they're either withdrawn or they modify the application to align with the subdivision standards.
Okay, how about the process? If you go back a couple of slides, was something additional you were adding to the process had to do with
the title reports. In that case, starting today, any pending applications that did not provide that information to us would be fine. We'd continue to review them.
So they would have to get a title report?
No, they would not.
So if the application is in, we're not going to go back and say, now you have to get a title report. So from the process standpoint, nothing will change for them. However, how you look at them and your determination will be based on the new, the clarification of what we thought it was.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to clarify because I know, I think there's 2, 3 maybe applications pending out there. So I want to kind of know what kind of rules we're playing by.
Yeah.
Okay. Council, an ordinance has been presented for consideration. The motion being in order. Councilman Bennett.
Thank you. That was going to be my question. I think Attorney Williams answered the question that I was going to ask about the grandfathering of the ones that was already have applied a couple of years back that had never been approved going through. So what you were saying is, I think that's what the proper thing to do is grandfather those in, and we'll go with the new ordinance after this. Am I correct?
That's correct. That way that makes it fair for everyone.
Right. And do you need a motion for that?
So it needs to be, so
Yeah,
all you would
that's
have to do
part
is make a motion to approve the ordinance with the amendments.
Okay. And that's what I'll do. I'll make a motion to approve the ordinance with the amendments that the city attorney read off.
City Attorney's amendment. And if you can repeat what he said, you will win a free car.
Okay, repeat what you said.
No, not him, you. All right, we got a motion for approval with the amendment. Councilman Johnson.
I'll second.
Second from Councilman Johnson. Is there any further discussion of the motion? Hearing none, Councilman Rector. I'm going to cut you out there.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to talk for a minute and a half, get us over the midnight hump here. Given, obviously, this has been a long time in the works. And I think it's kind of very much needed because as we learned at the retreat when we were talking about this, when these minor subdivisions are created, they're not required to make any improvements to road frontage. They're not required to submit drainage applications. They're not, there's a lot of things that they're not required to do. And one of the applications that we looked at today for a rezoning, the one along Lake Kilby Road and whatnot, if you look at Lake Kilby Road and you look at Lake Cahoon Road, the number of cuts that are on those two roads, specifically the northern part of Lake Kilby Road above the property that we were looking at earlier, and then Lake Cahoon going out almost to where Lake Mead Drive comes in, the number of cuts are just huge, but there was never any requirement that the road be improved, the ditches be improved, the drainage be improved, and whatnot. So that has put us in a little bit of the situation that we're kind of in now, where when we want to do something that meets the UDO that is in line with the comprehensive plan, there's already a lot of smaller lot residences out there that become affected by it. So I think going forward, I think this is going to be a help to the city as a whole.
Okay, any other questions or comments? If not, we have a motion for approval and a second. Council members, prepare to vote. Please cast your vote. Madam Clerk, please record the vote.
Motion is approved by a vote of 8-0.
Okay, the good news is we have no resolutions. More good news, we don't have any staff reports. We do have a motion to schedule a city council work session for Wednesday, May 3rd, 2023 at 4 p.m. unless canceled, and a motion would be in order. Councilman Fawcett.
Move to approve, Mayor.
Got a motion for approval from Councilman Fawcett. Councilman Williams.
Second that, Mayor.
Second from Councilman Williams. Any discussion of the motion? Hearing none, council members prepare to vote. Please cast your vote. Madam Clerk, please record the vote.
Motion is approved by a vote of 8-0.
We now move to non-agenda speakers. Madam Clerk, do we have any non-agenda speakers? And if so, please explain the guidelines.
Yes, we do have non-agenda speakers this evening. Each person participating under the item of business entitled non-agenda speakers shall limit their remarks to the services, policies, and affairs of city government and shall be permitted 5 minutes for the purpose of presenting his or her matter. Speakers appearing before city council will not be permitted to participate in the following activities: to campaign for public office, engage in personal attacks, promote private business ventures, or use profanity. Speakers who violate these rules will be declared out of order and by the presiding officer and will immediately yield the floor and be seated. Our first non-agenda speaker is Jeanette Hodges, 5757 Godwin Boulevard, representing self regarding bus service in Chuckatuck. Our next speaker is Satoria Holland, 304 Beach Street, representing self regarding public safety. Our third non-agenda speaker is Travis McKinney, 2804 Lake Cahoon Point, representing self regarding rezonings. Our fourth non-agenda speaker is Joseph L. Bass, 1533 Morris Point Road, representing self regarding enhancement to Operation Ceasefire. And our final non-agenda speaker is Chris Dove, 852 Colonel Mead Drive, representing self regarding representative government.
She's sitting back there. Joe Bass.
Good morning. I'm changing my topic a little bit. I think I can. I have page 11 of the budget. Last year's budget for schools was $232,977, or $232,977. $2,977,116. This year's is $7 million less. Not 2, 7. Last year's total budget was $767,571,838. This year's budget is $117 million more. So you increase the budget by $117 million and you cut the school budget by 7. That gives a lie to schools is a priority. And to you, Mayor, yes, local, state, and federal. Bottom line, every other city except one steps up with the local funds to make them not number or the last. Suffolk is second to last, whether you like it or not. Thank you. Good night.
That concludes the speakers, Mayor.
Madam Clerk, I might add, you called Mr. Bass. He's sitting in the back. Mr. Bass, did you want to speak? I thought maybe you missed the clerk called your name. I figure since you hung around at midnight, you absolutely deserve a shot.
Okay. I have copies of my prepared comments. I am Joseph L. Bass. I live at 1533 Moores Point Road, obviously in Suffolk, Virginia. Before I start with my prepared comments over here, I want to make the statement that a lot of the challenges that we see in America today are not really being addressed. We seem to be addressing myths, and maybe a major reason for that is that the truth of our challenges are inflammatory, and we just avoid them. So some of what I might say today might be uncomfortable for some people, but if we're going to deal with these challenges, we're going to have to actually deal with these challenges. I come before you to mention an enhancement to the new city program, Operation Ceasefire. This 2-year program is designed to decrease violent crime by 10%. The enhancement proposal could extend the value of the program beyond its short time frame. As I understand it, the program process involves identification of bad actors that will be given a one-time notice that they have been identified as potential perpetrators of future violent crime. Identification characteristics of individuals receiving these notices include such things as gang membership, school history, age group, and so on. Helping activities will be offered to those receiving notices that are designed to redirect them away from a life of crime. Regarding my proposal, my doctoral studies focused on motivational psychology at the University of Southern California. Why do people do what they do? Also, my last home in California was in South Central Los Angeles, where I experienced up close and personal the smoke and flames of the 1992 riots. Anyone following Suffolk crime trends knows that a great deal of violent crime occurs in Suffolk areas that are much like South Central. A large percentage of the citizens living in these areas are people of good character, but a small percentage are the bad actors that are the focus of this program. What is not recognized is that all of these people, including the bad actors, are victims of government programs that were initiated in the mid-1960s. For example, research establishes that children join gangs to have a family. U.S. Census Bureau data documents that a large percentage of African Americans were married and raised their children in traditional families from 1890 until the late 1960s, after these programs started. Marriage trends among African Americans started to reverse at the same time the violent crime started to go up. Following World War II, our nation was a very different place, having a mix of good and bad. Most of what was previously bad has been greatly improved. But today we experience a level of violent crime that did not previously exist. A few minutes ago, I think I heard a discussion about the need for $4 million for school safety. When I was a kid, when my parents were teachers in the 40s and the 50s and the early 60s, there was no need for any money for school safety. Schools were safe places. Now, that was in Oklahoma. My wife went to school here. She was a graduate of Chuckatuck in 1961. And I've had opportunities several years ago to talk to some of her teachers. And they report that the situation in Suffolk was much the same as it was in Oklahoma in terms of school safety. The schools were safe. Teachers had the support of their parents and so on and so on. So society did not change from the late 1940s to what it is today based upon the repositioning of the moon and stars. In the middle 1960s, major efforts were made to change society. Some obviously have been greatly successful, but others need to be re-examined and adjusted. I propose the following enhancement to Operation Ceasefire. At the end of the first year, a presentation be made outlining the differences between a typical family of good character and a typical family of bad actors. Characteristics will include ages, education and employment background, marriage history, number of children, income sources, criminal background, and so on. This type of information should be helpful in determining bad actor needs not being met by well-meaning but failing social programs that have caused violent crime to increase since the mid-1960s. I thank you for your time and consideration. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Bass.
Thank you very much.
I think that
I'll be back at the next meeting.
All right, I think that concludes our speakers. We'll now move to new business. Madam Clerk, do you have any additions to tonight's agenda?
There was one addition to this evening's agenda, a motion to nominate and appoint Councilmember Shelley Butler Barlow and Councilmember Leotis Williams to the Virginia Municipal League Infrastructure Policy Committee.
Okay, members of council, motion would be in order. Councilman Fawcett.
Move to approve.
Your motion for approval, Councilman Fawcett, Vice Mayor Ward.
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor Ward. Any discussion of the motion? Hearing none, council members prepare to vote. Please cast your vote. Madam Clerk, please record the vote.
Motion is approved by a vote of 8-0.
Members of council, do you have any new business items that require the action of City Council for consideration? Councilman Fawcett.
I do, Mayor. Thank you very much. I have a motion to reconsider the Indian Trail Solar Facility. I move that the City Council reconsider CUP 2022-28 that was denied on February 15, 2023 at the public hearing for the matter occurred on May the 17th, 2023.
Councilman Bennett.
No, I had another comment on something else.
Okay, we got a motion for approval. We got a motion from Councilman Fawcett to reconsider. Councilman Johnson.
I'll second that motion.
We got a second from Councilman Johnson. Could you repeat your motion one more time? Sir?
Yeah, it says to move the City Council reconsider CUP 2022-028 that was denied on February 15th, 2023, and that a public hearing for this matter occur on May 17th, 2023.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any discussion of the motion? Hearing none, council members prepare to vote. Please vote. Madam Clerk, please record the vote.
The motion is approved by a vote of 7-1, with Councilmember Williams voting in opposition.
Okay, at this time, I'm going to ask if Media and Community Relations Director, what happened? Oh, I'm sorry, you get something else, sir? Okay.
I wanted to ask the manager if one of my sister churches, Healing Chapel Baptist Church, they wanted to do a digital sign in their marquee. And I would like for us to take a look at the ordinance on signs and see what we can do to revisit that, to see if that can be worked out for the church to be able to install that sign on the property.
Do you want to put that in the form of a motion?
I'd like to offer that as a motion. Healing Chapel Baptist Church want to put a digital electric sign out there at the church entrance. And they just want to change the sign part, not just infrastructure, just a sign. But it's not properly zoned for them to do that without some resolution.
Isn't that something the manager can just look into, and then if it requires some type of ordinance change, he can let us know that, and then we could enter a motion to address the ordinance itself. But at this time, you may be able to just address it within the existing ordinance. Would that be correct?
Staff and I can review it.
Okay, that would be fine.
Let them review it, and then if it doesn't work and it needs an ordinance change, then we'll put that in the form of a
that'll
motion.
work.
Okay.
That will work. Thank you.
Councilman Rector?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just real quick, the city attorney was telling me he didn't have quite enough to do. And so I was going to ask if he would maybe give us at one of our work sessions coming up a brief primer on vote abstention and what it means, what perhaps the proper circumstances that one should abstain. I know the conflict of interest and all that other stuff comes into play. But, and we've had it happen at a couple of meetings, when somebody abstains, I'm not completely clear as to exactly what it means. I mean, I think I know what it means, but if he could just, give us a little 5-minute thing on it one time at a work session, I'd appreciate it.
I can give you a little history on that, and I know it's kind of late, but 4, 5, 6 years ago, in our code of ethics, it stated that council members were expected to vote unless there was a conflict of interest. A conflict of interest in the definition that there had to be a financial gain one way or the other. At the time, there were some questionable votes made where certain elected officials could have been on boards and they were voting on maybe a rezoning for a developer or a bank. In this case, it was a bank. And we had intended, and we wrote up an ordinance, or whatever it was, a change to our code of ethics that said you were expected to vote unless there was a conflict of interest or an appearance of an impropriety, being not a strict conflict of interest for financial gain, but it don't look good, so I'm not going to vote. And somehow or another, that all got convoluted, and we rescinded the original section that said you're expected to vote unless there's a conflict of interest. And then the other part came up for a vote, and the majority of people didn't think we needed to have anything in there because they knew what to do. So now we don't have anything that says you're required to vote. I had checked with the city attorney, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, several years ago, and basically, and we can just abstain when you feel like it. And there's nothing you can do about it. So there's not anything legally, according to the attorney, that requires you to vote. But I think we should incorporate it back into our code of ethics that says you're expected to vote unless there's a conflict of interest or an appearance of an impropriety. So at least our constituents understand what we are expected to do for them. So with that, I'll let the city attorney comment.
It's, yes, you can abstain for any reason, but abstention has an effect. So the state code says that in order for anything to pass in this body, it must be passed by a majority of the members present and voting. which means that you need 5 yeses. If you do not get 5 yeses, it does not pass. Or if it's something that requires a supermajority, you need 6 yeses. If you don't get 6 yeses, it doesn't pass. So every time someone abstains, the effect is it is a no, because that is one vote taken away from the 5 or 6 yeses that you're required to have.
So that's it. And I would suggest down the road, we don't have to talk about it now, that we incorporate that back into our code of ethics, so at least our constituents know what to expect of us. But I think the attorney just explained an abstention is not a yes, and we need 5 yeses to make it work. But did that answer your question, or deal?
The only reason I ask is because, when I got elected, we had to go through Glen Allen for FOIA, COIA, and all this other kind of training to make sure that we did things properly without getting anybody thrown in jail. And one of the presenters was the city attorney from Stanton. And the first thing he asked the group was, and we were all pretty much newly elected folks, city council people, and that sort, was, does your city have a rule that requires you to vote, or are you allowed to abstain? And of course, most of the people there did not know. And he went into some of the same stuff that William just went into about, what an abstention means and whatnot. So I was just trying to seek a little more clarification on what the city's position was on that, based on what he had asked everybody up there when I went to that meeting back in January.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate you bringing it up. Councilman Johnson.
Mr. Duman, due to the late hour and in respect to our employees and ourselves and our staff, I would like to suggest that we refrain from closing comments unless somebody really has something they want to say.
I was going to do that.
Okay.
But before we do that, I was going to have Ms. Moore come up and at least do the cities, because I think a lot of citizens watch the meetings and,
Right.
it's informative to them. But I totally agree that after that, I'll entertain a motion to forego announcements and comments by council, and we'll just ask. Okay, I already got a motion second. Ms. Moore. I'm ahead of you. Eric was really ahead of you, see that?
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, City Manager. Suffolk Public Works is joining other towns and cities across the country to recognize National Work Zone Awareness Week, which runs April 17th through the 21st. This is the annual spring campaign to remind motorists to exercise caution as they travel through a work zone. We share a common goal, and that is to have 0 incidents in 2023. Please remember that work crews have families too. The 36th Annual Hampton Roads Telecommunicators Banquet was held Saturday, April 8th at the Hilton Garden Inn. This year, the Suffolk Police Department Emergency Communications Division was the host agency after several years of delays due to COVID-19. The event was well attended by agencies from all across Hampton Roads with over 200 attendees. This year's keynote speaker was retired Colorado Springs Police Lieutenant Joe Kenda, who is well known for his television series Homicide Hunter. Susan Draper, your Commissioner of the Revenue, is offering 2 drive-through high-mileage adjustment events. If you own a passenger vehicle or light-duty truck that is model year of 2004 or newer and has over 15,000 miles per year in mileage, you may be eligible for a reduction in your car tax. The first event will be held on Wednesday, May 10th from 3 to 6 p.m. in the parking lot of City Hall, and the second event will be held Wednesday, May 17th from 3 to 6 p.m. in the parking lot of the North Suffolk Library. The Parks and Recs Department is excited to announce that it's hosting its much-anticipated ribbon-cutting ceremony for the new Bennett's Creek Recreation Center on Friday, May 5th at 2 p.m. This state-of-the-art facility includes a fitness room, game room, computer lab, multi-purpose space, outdoor basketball courts, and a walking path. Suffolk Transit is joining other transit systems across the region to celebrate Earth Day with a fare-free day this Friday, April 21st. The fare-free day is intended to encourage people who do not use public transportation to consider it as a means of commuting. Hampton Roads Transit is also taking part in this fare-free day, so passengers can use Suffolk Transit and transfer to an HRT to continue to travel throughout the region for free. Paratransit services are also available. For more information, visit suffolktransit.org. And it's a busy weekend here in Suffolk with these two exciting events. Suffolk Public Library's Iconicon event is this Saturday, April 22nd at the North Suffolk Library. This is the biggest free gathering of sci-fi, fantasy, comic, and anime fans in the area. The event starts at 10 a.m. and features a gaming tournament, cosplay contest, fan art contest, local vendors, and more. This event is free and open for all ages, and no registration is required. For more information, visit suffolkpubliclibrary.com. And the Suffolk Earth and Arts Festival is also on Saturday, April 22nd from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. on the Westminster Reformed Presbyterian Church grounds. The outdoor festival is family-friendly with live music, face painting, a yoga session, plant sale, and beer garden. Over 70 vendors will participate, including artists and arts and crafts and local authors. For more information, visit suffolkartleague.com. And of course, on your screen are the various ways residents can stay connected to the City of Suffolk happenings. Thank you and have a good night.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Moore. Okay, at this time, Councilman Johnson, you would like to make a motion to suspend the city council rules and process to forego the announcements and comments portion of the agenda. And that is being seconded by Councilman Bennett. Any discussion of the motion? Hearing none, council members prepare to vote. Please cast your vote. Madam Clerk, please record the vote.
Motion is approved by a vote of 8-0.
Okay, and before I ask for a motion to adjourn, I'd like to check with our Sergeant at Arms, Officer Jackson, if you could let me know what the policy is on people sleeping in the council chamber, because my favorite reporter, I have a picture of him. I have a picture of him sleeping back there. All right, I get a motion to adjourn. Got a motion from Councilman Rector to adjourn, seconded by Councilman Johnson. You got to cast your votes. Council members, prepare to vote. Please cast your vote. Madam Clerk, please record the vote.
Councilmember Ward, can you please cast your vote? Excuse me, Vice Mayor Ward, apologies. Motion is approved by a vote of 8-0.
This meeting stands adjourned.